The morning came slow to Winterfell, not so much a dawn as a thinning of the dark. The air had a bite that found its way through wool and leather and into the bones, and the flagstones of the yard breathed old cold back into the soles of boots. Jon woke to Ghost's muzzle pressed against his wrist, the direwolf's breath a soft white thread in the gloom. He rose without a word and laced his jerkin by feel, listening to the castle murmur. The first shuffling in the kitchens, the muted clatter of pots, a sleepy curse as some apprentice scalded himself, the hiss and exhale of the forge waking, a raven complaining to the pale sky. Ghost shook himself, a ripple along bright fur, and padded after Jon. He was used to being early. There were fewer eyes upon him then. He crossed the yard while most of Winterfell still rubbed sleep from its face. A groom limped past leading a shaggy garron, steam blooming where horse and man met breath. Jon nodded and the groom ducked his head and said, "Lord," and then seemed to think better of the word and swallowed it, cheeks coloring. Jon pretended not to notice. In the armory, iron and oil lived in the air. Ser Rodrik Castle's rack of blunted swords stood like a hedgerow of battered steel, nicked and dull in the dimness. Jon picked one with a familiar weight, feeling for balance, remembering how it moved, how it spoke in the hand. Ghost settled near the door, paws crossed, red eyes half-lidded and watchful. Ser Rodrik arrived with the dawn proper, beard rimed with frost, cloak furred with rime along its hem. "You'll wear it to a tooth if you take it earlier than I," he grumbled without heat. "Come then, we'll have you warm." The old knight's mustache twitched when he smiled, a small private joke in that forest of whiskers. Jon's shoulders loosened at the sight of him. Routine steadied him the way a keel steadies a boat. They worked in quiet, breath moving in gray bursts. Roderick's blade was patient, probing, speaking in taps rather than blows. He nudged Jon left, then set a pace. Jon followed, corrected, returned a line. The sword's wooden chatter echoed off the walls. By the time the eastern sky lifted from slate to pewter, Robb had joined them, hair like a reddish banner fallen out of its knot, Theon on his heels with a laugh too big for the morning, Bran trailing half-draped in a fur that dragged like a dead thing. Arya came and sat cross-legged on a bale of straw as if she had always belonged there, while Sansa appeared briefly and vanished as quick, with a hand over her mouth against the cold and the sight and the possibility of splinters. "Again," Ser Rodrik said when Jon thought his lungs had become two separate fires. "Steel learns the man learns the steel." He lifted Theon's blade with his own and sent it clapping to the ground. "Greyjoy, if you grin any wider, your teeth will fall out and we'll nail them to the gate as a warning." Theon laughed anyway. "If it keeps the Southrons out, I'll count them well spent." "Southrons?" Robb echoed, and his eyes went to Jon without meaning to, because it was a joke and a habit and a wound all at once. Jon pretended an itch at his temple so he could look away. By the time Ser Rodrik dismissed them, the yard had filled with life. The washing women had come out to break the ice over barrels and curse at it. A line of boys drove geese along the inner wall and they hissed and flapped and left a mess that was promptly stepped in. Old Nan hobbled through with an armful of kindling and a mouthful of stories collapsed into mutters. Her fingers were cracked and blue at their tips, like prunes made from frost. Jon returned his practice blade to the rack and flexed his numbed fingers, feeling the sting as blood returned. Ghost rose at once, a pale wraith against the gray of Winterfell's stone. "Come eat with us," Robb said, coming up beside him. Robb's face was flushed from exertion and happiness, the latter having no visible cause beyond the simple pleasure of morning and movement. "You were light on your left today. You were heavy on your right," Jon said, and Robb grinned. "Then we cancel one another. That's brotherhood." The word made something in Jon tilt and spill like a cup set wrong. He caught the smile before it soured, tamped it down with practice. "I'll come later," he said. "I want to wash." Robb looked as if he would say more, but Theon shouted something obscene at a passing scullery girl, and she tossed him back curse and laughter in one bundle, and Robb was distracted in the way of happy boys. He clapped Jon's shoulder and went with them, his cloak lifting, himself already at the center of whatever came next. Jon stood a moment longer, watching their backs until even that stung. Ghost pressed his flank to Jon's calf, as if to remind him there was a body there to lean against. The bathhouse was warm and damp, vapor curling from the long stone basins. Jon stripped and sank into heat until the cold broke apart around him and drifted away. He liked the way warmth smoothed the tightness from him, let him breathe further into himself. Alone, he could make himself a size that fit the room. He ducked his head and watched the ripples blur his face and clear it again. His hair hung wet over his brow. He pushed it back, and for an instant thought he saw someone else in the wavering water. Not father's clean lines, but a shadow lengthened and sharpened by the pool's stone lip and the steam and his own foolishness. If he had a mother's face to look for in himself, he did not know it. What could he compare it to? The water stilled, and it was only his own pale boy's countenance. Thinner than he felt, eyes too intent. By the time he came to the hall, most had eaten. He took a trencher near the fire and filled it with oat porridge and honey and a heel of bread. Ghost lay beneath the bench and put his head upon Jon's boot. Robb was midway down the table, laughing at something Bran had said. Bran beamed at having made him laugh. Catelyn Stark sat near the high seat, with a cup of watered wine that she warmed between her hands. When her gaze fell on Jon, it did not linger. She had learned how to look past him long ago. He had learned to pretend not to notice and then to notice anyway. He ate, though the porridge had cooled and congealed into something that stuck to both spoon and tongue. He was scraping the last streaks of honey from the bowl when Maester Luwin came in with two boys on his heels carrying a wicker basket between them. The basket moved as if it were alive. It was with ravens. Their black eyes were like little polished stones, blinking in the hall's dim light. One pecked at the basket lid and Luwin tapped it gently. "You have flown, greedy thing," he said, fond as if to a child. Eddard Stark crossed the hearth to meet him, and it was an unremarkable thing to see the Lord of Winterfell walking in his own hall. Still, Jon's breath snagged for no reason but that sometimes it did when father entered. Eddard's presence made side chatter dim of its own accord. He was not a tall man nor a shouting one. He wore authority the way he did his cloak, a deliberate weight assumed every morning and never shrugged off, even when alone. He bent his head to listen as the maester spoke, and Luwin lifted out a single bird, plucked and dark, from beneath the lid. This one was no common castle bird sent between coats with gossip about a surplus of grain or a boy's broken arm. Its leg bore a ring of chased gold, small as a child's finger ring. When Luwin removed the cylinder sealed with yellow wax impressed with a stag, a murmur rippled through the nearest tables. Jon felt it along his spine, like cold seeping back through stone. From King's Landing, someone breathed behind him, and from the king, someone else answered, filled with satisfaction, as if good news could be declared into being by the right tone of voice. Eddard took the tube and turned it in his hand as if it might trouble him should he open it too quickly. He broke the seal with his thumb and unrolled the paper slowly, careful even now. He read. Whatever crossed his face then crossed quick and was locked away. He refolded the message with care, slid the ribbon back into it, and put it in the breast of his jerkin. He spoke to Luwin, voice low. Luwin nodded, the ravens squabbling softly in their wicker room, and left again with his basket and his boys. Conversation resumed around Jon as if a tide had slackened, but it left him stranded on wet sand. He watched father cross the hall to Lady Catelyn. Her eyes went to the place where the letter rode beneath his clothes. Their mouths moved and their faces did not. She put one hand to the table as if to steady herself, or perhaps the wood. Her other hand smoothed her skirt as if it were caught. Eddard said something else. Her mouth thinned and she looked down into her cup and then lifted it and drank as if the wine were water and it might save her from thirst. He clasped her fingers briefly, for all the hall to see, and that too was a message. Jon could not make himself look away, though he had often commanded that of himself. Something had come to Winterfell that would not be ignored. Ghost's ears pricked. He felt the wolf's attention split the air like a blade. The letter did not ripple through the castle all at once. News moved the way heat did, unevenly, full of pockets and drafts and curious eddies. Grooms would know before seamstresses. Kitchen girls before the man who boiled leather to make the glue that repaired lutes and saddles. Jon spent the day doing things he would have done whether or not the king had written. He helped Bran feed the ravens from the rookery with stale bread and meat scraps, and tried not to look at the gold-ringed leg of the single bird among them. He mended a strap on his jerkin, stabbing his thumb twice and bleeding without bitterness. He took Ghost to the Godswood because that was where he went when his head felt as if it had become a room with too many voices talking at once. The Godswood at Winterfell was older than words, people said. The heart tree's face had a sadness to it deepened by weather and imagined by men. Red sap dried in old streaks. The pool beneath it had gone to thin ice at the edges, but its center remained black and alive, reflecting what little sky there was. Jon knelt where the moss remembered knees and elbows. He did not know if he believed that anything listened when he spoke silently. It might be that the good of speaking lay chiefly in making the thoughts at last line up without tripping one another. "I don't know what I want," he told the old bark and the water and whatever there was that might listen, and there it was, laid plain. He had thought the wanting was simple once, an ache with only one shape, to belong so entirely that he might stop checking himself in doorways and trying to fold himself smaller, like a paper bird, for fear of brushing some unseen wall. But time had made it complicated. What did he want? A name? A place at a table such that no one would ever glance and then look down? A right to stand, to be chastised as a son is chastised and praised as a son is praised and told to go to his bed, as if someone had the right to order it because also they had the right to hope for his waking? He realized he was not breathing and let himself do it again. He looked up into the red-cut eyes of the heart tree and felt foolish. At his feet, Ghost lifted his head and rested his chin on Jon's knee, and it was comfort, simple as bread. Jon put both hands on the wolf's skull and felt the living heat beneath white hair. "I know," he said under his breath, to the wolf, the tree, to himself. Footsteps on the stone path behind them brought him back to the shape of this day. He stood, brushing moss from his knees, and turned as Maester Luwin appeared between the trunks, his chain in answer to the light, his cheeks reddened by cold and haste. "Jon," he said, and he did not often come seeking Jon in the Godswood. Something in Luwin's carriage had changed, not fear. The Maester wore worry and contentment like two familiar cloaks, and he exchanged them according to weather. But this was neither. It was purpose. "Your father asks you to come to him. Now? If you please." Jon went. Ghost trotted at his side for several steps until Jon put a hand out. "Stay," he said, and the wolf did not like it. Ghost's ears twitched forward and back. But Ghost knew the tone as he knew few words and obeyed reluctantly. Jon felt the absence of him at once, as if some warmth had dropped out of his coat. He found Eddard Stark in the room behind the solar that looked out toward the inner yard, the hearth high and the fire thin and steady because father liked it that way. He sat at the table with his hands flat on its surface, as if to anchor himself or perhaps to feel the wood's grain moving beneath, though of course it was still. The letter lay beside those hands, rolled again and bound with a fresh strip of leather. Jon stood by the door until the guard there closed it behind him and he and father were alone. "You sent for me," he said, because the obvious was a way of stepping into deeper water without slipping. Eddard nodded, a slow inclination. "I did." "Come sit, Jon." He had always been careful not to call Jon's son in places where ears could make a weapon out of the word, and most of the time that had been a kindness. Jon sat opposite, the table a tidy field between them. The air in here smelled of smoke, tallow, parchment. Eddard Stark's hair had gone to iron along its edges earlier than a man might expect, though he was not old. Jon liked that about him. He looked at his father's face because he had learned to read it and because it was a comfort even when he found nothing in it he wanted. "Do you know why the king writes to Winterfell?" Eddard asked. "To name you hand," Jon said, because everyone had been saying it and because he wanted to be brave enough to speak before his father asked and thus feel older than he had any right to feel in this room. Eddard's mouth made a shape that was not quite a smile. "So he does. He is coming north to ask it of me in person." Eddard's voice, when it softened, did not get warmer. It got clearer, as if something had been scraped from it to reveal the grain. There is another matter in his letter as well. Jon had never had a mind for counting, yet he found himself counting heartbeats. 3 before his father continued. Robert, I should say the king, proposes to correct an old wrong as he sees it. Eddard looked down at his hands. His fingers were blunt, hard-worked, a lord's hands that had known sword and rope and reins. He means to issue a royal decree that will give you my name. The room became taller. Jon thought of standing and could not. The hearth shifted and every sound in the small place became separate and bright. A coal cracked in the grate. Someone laughed outside and walked on. The winter wind touched the shutter and made it tap like a finger. He began, and at once his throat closed, embarrassed at his own voice and at his body for failing him in this high moment, if it was high. My name, to make you Jon Stark, Eddard said, as if speaking the second time might fit the words better to the room. He lifted the letter and set it back down because there was nothing else for his hands to do. He intends it as a gift. Jon had never much thought of kings as men who gave gifts. He had thought of them as men in a far city, men who filled songs and oaths and then were quiet again. The king proposing a gift to a boy at a northern table was absurd as a tale where a fish grants wishes if you spare its life. Why? Eddard's face changed then, and he was not the lord in his hall or the judge in his seat, but the man who had come carrying a child through a door. Jon had no clear memory of that, only a piece of it that his mind had made from other people's words, from overheard talk and silence between words. Because the king is my friend, Eddard said, and though the word sounded true, it sounded insufficient, like presenting a knife to stop a flood. And because he is... He stopped himself and set his jaw as if to keep back a sentence Jon would not be allowed to hear. Because he wants to do me honor. He calls it that in his letter. An honor, Jon echoed, and the taste of the word surprised him. It was bitter and it was sweet and it was salt. Lady Stark will not like it. Eddard's eyes closed briefly, a pain that was not new. Your lady mother, he corrected himself, weary. Catelyn will bear what must be borne. The king calls it his will. When Robert has a will, he likes to drag men by it as a fisherman drags his net. I have not said yes to being his hand. I may yet say no, but this he thinks a kindness to both of us, that it will be in his power to give comfort to a friend for an old hurt. He believes that if he speaks it in my hall before my men and his, the realm itself will set its stamp to it, and what the realm puts a stamp to is a thing made. Jon set a hand on the table because his body wanted one place to be steady. And what do you think? What do I think? Eddard had always liked to answer a question with a question when the first answer required time. He looked at Jon until Jon felt himself seen too deeply. Then the Lord of Winterfell looked at the fire instead. I think names do not make blood. I think blood does not make a man. I think both those things, and I think that you are as you are, and you have been helped and hurt by my choices. I have made you live in a corner of my house. I have not protected you from cold in the places where cold is a way of keeping other people warm. He lifted his hand and then set it down again. The gesture made something ache in Jon's chest, old and raw. I do not know if Robert's gift is a gift. It may be a blade with both edges sharp. It may be a bomb. Gods help me. I cannot always tell which from which when my own heart is involved. Jon felt the floor of the room again. It had not vanished after all. Do I have any say in it? The barest flicker of pride crossed Eddard's face then. A thing like firelight discovering a darker grain in a board. You have the say that any of us has with a king, he said. You may speak your wish. It may be heard. It may not. If I say no to Robert's other request, the hand's chair hung unsaid in the air. He may press this one harder, to remind me he holds kindness and force in both hands and does not know which he prefers. If I say yes to his other request, he may be generous because he believes gifts make men loyal. He is not cruel with devising. He is cruel with wanting. He wants loudly. A loud want will be heard above all else. Jon had to swallow twice before he could ask, "What do you want?" Eddard's answer took the time of 2 breaths. "I want you safe," he said, and the words were shaped without decoration. I want you whole. I want you to sleep without a watch inside you and to wake without a He tried to make the shape of his life with and without a name and found that he could not. It was as if he were holding a cloak in the half-dark, feeling its weight but not its cut. When? He asked at last. The question was humble and practical and saved him from drowning in more. When the king arrives. Eddard's mouth made that not smile again. He does not write of dates as a maester would. He writes of Tabble, and beds and beasts to slaughter, and of how hungry the road makes him, and he writes of what songs shall be sung to mark the day he honors me, and he writes. He tapped the letter gently with his fingertip. He writes like a man making a noise to reassure himself that what he wants is happening even as he writes it. So there is time, Jon said, mostly to himself, without knowing whether time felt like mercy or threat. There is time for some talk, Eddard answered. Not with too many tongues. Not yet. I will go to your lady. I will go to Catelyn tonight. The adjustment in language cost him something. I would ask you to do nothing that brings the wrong eyes. Be as you have been for a few days more. Can you do that? You have shown patience enough to make an old man ashamed of his own small store. I can do that. It was the one part of this that felt simple. He had been a shadow long enough to keep to the shape of one more little while. Eddard rose and came around the table. Jon stood too. For an instant, the room promised a closeness that had always been held in check by caution and the kindness of caution. Eddard stopped, a little away, and put his hand on Jon's shoulder. It was funny how much a hand could weigh when it was gentle. Whatever comes, he said, and there was that clarity again, scraped clean to the grain. You are mine. He had said something like that before, in other ways, at other times, but there was a new blade in it now, honed by what sat on the table between them, and Jon felt blood crest like a tide in him. He did not trust his mouth. He nodded. Eddard squeezed his shoulder and then let go, as if aware of some invisible measure he must keep from spilling. Go, he said, easier now. Find your wolf before he eats a boot to punish you for leaving him behind. Jon smiled then, a small helpless thing. He would choose the softest one, he said, and the door made a little sound as the guard opened it again. The sky had deepened in the time they had sat, and fine particles of snow moved in the air, not yet committed to falling. Jon made for the godswood with a haste he did not declare as haste to himself. Ghost was exactly where he had left him, ceding nothing to impatience except the concentration of his gaze. He stood when he saw Jon and pressed himself along Jon's thighs as if to fit their two shapes together by habit. Jon scratched the place behind the left ear where the fur was a degree softer. Good, he said, and Ghost did not wag in the way of smaller dogs. Ghost's contentment was a lowering of his head to bump Jon's hand with his bony skull, a quiet acceptance that felt like affection earned rather than demanded. He sat beneath the heart tree again because the world itself had tipped, and there, at least, one old head watched that was older than King Robert's wants. Father will tell Lady Stark, he thought, and the thought was a stone dropped into a deep well. There was no sound of the stone hitting water. His mind did not even furnish an echo. Not long after, the castle felt as if a wind had passed through a closed room. People laughed louder and then looked about and did not know why they had done it. A kitchen boy carried a sack of onions into a wall and swore too loudly so all could hear he was not afraid. Septa Mordain drifted from where she had been instructing Sansa in needlework and found Catelyn in the gallery, and the two women stood close and spoke softly with careful mouths. The Septa looked as serious as if a prayer had been mispronounced in a way that made all petitions void. Old Nan arrived in the warm corridor outside the solar with a stack of folded linen on her hip, though there was no sense in bringing linen to a place where men spoke of kingly letters. She did it anyway because old women may stand where plain goods stand placidly and hear what they are not meant to hear. Jon watched her from the bend in the stair. She looked right through him with cloudy eyes and saw him anyway and nodded so minutely that he could pretend he had imagined it. She was not kind to him, not unkind. She belonged to the castle more wholly than anyone living. If the castle had had a voice before there were men in it, it would have been old Nan's. That night at supper, The long tables were full but not riotous. There was venison and a thick stew of barley and turnips and something that might have been garlic if you had a good imagination. Bran asked if the king would have to sleep in Father's bed, and Rickon said he hoped not because that was for Father and sometimes for Mother, and where would they go if the king took it? Would they sleep with wolves? Sansa hushed him more quickly than she would have done the night before, as if he might be overheard by great ears leaning in at the window. The king has many beds following him, Theon said with a grin that wanted to be cruel simply to prove it could be. Dozens. They fold like the tables do, only softer. Do not be vulgar, Septa Mordain said without turning her head. I did not say whores, Septa. Theon protested, delighted with himself for now having said it. Robb said to Bran, he will sleep where he likes, but Father has a place in this castle that is Father's, and it will be there when even kings have come and gone. That is how such things work. And Bran took this seriously enough to nod and put more bread into his mouth with a scarce glance at the high table. Jon kept his eyes on his trencher. He could look up and see Lady Catelyn or look elsewhere and see her without seeing. He chose to look elsewhere. He did not have to imagine her. He had known her close at hand all his life as you know a hearth, by heat and by carefulness. When the hall emptied, Jon did not linger by the fire as he might have on another evening. He took the long way to the yard, as if circling the place might teach him it was the same, and then the long way again to the rookery, and then, because a body can tire of corners, he went to the glass garden simply because the glass made a different winter inside it than the one outside. The glass house's ribs arched like a ship's turned over upon the soil. Inside, the air was damp and warm upon his face, smelling of earth and a green so deep it felt like a remembered taste. The old vines along the inner walls had gone to leaf. In the beds, hardy herbs made themselves small and fragrant. Someone had coaxed a late cabbage toward foolish bloom. A little fog had formed along the glass panes where inside and outside met and argued. He walked between the beds and let the back of his finger brush a leaf, because the leaf was alive and he was alive, and this seemed to him suddenly, absurdly worthy of noting. He found himself thinking of his name as if it were an item dropped in shallow water. He could see the thing itself and knew its outline, but it looked larger and distorted, and if he put his hand out to take it, the surface would break and it would be something else when he brought it to air. Jon Stark. The syllables sat in his mouth like meat that must be chewed slowly. Bears have names, he thought foolishly. Songs have names. How much more does a man? He tried saying it once under his breath and stopped because he felt his face heat, as if someone might have heard even in the empty glasshouse. When he left the glass gardens, it was full night. From the battlements, the sky looked like cloth rubbed thin over a cold blue lamp. Torches stitched light along the walls. The wind was cutting enough to make his ears ache at their tips and his breath sting his throat. He drew up his hood and went to the yard again simply because places turned different shapes by night, and he wanted to see which shape this place had chosen in the darkness. Men were oiling harnesses by lamplight and complaining in low voices about nothing in particular. He crossed without being spoken to and was grateful. He did not see Catelyn approach until she was there. She did not often choose the yard at this hour, and Jon felt the world tilt once more under his boots. She paused as if to allow him the courtesy of discovering a path around her. He stopped because the path around her felt like an indecency. She saw him and did not pretend otherwise. Her face was a discipline. Her hands were folded in front of her over her cloak. In the torchlight, she seemed thinner than at table, as if much of her strength lived in the light and she rationed it by day. I am told the king writes of many things, she said, and the voice was smooth from long practice. Do you know what he writes? Jon's instinct was to say no, not out of untruth but out of the caution that had become part of his manner. He found himself unable to do it. He shook his head and then nodded and then stopped his own foolishness. I know some of it, he said, without being able to control how his voice sounded. It sounded like a boy's, and that was somehow an affront. And do you know that he writes of you? She had to swallow once, lightly, as if the words were larger than her throat. I do, he said. She looked past him then, at the wall, at the torch, at the small indifferent motions of the yard at night. People who said Catelyn Stark's eyes were blue said it because the thing in front of them was large, and blue was as good a name as any for the light inside glass. Jon had learned the trick of seeing the edges of things when he could not look directly at them. He watched the edges of her and felt nothing like triumph and nothing like vengeance and everything like what it feels to stand too long in the cold. "Your father," she said the word with no malice, and the very lack of malice made it unbearable, "will do as he thinks right. He will do it whether it breaks him or not. He is a man who thinks he has more to spend than he does." "I know," Jon said, and he did. "If the king speaks in my hall and the gods do nothing to put out the torches, the thing will be as the king says, and there will be no poor craft to be done with words after that." She looked back at him then, meeting his eyes full. "If he puts his name on you, he takes it off something else. That is how names work. Like shirts. He cannot put the same cloth on two backs at once." "It is not a shirt," Jon said helplessly, and she closed her eyes. Something in Jon's chest that had thought it had spent itself found a new horde of ache. "No," she agreed. "It is not." She drew a breath. "I will say nothing to you in anger tonight because the words a person says in anger live past their use. I have said enough of them where you are concerned. Perhaps I have said fewer than you think. The world says the rest, and I have let it say them for me. That is a sin of mine and perhaps an economy, and I will answer for sins and economies in my turn. I am telling you nothing to comfort you. I am telling you what is. If you are made son in my house, you are still not born of me. That is not your fault. It is not mine. I will not soften for you. I will not turn hard for you either, not more than I am. Do not come to my rooms. Do not present yourself to me with a look that begs a kindness I do not have to give. Take what is offered from your father's hand. Stand in it if you can. But do not look to me to make it easier." She had not once raised her voice. She had not once allowed contempt of him to enter that smooth, well-made tone. He would have preferred it. "I will not," Jon said. It sounded like a vow, and it was, though he had not meant to make one. He did not know if the vow was wise. He only knew that he could keep it. Keeping it would be one place he could stand. "Good," Catelyn said, as if he had told her something of cabbages or whether the mason would come in the morning. "You are not a cruel boy. That is something. With boys, it is not always something one can say." She moved past him, and he had the sense that something soft had dragged a line through him, so that some other day he might find that line healed, or he might find it still open and weeping. He stood until he could breathe. Only then did he realize that he had not seen anger in her face. He had seen resolve and dread and the work proper to them both. After she had gone, he laughed once, a sound that had no mirth in it and yet was laughter because his body insisted on doing something to discharge what filled it. Ghost came out of the shadow where he had been and leaned himself against Jon's leg, as he often did when the dark had a smell that made him uneasy. "I know," Jon told him. "I know." He slept that night poorly, as if the bed were too full of thoughts to permit a body to fit. He dreamt he was running the corridor that led to the crypts, and his feet made no sound and the torches did not burn and the dark had teeth. He woke sweating once and lay still listening to Winterfell breathe, to the old timbers complain, to some creature scratch at some other place in the walls. He fell asleep again close to dawn from simple exhaustion. When he woke at last, the morning had already become a day, and men were carrying forms out onto the yard, disassembling them, measuring distances, arguing with good cheer about where to set trestles for a table none of them had seen yet. The news had been made into a plan while he slept. He took it in from the hall's threshold as men do, by measuring how many shoulders moved, how many voices sounded, and by how much flour dust was in the air from the kitchen. He found himself smiling at a boy. He did not know who was carrying a basket of apples, and the boy smiled back because they were both young and there were apples and Winterfell was breathing through the work. The day filled with tasks the way a trench fills with water. It was easier then because work makes shape and a full day gives you a box to put it in when the sun goes down. Jon found himself ordered to carry things and then told to stand there and then sent to fetch someone and then sent back when someone discovered he was not the servant they had originally sent, and who was he. He did not mind. He cleaned the head of a long pike because Ser Roderick asked him, and polished half a dozen serving platters because there were not enough hands, and bread must not go to table on dull silver when a king was coming. Theon caught him once polishing a trencher and would have said something cruel, but Robb's look stopped him without words. Jon was suddenly almost glad of the piece of metal in his hand. Shone at last. He could see himself in it, a small warping shape, but one that was undeniably an image. By noon, the castle had agreed upon itself. This will happen and we will do it. The kitchens roasted the day's beasts and pulled strings of fat from deeps within them to braid into pie crusts. The commons sent their best hams. A woman with a baby on her hip brought in a clutch of late eggs with the hesitant pride of someone holding luck. Someone had strung banners on the walls that usually held nothing but their own old stone. The fabric made a sound when it moved, a breath of its own. A boy fell from a ladder and was none the worse for it, and everyone laughed. Someone kissed the top of his head as if he were theirs, even if he was not. The world made itself busy, and Jon made himself busy in it. It was easier. Mid-afternoon found him on the wall walk looking out over the lands beyond Winterfell when he realized that he had come here because it was where he could breathe from the bottom of his lungs. The wind-up here had more miles in it. Snow moved sideways across the tundra in sheets like a hand-smoothing cloth. He thought of roads and cities not seen. He thought of a man in a golden cloak who wrote of tables and roast meats, who imagined an arrival until it became real in his head and would soon become real in this yard. Footsteps sounded behind him, quick and light. He knew Arya by the rhythm of them. She came to stand beside him and set her elbows on the crenel, chin in her hands. "They say the king's dogs are bigger than Ghost," she said, then squinted at Ghost as if reconsidering. Ghost cocked an ear, offended in principle by the comparison. "How large can a dog be?" Jon said. "Before it stops being a dog and becomes a pony. Ask Septa Mordain," Arya said solemnly. "She will give you 3 answers with different hymns attached to them." Her serious face lasted 3 heartbeats, and then she grinned, and the grin was mainly a flash of teeth. "Sansa says I must remember how to say the Queen's name and curtsy at the right moment. I have practiced, but it comes wrong when I want it. I can curtsy properly when I do not care. When I care, my feet forget which is which." "They do that," Jon said, and thought of his tongue forgetting his throat and called the memory of his foolishness giddy rather than shameful. "What do you care about, Arya?" "Not tarts," she said at once. "They will have tarts, and I do not care about them. I care about—" She looked out over the land, not at the banners in the yard. "I care about seeing a king." She hesitated as if she had almost told a secret to the ramparts. Will he be like in the songs? Jon thought about this and found himself smiling at her sideways because he liked answering Arya properly and she liked being answered properly. "I think kings have to be like in the songs," he said. "If they were not, the songs would end." Arya snorted. "Then we will give the—" He came at last to a place whose arch was stranger than the rest, flamboyant, carved with something that was not a wolf but a creature of wings that had no feathers. When he would have gone under, something in him stopped him as a hand might. He woke then to Ghost standing on his chest and breathing, not in a panic but attentive. The wolf's weight was a straightforward truth. Jon put an arm around him and fell asleep harder and better. When dawn came, a horn blew twice upon the outer wall. The sound had the shape of announcement. The yard rose as if a string had been pulled. Jon stood on the step outside the hall and watched men make lines. Although the king's party would not arrive today, a party arrived. Messengers ahead of AD with the king's colors. The men wore cloaks with gold thread stitched in a way that declared they were not the cloaks of northern men. Their horses had bells and plumes. Winterfell received them as a town receives the first geese of a season, with both wonder and annoyance. They brought measures of the king's desire like baker's measures, nested and exacting. They brought the queen's expectation, and that phrase moved through the yard as if it had legs. They brought a parchment that declared which meats were to be avoided because the queen disliked them and which noises were to be softened because the queen found them tiresome. Jon watched his father suffer this with less patience than he usually allotted to such things, and Catelyn hold herself with inwardness like a candle that will not let its flame sway in the draught. The messengers slept a night and left again, and then there were 2 days of Winterfell arranging itself around its own idea of hospitality and the capital's idea of spectacle. Jon became aware of a strange thing. He was happier. Not in the foolish way a child might be, for he had company enough of weighty thoughts, and he found himself avoiding corners where he might find Catelyn's eyes or his own more dangerous reflections, but in a way that had to do with the castle's movement as a choreographed thing and with Father's occasional glance toward him. Nothing so overt as a summons, but a letting be that was also a seeing. Some part of him had been a small animal under a chair for most of his life. Now the chair had been lifted, and he must decide whether to run or to remain in the open. He found, to his own mild amazement, that he did not run. On the second night, Eddard found Jon in the yard, as was his habit. Ghost was worrying a leather strap an old handler had given him, purely to give him something he might be permitted to destroy. "Come," Father said. "Walk with me." The crypts were colder than the yard had any right to be. It was a deeper cold, the kind that kills sound rather than making it thinner. Torches flared and guttered along the stairs. The Stone Kings wore their stern looks, and the wolves at their feet seemed ready to rise. They passed the last Stark who had fastened his own likeness to the world while alive. They passed their names in reverse and took their fathers back each step. Jon had come here 100 times, alone and with Bran, because boys love to be afraid in proper places. He had never come here with his father. That simplicity made the air different. Eddard stopped before a statue a little apart from the rest. There was a girl's look to the stone, though the sculptor had made her a woman. The winter roses in her hands were stone, too, and the petals had been carved with a care that made Jon ache with the thought of the carver bent over them for hours. "Your aunt," Eddard said. He did not say her name. He did not have to. The whole castle knew whose bones lay here and who stood here to look at them too often and too seldom. "I remember when you brought Bran here," Jon said. "You told him stories about these kings, and he fell asleep standing up." Eddard made a sound that might have been amusement and might have been sorrow. Often the body confuses those two. "He did," he said. "He leaned his head against my arm and snored, and I thought the old ones would wake to scold him." He fell thoughtful again. "I have done poor at telling you certain stories." "There are stories you could not tell," Jon said gently. "Luwin said some stories must be kept in their places, or the world comes to think they belong everywhere." Eddard's mouth turned up a little at the corner at Luwin's name. "He would say that," he agreed. He put a hand on the cold stone of the plinth and then withdrew it quickly, as if the chill had surprised him. "Jon, when the king speaks, I will not get between him and his desire to make this gift. If the gods strike me dead for saying this in the crypts, they may have their justice another time. I have gotten between you and too many things in the name of protection. If you will take the name, take it. If you will not, tell me, and I will do what I can to turn the king's head to some other noise. I will not be clever enough for it, perhaps. I will try." The offer opened like a door inside Jon. He had not expected the door. He had expected a corridor with a single way forward, and now here was a room with windows and a way back and a way sideways. That made it harder, not easier. "If I say no," he said slowly, "the world goes on as it has, and I do not ask permission to go to the wall or to somewhere else that will have me because my presence hurts people who do not choose to be hurt. And if you say yes?" "If I say yes," Jon said, and the words came out before he could inspect them for faults. "I do not have to explain myself when I cross a room." Eddard's lashes lowered. It made him look for an instant like a younger man. "There it is," he said quietly. "You should not have to explain yourself when you cross a room. I have asked that of you too often. That is on me. Take what the king offers even if you hate the man. Do not let your idea of me be so high in your mind that you become foolish to maintain it." They stood there very long, until Jon grew cold in his toes and fingers, and the torch burnt a little shorter in its iron bracket, and the damp stone acquitted itself of a single drop that fell somewhere back in the deeper passage and made a sound like a coin dropped into a well. He said at last, "When he speaks it, it will be true. It will be true for the world," Eddard said. "It has always been true for me." They went back up, and the air was different, full of spit and grain dust and the warming smell of tallow and food that had known fire. Jon fell into the current of a castle again and felt the crypt air cling to him like a coat he could not shake. He did not mind. It made his senses keener. He moved through the day like a knife through cloth and left the cloth hole behind him. People spoke to him differently or not at all. It was his mind that heard it differently, perhaps. By the time a rider came up the King's Road with the King's banner snapping and the dust plume of a slow train rising like a mountain behind him, Winterfell was ready to pretend it was not surprised. Everyone had put on their best surprise face nevertheless. Jon watched the rider arrive from the wall and go breathless and go into the hall and come out not much later with men scurrying to rearrange the rearranged things. As is always the case when someone with a larger voice says that table must be moved 6 inches to the left because the queen favors her right side when she sits. He felt himself amused and then shocked at his amusement, and then relieved he could be amused at all. He was a boy and a world was coming. That is a good time to laugh if you can. The long line of the royal party did not so much appear as gradually make itself unignorable. It thickened along the road, then acquired outriders, then a glitter at its head that could only be gold or the idea of gold caught in the afternoon light. The sound came last and first, because it had been there in the minds of the watching men before any actual sound reached them. Then it arrived, harness, men singing without agreement, horses complaining, a single woman laughing in a short, sharp way that carried, a boy shouting to another boy to get out of the way. Jon felt his heart begin to do something it had not done before, beat in time with a drum he could not hear. Eddard stood before the gate. Catelyn was at his side, hair netted and cloak perfect. Robb stood a little behind and to the left as if to catch what his father might drop. Sansa looked as if someone had wound her with a key that might yet turn further and break her. Arya had already dirted her hem and did not care. Bran was on his best behavior, which meant he remembered to breathe only every third breath and then caught up. Theon had a grin on his face that would someday undo him. Jon stood a little behind them and to the right because that was a map he had walked all his life. The royal train came through the gate like a river that will not be denied its bed. Jon saw the king at last, and he was a man who had been handsome and then become a song and then become a man again, thickened, his beard bristling like a man's stubbornness against the years. His eyes went at once to Eddard, and what happened between them was simple and too complicated to see. A friendship being dropped and then caught and then shaken the way men shake the dirt from a carpet to make it fresh again. The queen beside him had a face that would have made a different winter if she had been a season. She sat her horse like a carven thing. The king threw his leg over the saddle with less grace than any carving and came to earth. He made the air around him big. He laughed and people laughed, grateful to be in the presence of a man who could make noise that swallowed their own. Words were said. Eddard knelt and then did not. The king kissed Catelyn's cheek as if she were a sister he had almost remembered. The queen inclined her head enough to acquit herself of failing to incline it at all. Jon watched and found himself in possession of no feeling that wanted to be named. It was like watching the heavy first strokes of a painter and knowing the painting would be something and that in 2 days you would forget the energy of those first heavy strokes and believe the painting had always been as it was. They went at last into the great hall and Winterfell swallowed them as it had swallowed kings before, making them seem smaller for a moment and then fitting itself to them as if passing a hand around a tool's haft before taking it up. Tables groaned. Jests were made and fell down and rose again and made the rounds of the men like half-tamed dogs. Jon did what he always did at feasts. He made himself useful and thus invisible. He carried a platter and then a flagon and avoided being tripped by a man who wished to see if he could be. He watched. He learned more watching than he ever had reading Lewin's books, though he liked Lewin's books very well. When the king at last rose, it was with the slow satisfaction of a man who had eaten and drunk and already crafted the memory of both into a tale about how hungry he had been when last he rode into the north. He was at ease and then he was not at ease. He looked for something and found the letter-shaped place in his mind because he reached for it with a hand. Eddard had known he would. Eddard stepped forward, and the hall's murmur went thin. Winterfell, the king boomed, and the room liked being called that by a man with a big voice. Men cheered. Women smiled. Even the old dog in the corner lifted an ear. I have come to the end of the world to ask my brother to carry my burdens with me at a table that sits hotter than a smithy. I will not paint the burden as lighter than it is. He will tell me no, as is his right, and then I will ask again, and if he has ears I will ask until they fall off his head. Laughter. Ease. Jon felt it like a ripple in the fabric of a garment. The king raised a hand. Before I ask a thing for myself, I would make a thing right for him. Robert Baratheon had eyes that could be soft as wet earth and hard as black glass. He had the latter now. When I was a boy, I loved a girl who loved a boy who loved honor more than either of us. She is gone. That boy is here. He put his big hand on Eddard's shoulder and squeezed, a gesture that a lesser man would not survive with dignity. He has carried a weight for me all these years, a weight that should have been mine. I am king. What are kings for if not for making the world as it should be? That voice could make a thing true and then not true again when the world woke. Jon felt his knees turn to something like winter marrow. He stood because he had learned how to stand when a body wants to do anything else. "Bring the boy," Robert said, and there it was. No one needed to ask which boy. A path through the crowd became a real thing and not just an idea of a path. Someone touched Jon's elbow in a way that was not unkind and was not kind either, simply the pressure of one body moving another. Ghost's head appeared suddenly from beneath a table and then disappeared even more suddenly as a foot met him unseeing. He made no sound. He would forgive the foot later if later asked for forgiving. Jon walked until walking brought him to the place under the king's eye, and then his feet did not know the next thing. Eddard's hand was firm between his shoulder blades, a guide that did not shove. He did not look for Catelyn because he could not take in both Eddard's hand and Catelyn's eyes at once and remain on his feet. "Here he is," Robert said, and he made of those 3 words a song, or the beginning of a song, as if he had taken this phrase into his mouth before at 100 tables and found it potent. "Here is an old wrong and here is a new right." The maester of the king's men had a scroll. He had been holding it as if it was a spear and he the royal spear-bearer in some old triumph. He brought it forward now, and the wax with its stag shone at the seam. Luwin stood near the dais and his mouth made a line of careful attention. His hands had found one another and clasped themselves in patience. "In the name of the king I claim it," Robert said, "and in the hearing of the realm I give it." He took the parchment and thrust it toward Eddard and then toward Jon as if they were to take it in their mouths like bread. Eddard reached and took it because it must be taken by someone. He broke the seal with a practiced thumb and unrolled until the words spilled out like the insides of a fish, gleaming. He scanned the lines as if to be sure they still said what they had said when he had last read them in his solar, and then he held the parchment in 2 hands and read aloud. His voice filled the hall differently than the king's. It was softer and therefore the more precise. He made the corners of each word sound like themselves. When he spoke Jon's name, the hall moved without moving. "Names do. Jon." He said it and paused, the beat of a man wanting to be exact. "Snow, natural born to my house, I take and raise in the sight of gods old and new into my name and protection, as my son in truth and in law, to have and to hold privileges and duties as befit his station." The language rolled on with the care of men long dead who had enjoyed words and the power of stacking them in tidy walls. Jon heard them like the sound of a river at night when you cannot see it. He knew what they meant. When Eddard finished reading, the scroll remained in his hands as if it were too heavy to travel further. The king laughed once, softly for him. "Well," Robert said into the hush, "will you wear the name a man has denied you?" The hall hung like a drum waiting to be struck. Jon had not thought what he would say. He had invented and torn up sentences since the day in the solar, and none of them had been true once he walked away from them. Now the truth was lodged somewhere behind his breastbone, and it would not be pried out. He looked at his father and found in him a face offered without instruction. He looked for Lady Catelyn, and his eyes found her, and he did not fall down. She was a pale certainty in her place, and if she bled inward. He breathed. "I will," he said. The words were small compared to the hall, but sufficient to fill it, because it is not size that fills a room but meaning. Sound returned. Men exhaled, and the room had always held air, but now it shared it again. Robert let out a whoop that startled half the dogs, and one of the Queen's women put a hand to her mouth to hide the expression she had not yet decided to have. Eddard's hand lifted in the space between his body and Jon's, as if to reach for a moment, and then was stilled by a lifetime of carefulness. The hand fell. The king took the scroll back and scrawled his name across the bottom, as if writing were a fight he intended to win by strength alone. The ink blotched in one corner, and he did not care, and so the blotch became an ornament. "Then I make it known," Robert said, and for a moment the boy he had been stood inside the man like a quick flame inside a lantern. "Jon Stark." He swept his arm as if to bestow the name in a physical form upon the boy who had just accepted it. Men cheered because men like to be in rooms where something is made with voice and ink that feels like a hammer blow turned to law. Jon stood and felt as if he had been bent and then straightened, and the new shape of himself had not yet settled. Catelyn did not clap. She was not expected to. Women seldom were asked to cry yes at such things in public. She held her cup a little too carefully and put it down a little too gently. Sansa's eyes were wide. Arya's mouth was set. Bran looked as if he had just been told the story of a river that sometimes ran uphill. The Queen's face did not alter in ways that Jon could read, and perhaps that was the point of queenship. Jon felt ghost press against his knee. The dire wolf had come to him between men's boots, quietly, and stood there without asking permission. The world has changed and not changed at all. He thought, I will have to learn to walk again, but these legs are the same legs. He thought nothing else for a time because too much thinking now would be a kind of danger. After, the hall filled with the specific kind of noise that comes when a large thing has been made and smaller things must be done in its wake. Men made big toasts and then small jokes. Someone told Jon he must drink and pressed a cup into his hand, and he put the cup to his mouth and then to a table and then to his mouth again, because if he did not, someone would take him by the arm and make a fool of him for refusing. The wine sat like a burn in his stomach, and the burn steadied him rather than disordering him. He found Robb. Robb's face was enormous with happiness, and his eyes were wet. He did not throw his arms around Jon because there were too many eyes. He leaned close and bumped their heads together at the brow in an old children's gesture they had not used in years. "Brother," Robb said, and it was not the first time he had said it, but it was the first time he had said it in this way. Jon could not answer. He made an inarticulate sound and then laughed, and then somehow they were both laughing, and Theon rolled his eyes and called them girls, and Arya called Theon girl in return, and the world righted itself 3 degrees. Eddard came to him without anyone seeming to move aside to make him a path. That was one of his quiet powers. "There will be quiet," he said. "Not tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps. Go to the Godswood when you can bear to be away from meat and men. I will come." He did not say, "We will speak." He did not have to. Jon nodded. He thought of the crypts and then did not think of the crypts because the Godswood would do. The heart tree had watched the world longer. He wanted that age looking on him now. He wanted an eye that could see a little way past the fire of this moment into whatever walked behind it. He stole away before the hall had given out every possible noise and found the night air like drink. He breathed it in and felt the wine rearrange itself more politely inside him. Ghost went ahead as if he knew the path better than Jon did, though Jon could have walked it in his life's dark. The Godswood met them with its permanent night smells. The pool was a darker patch of dark. The heart. Tree's face regarded him without regard, which is a kind of regard the very old reserve for the young. He stood and let himself be cold for a time. That sharpened him until he felt like something drawn to a point. He did not speak. He waited. He heard his father's step and knew it without turning. Eddard came and stood not at his shoulder but a little behind, as he had done when teaching Jon to watch for danger that comes from the left when a boy is proud of the right. "It is done," Eddard said, and in his voice there was neither triumph nor defeat. There was fact. Jon nodded. He opened his mouth and found that he could say nothing tender without crying, and he would not have that. Instead, he made an inventory of simple statements of a kind that would not break him. "I still have a bed and a cloak. I am still hungry. Ghost is still white and does not listen when called if he thinks he has a better idea." Eddard laughed softly, a rare sound that was like an April thaw. He is still Ghost, he agreed. And you are still Jon, though I will say another name when I call you, and I expect you to mind it better than he does. Jon Stark, Jon said. The words felt different now that they had been stamped by a roomful of people. They were heavier and easier, both. I did not think it would feel like anything. It does. It will feel like many things, Eddard said. It will feel like a key one day. It will feel like a chain another. It will feel like a warm cloak. It will feel like an itch. Names are like that. They are the most skin you can take off and still be you. They stood long in the godswood, letting the wind carry away the excess of this day. When Jon shivered, Eddard guided him back with a hand at the elbow. In the corridor, old Nan passed them with a candle that smoked. There you are, she said to no one in particular, and both of them at once, and shuffled on. In his bed later, Jon lay on his back and did not close his eyes. He made the day into memory piece by piece so it could stop being present. He hung the large shapes carefully upon the hooks that other days had left on the walls of his skull. He put the smaller things into the drawers of himself until they did not rattle when he breathed. When he finally slept, he dreamed no dreams he could remember, which is as rare a mercy as any man is owed. The morning after, Winterfell was itself and not itself. Men forgot to call him by the old name and then remembered and then pretended they had remembered on purpose. Grooms tested how "my lord" sounded in their mouths when he passed. Some abandoned the experiment quickly and some did not. He found he did not mind either sort because both were honest. Luwin instructed him in small changes to his days that would come, what new lessons he might take, what expectations now attached to him the way burrs attach to a dog's fur without asking permission. He went through them as one goes through thicket, being scratched and still moving steadily forward. Catelyn did not speak to him. He had not expected that she would. Once their paths crossed in a narrow place near the kitchen and they stepped to the same side and then to the other and then stopped. She lifted her chin. He lowered his eyes. She passed. It was a dance they had learned long ago. It will do until we learn a new one, he thought, not without bitterness, and then was ashamed at himself for measuring a woman's pain with an abacus he had built for a different task. That afternoon he went to the armory because he felt unease, and work is a balm for unease more often than not. He sharpened a blade that was not his and then oiled the hilt to a softness that pleased his hands. He watched Ser Roderick teach a boy to turn his wrist. Theon swaggered in with a thing to boast and then swaggered out because no one paid him enough attention. Robb arrived, learned that Luwin wanted him to copy out the lineage of the kings before supper, and made a face like a boy asked to swallow his vegetables before his sweets. He saw Jon and grinned at once simply because he had seen Jon, which is a bomb any name can be. Toward evening, the king sent for him. It was done through a man who seemed as if he had been made mainly for sending messages. So neutral was his face. Jon followed him, wondering whether his legs would carry him differently when he knew he was walking to a king because he was a Stark now. His legs carried him the same. He came to the Solar and found Robert alone for once, or as alone as he could be, which meant the room smelled of spiced wine and sweat and something else that was men's cheer after a feast. The king sat in a chair as if it disliked him and he forgot to appease it. "So," Robert said, looking at Jon across the space as if he were a battle line he intended to cross regardless. "A good set of luck you have had today, boy. I hope you know who you thank for it." "I thank you," Jon said, "because pride makes poor barricades and because this was for his father to wrestle with in private, the parts of the gift that chafed." "Your Grace," Robert chuckled, pleased in a way that set Jon's teeth on edge though he kept his face quiet. "Your father is a hard man to give to," the king said companionably. "He puts a hand up when you swing. I have never decided whether that is a good thing or simply damned irritating. It is both. We will say both. You look like him without looking like him. I would have liked if you had some of the girl about you. You would not know it if you did, of course. That is perhaps for the best." He glanced aside, pinned by some old memory whose nails he had put in himself. "You will do the name right," he said, suddenly grave. "If you don't, by the gods old and new, I will come north again and tear it off you and beat you with it. I'll have no thin-blooded Starks cluttering my realm." Jon found himself smiling before he ought to have done. "Your Grace," he said, "I will not clutter." Robert barked a laugh. "You have something of Eddard's tongue after all," he said, approving though he would not have liked to be told he did. He tossed a nut at Jon. It dropped at his feet and Jon did not stoop for it, and that too pleased the king. "Go on with you. Stay out of the queen's way unless you have a taste for frost that makes this damned country look temperate." He waved a meaty hand as if to dismiss him and bless him and claim him all at once. Jon stepped out and breathed the corridor air like stepping into a river. He had been afraid he would feel owned after seeing the king in private. He did not. He felt tasked. It was different. He could carry a task. He could set it down when his arms tired and pick it up again. He did not like the man. He did not have to like him. It was a relief to find that the world allowed both truths to stand in the same corridor without one pushing the other down the stairs. That night the castle settled, as much as castles do when kings sleep inside them. The dogs stopped pretending they were not listening to everything and actually slept. The wind lowered its voice to a whisper so it could speak to the shutters without waking the rooms. Jon lay in his bed and Ghost lay along his legs heavy as water, and Jon put a hand on the wolf's flank and felt the breath move in and out through fur and skin and muscle, felt the world recommit itself to the simple act of going on. He thought of the crypts without terror. He thought of the godswood without petition. He thought of his father's hand on his shoulder and the way the king's signature had blotted a little black starburst on the white. He thought of Catelyn's voice in the yard and the justice she had done to both of them by refusing a pretense she could not maintain. He thought of Robb's brow against his brow and Arya's grin and Sansa's carefulness and Bran's questions and Theon's bravado and Lewin's patience and Ser Roderick's mustache. And he thought, "I have a house now, but I had one before. It is the same. It is different. It is mine and not mine. It is a structure I can learn to walk through with my head up." When he slept at last, he did not dream of kings or of papers. He dreamed of snow falling in a still wood and of the sound a wolf makes when it sees the first light of morning and believes, for a moment, that the light is something he can chase and carry back in his mouth to set before those he loves. He woke with that sound in his ears and lay smiling into the gray, and when the castle began again to murmur, he rose to meet it as if it had always been waiting for him to stand in it under this name and this sky. The day after the day after, the cold had a cleaner edge, as if the air had been sharpened while men slept. Smoke went up from the kitchens in straight gray pillars that lost themselves against a pale sky, and the sound of the yard was earnest rather than frantic. Hammers striking in a pattern, the clack of wooden blades, a groom counting under his breath so his hands would not forget how many strokes made a coat shine. Jon woke early because his body had learned the hour of work and because sleep had given him as much as it would. Ghost stretched along the pallet with his spine bowed like a drawn bow, then yawned in a way that showed enough tooth to make a man rethink the world. They went to the armory, where iron smelled like iron and oil like patience. The rack felt different under Jon's hand, not because the rack itself had altered but because he touched it differently, as one touches an object that has, under some decree of the world, become permitted. Ser Roderick was there before him, which meant the old night had risen while it was still more night than morning. He set two blunted swords upon the bench and looked at Jon with the look of a man who was pleased to see that a boy did not mistake a new name for a new permission to be lazy. "Lord Stark," Ser Roderick said, and then, amused at his own mischief, "Boy, Ser," Jon answered, and the blade went easy into his hand. The wood worn smooth by men who had been others and were now ghosts or fathers. Robb came a little after, hair tied up so poorly that it untied itself while he crossed the yard, and Theon was with him and had already begun a story to which he would be the hero by its end. Arya slipped in and went up on a bale of straw, tucking her feet under her as if preparing to fly. Bran arrived at a run and then tried to make the run look like a walk, and Ser Roderick set them to their morning's task as if nothing in the world had moved, because the surest way to keep a castle from noticing it was changing was to make its limbs move as they always had. Jon and Robb took their turn against one another, easy because the bodies knew the rhythm of it, because 1,000 small corrections lived in their muscles and did not need to be called up from thought. The blades spoke in tidy claps. Jon found himself smiling with it, that clear bodily pleasure that can be had even in a week when names and men's eyes become heavy things. When Jaime Lannister came into the armory yard, it was done with no fuss at all, which is its own kind of fuss. He wore a plain cloak over his gilded leathers, and the plainness only served to make the gold beneath more like an idea of wealth than the thing itself. He watched as one watches a dance, not with envy, not with condescension. There was mere appreciation in him, as if men moving well were a sort of song he preferred to the sung kind. Ser Roderick saw him and gave him that courteous bow that says, "You may be a nuisance to the world and a danger to men I love, but here we are in a place where all that matters is how a blade speaks to a wrist. May I?" Jaime asked, his voice mild, and took up a blunted sword as if it had come out to meet his hand rather than the other way around. He spun it once and set its balance between fingers and palm. "Who among you will make an old lion feel less old?" Theon would have done it for the chance to be center to any circle, but Ser Roderick's eye went not to the willing, but to the best able. "Jon," he said, and it was the first time he had said the name with the new hook at the end of it in this place. It hung briefly in the air and then was only a name again. A few passes. "Mind yourself." Jaime moved lightly, almost idly, and in that lightness was a lesson. A sword is less a weight to be swung than an idea to be drawn through a space where it fits or refuses to. Jon felt that and gave him what he could give. Steadiness, the sort of honest speed that doesn't trip its own feet. The first 3 exchanges were clean as bread. The fourth took the breath out of Jon not because he had been hit but because he had not. Jaime took the air away from him and then gave it back with a look that said he might do that again if asked nicely. "Good," Jaime said, the word plain as water. "Your feet are your sense. Keep them, and no man will be able to make you a fool without working at it." He pressed a little. Jon pressed back enough to say that he understood without saying he intended to embarrass a man whose life had trained him out of embarrassment. Jaime smiled, one corner, not both, and gave him a pass that was almost a gift and almost a trap. Jon did not take it. That pleased the Lannister more than any quickship of blade would have. "See," Jaime said to no one and Jon at once. "This one listens to the ground. It's an old trick. The ground is more honest than men." He withdrew as easily as he had entered and let the morning fall around him as if it were a cloak. Theon made a joke that put himself at the center of the moment. No one laughed, and he laughed twice as hard to make up for the world's lack of appreciation. Robb came to Jon and bumped their shoulders with a boy's quiet joy that is not diminished by greater joys. "The Kingslayer likes you," he said, as if that were a goat you could put in a pen to keep or release later when guests were gone. "He spoke to me," Jon said, which is not exactly the same thing. "Don't let him teach you to smile like that," Arya called from her bale. "It looks like your mouth is trying to escape." "Nymeria might like it," Theon offered. "She knows how to show her teeth. She shows them to you because she's polite enough to laugh when a fool jokes," Arya said, unblinking, and Theon flapped a hand at her and went to find a different audience. When the morning's work had written itself in sweat and the sort of ache that feels like promise rather than punishment, Robb and Jon drifted away from the armory together. Servants called "my lord" at intervals, as if needing to hear the words aloud so the day would be properly named. Jon wore them like burrs caught in wool, noticed, irritating, not wholly unwelcome. "You should come to the woods," Robb said, cheerful and hungry for motion. "They say the king will hunt, and father must go with him, and we might go or not as he says. If we're not..." He wanted old stories told to him, and he wanted to thump Eddard with his affection until the affection bruised. And he wanted to ride too far and drink too much and take his ease in making other men uncomfortable in small ways that made him more comfortable. He wanted, above all, to feel himself the only man alive whose wanting mattered. Men humored him because the world had kept him alive for that purpose. Jon watched the party leave from the wall, the gold of the king's cloak making a foolish sun among the true light. Ghost's head tracked them and then lost interest. The wolf's ears went forward to listen to something else that the men below could not hear. He went to the yard because a day must be spent, and then, when the light had begun to slope white along the stones, he went to the godswood because his head needed the troubles of trees. The air under the heart tree was the same as always. A little colder, a little older. He knelt because it seemed discourteous not to, and sat because his knees preferred it. Ghost lay with his... Jon asked without expecting answer and was startled to find that he had expected one anyway. Ghost blinked at him as if to say, "You feel it too," and Jon did not pretend he did not. He went to Maester Luwin for balm in the form of books. The tower room smelled of old ink and someone else's breath, and the little musky tang ravens lend to places they inhabit. Luwin greeted him with the sort of quiet pleasure he saved for boys who came asking for work rather than relief. "You're not the first Stark likely to spend more time in here than polite men do," the Maester said, unoffended, and thumbed along a shelf without looking much at the spines, like a cook who knows by weight which pot she needs. "You look as if you need the world to be smaller. Books are good for that. They put a frame around noise." "I dreamed," Jon said, and then felt foolish. "Men dream, and boys too." "Not that kind," he added, stubborn against his own embarrassment. "The other kind." Luwin considered him. "There are several other kinds," he said kindly, leaving Jon room to choose which he meant. Jon found the choosing made the choosing itself less heavy. "Heat under stone," he said. A skull of a giant animal. It was like a hall inside the bones of a giant, and the giant was inside the bones of the earth. "I'm being silly. You are doing the best you can with poor words for a big thing," Luwin said. "Don't bully yourself for that." He found the book he had wanted and set it down as gently as a priest sets down a relic. "There are places the earth is not finished," he said. "Is what the old books call it. Volcanic is the Citadel's word. The Targaryens built their first hold on such a place, and their last, Dragonstone like to Dragonborn." He opened the book and showed Jon a drawing no artist had made from sight but from the gossip of travelers and the guessing of men who had never seen what they named. A fortress of black stone worked into the shape of beasts that had never lived, sitting on a promontory that looked like a fist punching the sea. "If you smelled salt in your dream, that would be it. If your mind makes its own stink, we will forgive it. Dreams are not scholars." He smiled with one half of his mouth. "Jon touché. The inked arch sparsely, as if too much touch would smear it. "I saw no castle," he said. "Only the under of things." "Then you are a proper Northman," Luwin answered. "We rarely see houses without wanting to see the basements." He leaned back against the table and let the chain rattle a little like a song. "Did the heat frighten you?" "It felt right," Jon admitted, surprised to say it aloud. "As if my lungs thought, 'We have forgotten this air and now we remember it.'" "That is a thought for poets," Luwin said. "But if you have it, we won't beat it out of you." He closed the book with a careful hand. "Has Ghost been restless?" "He listens too much," Jon said. "He always did," Luwin answered. "You should know, because you are a boy who looks around corners, that dreams and dogs and dead men are the three things people use to tell the future, and all three are bad at it. You will be tempted to treat each of your dreams as if it were a raven with a ring on its leg. I would not advise it. Treat them as what they are. The mind taking off its boots at night and letting its feet be warm. If the mind points to something that turns out to be a path, follow it as you would any path, with your eyes open. Don't worship the footprint." Jon felt himself unclench. "As you say." "As I say," Luwin echoed, not self-important in his correctness. "The king will leave too many crumbs in my tower if I do not go write letters for him," he added, with the faintest malice toward the idea of men who did not understand paper unless it turned into a thing they could drink. "Will you read a thing to me while I set down another thing that contradicts it?" Jon did. He read a passage about kings who had used dragons and lost a kingdom, and about men without dragons who had used patience and lost their lives. Luwin wrote something to a steward who did not exist yet in a place Jon had not seen. The ravens muttered, the paper whispered, and the world, briefly, agreed with itself. That evening the king returned from the woods in a temper that tried to pass itself off as cheer. He slapped men on the back hard enough to make their teeth click. He shouted for wine and then water and then wine again. He clapped Eddard about the shoulders as if the two of them were the last of a tribe and the tribe would be offended if they did not bruise one another as greeting. Jon saw him from a distance and was relieved to find he felt nothing worse than avoidance. The queen's mouth made a line as fine as a hair. She wore weariness like a jewel among the other ones. At supper, Jon found himself seated not where he had been all his life but 3 places nearer to the high table, as if the world had shifted him with a thumb and not bothered to explain why. It made the space feel wrong, and then it made it feel easier. He could see over men's shoulders who had always been a wall to him. He could smell the meat before it lost heat on the far journey down the benches. He could hear the soft complaint of the queen's women and the contentment of the king when a plate was set correctly before him and the annoyance of him when it was not. Joffrey Baratheon watched Jon the way a boy watches a creature he has never seen before, with fascination that wishes to be disdain. His hair caught even Winterfell's light and insisted that it was gold. He leaned toward his mother to say something. His mother lifted an eyebrow, so slight a gesture it barely deserved the name, and Joffrey swallowed whatever he had meant to say and let it turn to a smile inside him that did not reach his face. Sansa did not look at him. Sansa did not look at Jon either. Arya looked at everyone equally and did not trouble to arrange her face. When the smaller noise of food had been made into the larger noise of men done eating, the king stood with that grunt that means a man has forced himself up with his own weight. He set his cup down as if it had wronged him and said, "Ned, you stubborn piece of ice. Will you say the words, or will I drag them out of your skull?" "I have said no 3 times in a row," Eddard replied, with no particular heat. "How many is enough for a king?" "Enough would never be," Robert said, delighted to be given another thing to wrestle. "Say yes and save me counting." "The realm will limp along with you standing on your own 2 feet, Eddard said. "And look what good it has done with the likes of me on them," Robert answered, mock-wounded. "Come, man, brother, take my hand in this if you have ever taken it. Force and kindness. You know me, I'll throw both at you until one sticks. Lend me your house and your honor." He put a hand up before Eddard could answer. "We'll not have it out here. My voice is large enough in a room without teaching the walls bad habits. Walk with me in the morning." They did, and Jon found himself awake early without having meant to be. He saw them go from the window, their 2 heads bent together, the heavy drape of Robert's cloak making him look like a boulder that had learned to move. Jon knew where they were headed without hearing the order given. The crypts. Men who need to be honest go where the dead are. The dead make good witnesses when the living are liars to themselves. He went to the kitchen instead. Bread was laid out in its plainest form. New loaves steaming faintly, old loaves drying for the day's pottage. A girl he did not know tore a loaf and handed him the heel with the kind of boldness that belongs to those who make food for kings and do not feel overawed by it. He ate with his back to the ovens and thought of stone and roots and stories told in the dark in voices that do not like to be heard by sunlight. Catelyn came into the kitchen because ladies must pass through all the rooms of their houses no matter what they would prefer not to see. The cooks drew back too much. She frowned slightly at that and they went back to their work, reassured to be allowed to exist. She took a cup of beer and then did not drink it. She saw Jon and did not pretend not to see him. "They are in the crypts," she said, and did not wait for him to nod, though he did. "He will say yes. He has said no and it will not take. Not this time. He is as stubborn as the river and the king will be a dam until even a river allows itself to be turned." "He would not go otherwise," Jon said, and heard his own voice say a thing that had been sitting in him as a small hard stone. "He is honorable without being a fool. There are times you cannot tell which you are until you do the thing. And the names of the dead are louder in that place," Catelyn said. "He will listen to them." She looked down into her beer as if answers lay there when they do not. "When I was a girl," she said, surprising herself perhaps more than him, "I used to imagine what voice a statue might make if it could choose one. Not what it would be, but what it would choose to be. I think I thought that if I knew what voice the dead would choose, I would know what my own voice ought to be when the time came." She smiled, brief and self-mocking. "It does not work like that." "No," Jon said, "it does not." She lifted the cup and drank after all, then turned to go. "You must come south," she said over her shoulder, as if it were the sort of thing one says in passing. If he goes, you must go. The king will not understand if you do not, and he will make what he does not understand into insult. That would be trouble we do not need. Jon felt the words like a cold hand on the back of his neck. He had not dared imagine himself on the road that led to cities he knew only by their decorations in books. As you say, he answered. He did not know if it was his wont speaking with her voice or his fears. Ghost made a low sound under the table as if reprimanding a man for thinking too loudly. By the time the sun had climbed a hand's breadth, Robert and Eddard came up out of the crypts, and the king's eyes were wet and his breath rough. He wiped his face with the back of his hand without shame. He saw Jon and swallowed whatever impulse had come to him first and chose the next one. Boy, he said, and always he said it as if there were only the one boy in the world and luck had made him the one. I knew a woman once who would have hated you for your face and loved you for your stubbornness. That is a poor gift to give one of the living. He laughed, gruff and unpretty. Would you see the South with me? Jon opened his mouth and heard a pulse beat in his ear. He saw the road, a rope laid out along the world, and his feet upon it. He saw the hall with the skulls in it. In his mind, though Luwin had told him the skulls were in the Red Keep and what he had dreamed was something older. He saw the heart tree and understood it would look different to him if he went and then came back. He could not say no because he had already thought yes in the kitchen with Catelyn's beer between them, and because if one says no to a king, one ought to have a cleaner reason than the fear of being someone with a name in a city where names make knives. Yes, he said. Good, Robert said simply, and looked to Eddard, who had watched Jon rather than the king for Jon's answer. Eddard inclined his head a little, not to the king, not to Jon, simply to the truth. Robert thumped Jon's shoulder in what he considered affection and nearly knocked him into the wall. We will make a proper courtier of you, he said, not unkind and not with any idea of how large and ridiculous the idea sounded. The house moved like a thing startled and then capable. It began to behave as houses do when a departure is planned and a route is laid in a mind with a crown on it. The steward's chalk moved along slates. The cook put meats in barrels they would not come out of until they were far from where they had been killed. Boys who had never seen the southern sun talked as if they had and pretended not to mind when the veteran men told them that sun is only sun and a poor thing to be in love with. Jon walked through the bustle and felt it pass around him as if he carried a shape now that the motion of people recognized. Sansa was radiant with a quiet taken from the idea of the South rather than the thing itself, and her radiance, like all such glows, made her a little untouchable. She let Joffrey talk to her with exaggerated grace and allowed the queen to smile upon her with the carefulness one affords a cat that might decide to shred one's hands for reasons of its own. Arya boiled because boiling is what she did when told to be still. She crept into the tack room and sat with the leather to remind herself that hands can make useful things while castles make plans. Bran argued passionately with a mason about whether the stones in the yard were older than the stones in the walls, and both were happy with the argument in the way of men who talk of old things they cannot truly know and like better not knowing. Jon found Jaime again without meaning to, and the Lannister knight looked at him as if measuring a man who had become an object, a pin in a board. South, Jaime said, as if tasting a thing before he decided whether it had gone off. The city will either flatten you underfoot or sharpen you. It is not very good at in-between. Is any city? Jon asked to see if he could shape the words of such men in his mouth, and Jaime looked pleased again, faintly. You learn quick, he said. Do that. Learn quick. Don't believe the wrong things too long. Don't believe the right things too certainly. He flicked his gaze toward the hall where the queen had gone. And if a woman is too beautiful, speak to the plainest old man at her elbow first. You will learn more useful truths. That sounds like a riddle, Jon said. It is, Jaime said without apology, and walked away so that Jon would have to finish the riddle without help. That night, the castle did what castles do before a great leaving. It remembered itself loudly, as if trying on its own voice to be sure it could be recognized at a distance. Men drank and sang, and some wept in corners and were not mocked by better men. Old Nan told a story in the kitchen because the kitchen is where stories belong most. and the girls who cut vegetables made their knives move in time to it as if the story were a song. Jon sat on a low stool and let the sound go through him, a river of winter stories that smelled of parsnip and smoke. He slept badly at first and then with a weight that surprised him. In the gray hour, he dreamed again. This time the sea made itself plain. He walked along black stone that had been melted into beast shapes before men asked it to be a keep. The wind was sharp and had in it salt and something else less nameable, a spice of the world's own making. He knew his own steps. He did not wonder how he had come to be there any more than a man wonders how he has come to be in his own thoughts. He entered a gap where stone teeth leaned toward one another like old men in argument, and went down. The heat rose gently, not as the harsh heat of a forge does, but in the manner of a slow-breathing beast asleep. He followed it until he came to the chamber he had seen in that other dream, the hollow within the rock where the air trembled without flame. There stood, as before, the shape that made all other shapes a kind of child's toy around it, a skull as large as a house. The bone was black not with paint but with age and the soot of the world's old fires. Its eye sockets were caverns. Its teeth were a line of mountains. The palate arched like a bridge. He could not tell whether he saw it as it had been in life or as men had remade it in their imagination with all their fear and longing added. He did not know if it mattered. He had thought, seeing pictures in Lewin's books, that he would be frightened by this thing. He was not frightened. He felt a pressure in his chest as if his ribs had been carefully spread apart to make room. Something in him rose to meet this skull with approval, not worship. Approval as one gives a craft well done, or a truth honestly said without threat. The air thrummed. It is a foolish word for it, but no better lies to hand. The sound was the memory of sound. He felt more than heard a breath move through his own lungs that was not entirely his. He put a hand. Sansa and Arya would go south with their father because to leave both would be to offend the king, and because to leave neither would be to snub him, and because daughters are coins men exchange to oil the gears of kingdoms. Robb would remain. Catelyn would remain. Bran pleaded until he was told the word was no, and then pleaded more because he was a boy and the world has not taught boys quickly enough about the weight of no. Jon did not plead. He had pledged already. He asked one question only, whether Ghost would go with him. "Do not ask the king," Eddard said, weary of the future. "Ask the queen. Ask her with your conduct. If the wolf is no trouble before we leave, there is a chance she will ignore him when we go. If he is trouble, she will find satisfaction in telling you to make him follow you to the gate and then send him back without you. Do not give her that pleasure." "Ghost," Jon said later, crouched with his hand on the wolf's ribs, "you are to be a whisper." Ghost looked at him as if to say that was what he had always been and men were only now noticing. In the afternoon, Cersei Lannister found a warm patch of sun near the south wall and staked it with her gaze as if setting a standard. Jon passed near because the yard was a common country and he had something to fetch. She let him pass and then called his name in the quietest voice that could still be called a voice. "Lord Stark," she said, and the addition clung to his ear longer than the first part of his name had. He turned and found her looking at him with a calm so well made, he might have believed she had no other kind. "Your Grace," he said, and kept his gaze steady not as defiance but as a kind of respect. "You have a beautiful animal," she observed, eyeing Ghost with an interest that had no affection in it. "He does not seem to mind the cold." "He minds it less than men do," Jon said. "Perhaps he is not clever enough to fear what ought to be feared." The queen smiled at Ghost with what would have passed for kindness if shown to a person. The South would make him unhappy. Jon did not answer because there were too many answers, any one of which could be seen as insolence. She seemed to appreciate the restraint as evidence of training. "You must be glad of your new name," she said. "I am certain it sits upon you like a well-cut garment." Her own garments fell just so. No seam dared shift under her disapproval. "Do be careful," she added conversationally, as if advising a boy to remember to drink water on a hot day. "Names cut. They make the wearer bleed as often as they protect him." "I will remember," Jon said, because there was no good word for what he felt under the gaze of this woman. "Do," she said, and her attention slid away from him like a blade returning to its sheath. Jon felt a weight lift that he had not noticed alighting. He found Sansa in the shade later, making the sort of small stitches that pass for prayer in households where the gods are as practical as they are old. She had arranged her face into serenity in a way that made Jon hurt a little. He had seen serenity in Catelyn and in the Queen and in the carved faces in the crypts. He would have liked to see his sister's real face this once before it was asked to be something else for long. "You will see songs," he said by way of greeting that did not demand she drop the serenity to greet him. "You will see the singers who made them." She smiled and did not lift her eyes from her needle. "I think the singers changed the songs to suit the city," she said. "They must. The streets are not wide enough for the stories we have in our heads." "Then you will teach them a northern verse," Jon said, and Sansa's smile deepened. A private acknowledgement that she liked the notion, though she would not say so plainly. He sat a little while and watched the thread go in and out through linen. It was the sort of watching that steadies a mind. When he rose, he kissed the crown of her head because that is the place brothers are permitted to put their feelings when there are others in the room. On the last day, a rider came up the road at speed and slid from his saddle as if his legs were obliged to keep riding without him. He had a letter with 2 seals like a fat beetle and a poor idea of how to keep his breath while speaking. Luwin took the letter with the careful hands of a man reluctant to break 2 pieces of wax that would never exist again in that form. The king broke them in a heartbeat with his thumb. "What now?" Robert asked of the paper as if it were a man he could fight. He read and swore once, briefly, and tossed the letter toward Eddard, who caught it with a hand too used to catching knives thrown by the world. "Stannis?" the king said in a tone that contrived to be both dismissive and grudgingly respectful. "He writes to complain that the sea is wet and that Dragonstone is damp and that the men there are as dull as their wives. He writes, too, that there is heat where there ought to be none in the bowels of his accursed castle, that the candles in the lower passages will burn without being lit if they are left on a certain shelf. He says some foolish mason has done something to wake up the island. He says it like a man says the table has come alive and asked for wine. Dragonstone is a volcano." Luwin murmured more to the table than the king, out of habit. "You will remember what I told you," he added to Jon with a sideways look. "Stannis cannot marry the island to the sea by will. It was wetting itself long before men put walls on it." Robert snorted. "Stannis wants me to send him money for repairs and a dragon to keep him company." He looked around as if expecting a dragon to oblige. "If a dragon turns up, tell it to wait in the yard and I will bring out ale and let it crown me king of fools." "You don't like Dragonstone," Jaime said lazily from where he lounged with his back to a pillar and a cup at his lips that did not seem interested in traveling far. "No man likes the damp," Robert answered. "I like a fire and a wench and a boar that thinks he can escape me and does not. I like the hall lit all around where I can see who is thinking of killing me and make a point of killing him first. Dragonstone is a church to the old ghosts of men with bad ideas. If it burns from the inside and drops into the sea, I will not cry." Jon did not speak. He had seen in his sleep what the king mocked. He was not jealous of the truth he possessed that Robert did not. He only held it and felt its heat. The letter passed from Eddard to Luwin and back into the world of the king's annoyance, which is a place all letters must go sooner or later. Ghost spent the last dark before dawn restless as a child who knows the road is waiting. He stood 3 times and went to the door and stood with his head low and his tail align, and each time Jon rose and touched him and said nothing. When light began not so much to arrive as to peel the night back in strips, the castle was already stirring. Men do not wait for dawn to make departures. They drag the day out of the east with their clatter. Jon saddled the brown courser that liked to pretend he had other things to do whenever a bridle was presented to him. He soothed the horse with a voice so low even he did not hear the words he used. Robb came and hugged him hard enough to make his ribs complain and then hugged him harder. Arya wrapped herself around his waist as if she were a strip of cloth. Sansa kissed his cheek briefly and did not cry where anyone could see. Bran brought him a bundle of things the boy had decided were necessary for any man going anywhere. twine and a knife whose edge still remembered a whetstone and 3 nails and a handful of dried apple slices, and Jon took them as if presented with golden cups. Catelyn came last and did not touch him. She stood within the reach of the old distance and said, "Write when you can. Do not send trivialities. Do not be silent too long." It was a fair wisdom to offer any son, legitimate or otherwise. He bowed his head in thanks because that gesture was older than both of them. Eddard made his farewells with a steady eye. He was a man who had rehearsed them all night in a private place and would not get another chance to keep the tears caught behind his lashes if he let one go. "You will mind me," he said to his own voice, barely audible. "And the king," he added more loudly. "And your own best sense," he finished, which was the only command he could give that would remain when the king's commands were ended and his own a memory. They rode out. The gates of Winterfell took them in and let them go. The walls narrowed the world and then widened it. The air beyond the walls was a different air, and Jon smelled in it the iron of the road, the sweat of horses, the old ash of campfires gone to gray along the paths of men gone before. He did not look back. He had the sense that if he looked, he would step into the habit of looking and the road would lessen. He kept his eyes where the road went. The first days were the good kind of hard, as any man who has ridden with a large party knows. They made slow miles that felt like quick ones because there were new faces to arrange in the mind and new voices to learn the meanings of. Ghost found the edges of the column and became its border, loping quietly ahead to say the earth did not end around the next bend and falling back to remind Jon he had not gone. Felt he could not, though the freedom of the wild pulled at him with its soft, constant hand. Jon learned the ways of kings on the road. How they stopped when they wished and the world must find an excuse to pretend it had wanted to stop there anyway. How cooks learned to make a soup into a story. How soldiers learned every word for mud and curse to keep from having to say the one that would draw blood. He learned, too, the ways of queens. How they made camp into court with a chair and a look and a toe laid just so upon a footstool. How their women carried news the way bees carry pollen, gathering it from one blossom and laying it down upon the next without ever having to explain where flowers end and honey begins. On the third night, there was a mishap that will be named in different ways depending upon who tells it. The king's dogs found a scent that was not the scent the huntsmaster had given them. They found it pleasing and disobedient. They pulled free and half the camp chased after an animal it would not have wanted to catch if it had caught it. A boy went down under hoof and rose again slow, and the leg he rose upon was not as it had been. Jon was there not because he had chased, but because he had been the one standing in the place the boy fell into. He eased him up with the care one would use for glass under wool. The boy tried to laugh and couldn't, and then tried to cry and wouldn't, and made instead a sound that no one should have to make twice in a life. "Hold him," Luwin said, arriving as if conjured by the god of broken things. "Hold him without pity and without fear. Pity makes hands soft. Fear makes them shake." Jon did. He made his hands become a chair the boy could sit upon. The maester set the bone back where it belonged with a noise that made Theon turn away and lose his wine into a bush. The boy fainted, which was a mercy. Luwin splinted the limb with 2 slats that had been meant for a coop. "It will knit crooked if he lies," the maester said to the air, and to the boy when he would wake. "And if he walks too eagerly, it will unknit itself like bad cloth. Nothing in this world is more like stubborn thread than bone." He patted Jon's shoulder without looking at him. "You did well." The queen rode by just then. The hem of her cloak turned up to spare it the mud it was born into. She looked at the boy and then at Jon and then at the maester and calculated how many tears the scene had already won. "Ensure he is taken to the wagon reserved for the wounded," she said to no one in particular, which is how queens avoid being disobeyed, and continued on. That night Jon lay on his cloak beneath a thin stand of trees and watched the sky through a mesh of branches. Ghost lay across his feet like a friendly weight. He thought about the skull and the heat and the letter read and mocked and set aside. He thought of Stannis, a man he had never seen and somehow believed he knew, the sort who will be right until he is dead of it. He thought of King's Landing and of walls built not to keep the world out, but to keep 1,000 different wants inside without letting them kill their owner. He fell asleep with the idea in him that a thing is not made smaller by being far away. It is only given a chance to prove it is not a god. They came to a river whose banks had remembered spring even when spring had not. The water went along the land with a good-humored chatter and a very bad smell on its left side where some farmer had dumped a mystery. The king forded in the shallow place because he was bored, though a perfectly good bridge crouched a mile down. The men cheered because they needed to please him and because getting wet in a crowd is better than getting wet alone. Joffrey made a face at his boots and lifted them from his stirrups to keep them from the water. His horse took this as a personal insult and tried to teach him only the earth can hold a man up. Jon watched with a neutrality he had worked on all morning. When they set camp, Joffrey drifted toward Jon as if without intent and then stood in front of him as if the two of them had always meant to be in that exact place. His chin was a little lifted. People who have been told they are handsome lift their chins as if waiting for the air to kiss them. "You've ridden in the wet before," Joffrey said as if awarding a prize. "Before," Jon agreed. "It doesn't suit," Joffrey said. "It makes men look like drowned cats. You wouldn't want to be taken for a cat." "Only by mice," Jon said, and Joffrey blinked, unsure whether he'd been insulted or included in a joke not designed to make him look good. "You're coming to the city," Joffrey said after a moment, having decided to proceed as if the world had smiled upon him. "You'll like it. There are places a boy can learn things they would never teach him here." He made this sound like a sin, a virtue, and a recipe for pie. "Then I'll learn," Jon said. Joffrey's face wrinkled with irritation at the noncommittal. "You talk like my uncle," he said, "which is to say you say very little and think you have said much." "At least one of us is generous," Jon said, and Ghost lifted his head at the change in his tone and showed a little tooth. "Not much, just enough to remind the day it had teeth on its edges too." "You should keep that beast out of the king's way," Joffrey said quickly, drawing a step back he would deny having taken if asked tomorrow. "Mother says pets are for children." "Mother says you are a child," Arya observed, materializing like a small wether. "She says it whenever you leave a room." Joffrey went red enough to make the river blush. "You are a little, Arya," Sansa snapped, appearing in the world a breath slower than her sister and bringing with her all the purpose of a bell. "You will be kind. Joffrey is our guest." "He is not our anything," Arya said, and would have gone on to improve upon this line, but Jon put a hand on her arm and squeezed, and Arya, who had learned from men with swords if she learned nothing else, recognized a signal and stopped. "We ride," Jon said to Ghost, who was not impressed by men's quarrels unless they involved meat. They did, and the camp breathed out a little as the little weather passed over it. In the night, the dream came again, altered by motion. He went down the stone throat no slower and no faster than before, but this time when he reached the Hall of the Skull he found himself thinking not of the bone, not of what had died to leave such magnitude, but of what sort of shape must have once enclosed it, what wing this rib belonged to, what beating that dark heart had taught the air to endure. He stood before the mountain of bone and felt within him not worship still, not quite, but a joining. A liking for Eddard set his face south and did not look right or left. The king made a show of indecision and then followed the road he had already chosen, because kings have to be seen to decide. On a far hill a rider watched. Jon noticed because Ghost noticed and because boys who sleep with wolves learn to take their curiosity from animals as well as men. The rider sat his horse easily and did not move for a long time. When the party passed beyond the slope and trees ate the hill, the rider was gone. It might have been any man. It might have been no one. Jon stored the sight and did not tell a story about it to himself. They camped that night in a little elbow of green in a country that had known too much marching and still offered soft ground, as if believing men can only learn by generosity. The fires went up. The meat went on. Luwin rubbed the twist in his neck that came of writing letters on horseback. Eddard sat with his cup and did not drink much of it. The king sang and laughed and told a story with a woman in it that caused half the camp to lean nearer and the other half to pretend to be made of stone. Jon walked toward the edge because edges always called him. He stood looking into the dark as if it were water, and a shape rose in him as the skull rises from stone. A house built of black rock and stubborn thought, sitting in a sea that does not respect houses. He felt for a moment as if he could close his eyes and put his hand upon that bone again. He did not close his eyes. He stayed with the world he was in and thought, not for the first time. If a thing is waiting for me, it will wait. If it is only my mind making a lantern out of darkness, it will light me a little while and then I will be in the dark again. And that is no harm. Ghost pressed his nose into Jon's palm and huffed. Jon smiled without showing his teeth. He looked back toward the camp, where the king had finally let his women pull him toward sleep, and where Eddard had gone to make a bed of words with his daughters about how not to be afraid of streets that do not sound like snow when you walk them. He thought of Catelyn looking from a window toward the north as if that were a person she might yet persuade to come in for warmth. He thought of Winterfell's stones letting the day into their worn places, as if stone could make a small room for the last footsteps that had crossed it. He thought of Luwin's finger upon an old ink drawing. He thought of a man named Stannis in a hall that was all corners and salt and the sting of hot rock, scowling at a candle that burned with no flame and no wick, lit simply by being stood upon the right shelf. Jon lay down and slept a good soldier's sleep, because a man must take what sleep he can get when he can get it. He dreamed, of course. He dreamed of heat in a place where no hearth had ever been set by men, and of a skull that felt like a promise more than a threat. He dreamed of an island that had been chosen by a family because it matched the shape of their minds and their hungers, and he dreamed, too, of the godswood and of a white face in a white trunk and the old red tears upon it. He dreamed of both together, as if the roots of the heart tree reached as far as Dragonstone and found some company there in the older heat. It did not make sense. It did not have to. He slept, and when he woke he was closer to the city and farther from the place he had begun. By the time they came upon the first true line of the Blackwater, thin and sullen in the distance under a low sky, the city's smell had already come out to meet them. A complexity of river rot, spice, waste, and 100,000 lives rubbing up against stone and one another. The king's face changed where he sat his horse. He became larger and less careful, as if his very outline had loosened. Eddard's face changed also, going still and sharper. The queen's did not change. It would change later when she chose, and in a mirror, in a quiet room where changes could be put on and taken off like a gown. When the city rose, it rose all at once. A bristle of towers and roofs and smoke crossing smoke in the air. A sweep of wall that might have kept out an army if an army had thought to be patient. The red keep was the crown of it, bleeding color into a sky that wanted none of it. Jon felt his breath go shallow, and then even again because he told it to. He told himself many things he could not remember after. They entered by a gate that had seen too many men and no longer took any interest in them. The press of the streets took their measure and jostled their elbows. Cries hawked things no one should buy, things no one should sell, and a few fine things that would be too easily forgotten by people who could not tell a good thing when they held it. The court snaked through as best it could. The city merely made a knot around it and then let the knot dissolve. Jon kept Ghost at his knee and his head very straight. He saw everything and stared at nothing. He found, unexpectedly, that he was not unhappy. The city felt like a promise and a threat, both honest. He was old enough to prefer honesty. They climbed the hill to the Red Keep. Men in livery whose main labor was to look as if they had always stood where they stood drew back their spears. The gates admitted the king as if he were a sort of weather to be endured. They crossed a yard as unlovely as the inside of a cookpot and then another as fine as a jewel, because that was the way of places where kings live. They cannot tell whether they are a market or an altar, and so they insist upon being both. Jon did not expect to be led into the depths of the keep on the first day. He expected rooms and proprieties and the setting down and taking up of bags. He did not expect the king to say, "Come," and to be carried along in the tide of men who followed him down, and then further again. The torches made a different light here. The air cooled at first and then warmed in an odd close way that made the nose believe there were kitchens nearby when there were none. In the skull room, the air was not warm. It was whatever air is where memory has become architecture. Torches guttered and then caught, and the first curve of a jaw appeared, and then another, and then 3 and 4 and a line of them into the half-dark like a procession in reverse. Balerion's skull did not require a torch to find it. The eye wants to look into the largest hollow. The skull made the room its size and the men in it its smallness, the way mountains make men feel or the sea. Robert, who had laughed at Stannis's letter, who had mocked Dragonstone as if the island were a man he could silence with a shove, went quiet here. He lifted a torch higher, not in display but in the dumb respect people have when something large and old is in the room. He did not speak Lyanna's name, because the skull did not belong to the girl and the girl did not belong to the skull. He looked all the same as if the bone and the lost girl stood together in his mind whether he had meant them to or not. "Monsters," someone said behind Jon softly. "Reminders," someone else answered, perhaps Luwin, perhaps the idea of him. Jon stepped closer because his feet did not belong to fear and because he had already been in a room like this in his sleep. The bone had a different light here, touched by pitch and the soot of torches and men's attention. It was the same bone. It was the same shape. Inside him, the matching place rose like a hand being held up in a crowded square. He put his palm upon the bone. If the king saw, he did not scold him. If the queen saw, she calculated whether this small disobedience would be useful to her and decided to save her scolding for a day when it would spend dearer. The skull was cool. The coolness had its own life in it, as a stone pulled from a stream will hold water in its pores. Jon stood there and let his own heat be stolen and given back, in pulses. He thought he felt another pulse in that exchange, slower and more patient than any man's. He thought of the dream. He thought of the letter. He did not say any of those thoughts aloud. He held them as a man holds a warm stone in his pocket when walking a long way, for comfort, for company, perhaps also for luck. When they came up at last into the light again, the city hammered the afternoon upon their heads with the industry of it. The king went to be adorned by his own people. The queen went to count her enemies while letting them count themselves. Eddard went to a chamber that had been made to listen to honest talk and would pretend to. Jon stood in a place between rooms and breathed. Ghost brushed his hand and then settled somewhere he could not be trodden and would see the whole hall with one of those red eyes and ignore it with the other. The wolf's calm steadied Jon more than a century of statues could have. He went to the window and watched the city go about its business as if it had no idea that kings ever died. He thought, as the sun lowered and set fire to every pane of glass and puddle of water, that the old heat waited as the old cold always had. He thought of roots and of basalt, of bone and of blood, of ink and of names, and of the way a word, once spoken in a hall, becomes stone, heavy, hard to lift, and very useful for building things with or throwing through windows. He thought, without fear, if there is a thing that calls me, I will know it by its patience. I will not run to it and I will not run from it. I will walk. The day closed its hand. The city became a different creature, made of lamps and whispers and the creak of ships settling in their berths. Jon lay on a bed in a room that had been given to him because the king had given him a name, and bedchambers follow names the way shadows follow men. He closed his eyes and did not think of the skull to make himself dream of it. He thought instead of the gods wood and the pool and the cold in that place that felt warm in its honesty. He slept and dreamed it all the same. The hall within the earth, the slow breath of a thing that had once filled the sky, the recognition that went both ways, the absence of fear. In the morning he woke to a city already in motion and his own name said by a boy at the door who had been trained to say it in just the proper way. No familiarity, no distance, a tone 1 degree warmer than the one in which he would announce a platter of soup. He rose and dressed and put his hand automatically to Ghost's head, and Ghost leaned into the hand and blinked as if he could see daylight with his eyes shut. There were corridors to learn and courtyards to be wary of and men with pinched mouths to avoid and others with honest eyes to win, if that could be done. There were rooms where the air smelled of honeyed wine and clove and bad counsel, and there were rooms where the stone underfoot had been worn by generations of useful shoes and might yet forgive another pair. There were paths that led down. He would go down again when the world was not watching, or perhaps when it was. He had time. He had breath. He had a wolf with good sense. He had a name that cut and warmed and weighed. He had, beneath all that, the steady part of himself he had carried in a castle of stone before any man with a crown had said a word to change him. He went to find his father. He went to stand beside the man in a room where the king would make his friend into a tool and call it honor, and the friend would call it duty, and the room would be pleased with itself for agreeing about these old lies. He went because some rooms must have more than one true thing in them if they are not to become crooked beyond repair. He went, and Ghost, a shadow turned to light, went with him, silent as heat under stone. The city woke him before the sun did, not with birds or bells but with the tap and rattle of 100 hands on 100 shutters, with buckets hoisted, with the slap of water thrown and the quick curses that follow when it splashes back. He lay listening to it reshape the morning into something with corners. The Red Keep kept its own hours but could not keep the city out of its bones. The sound came up through stone as if the hill itself had become a drum. Ghost raised his head without moving his body, eyes like coals set deep in a banked fire. Jon reached from the bed and rubbed the fur between the wolf's ears where it grew slightly wiry, as if it had decided softness would be an indulgence here. The room had been measured out for him by someone who understood a young man's dignity. Not grand enough to be ridiculous, not mean enough to insult. There was a window cut toward the northeast where morning came late but steady, a table scratched by someone else's knife a year ago, a pitcher of water that tasted faintly of iron. He dressed slowly and experienced, as he had twice already since arriving, the small ritual of pulling on a tunic under a thought that had not yet become old. My name has changed, my hands have not. He tightened his belt and watched that thought turn into a smile he did not show to anyone. By the time he reached the passage that led to the hands solar, the keep's servants had begun their quiet procession. There was a way to be invisible in a corridor while carrying 3 loaves of bread. There was a way to be present while carrying nothing but a glance. He recognized both in the women who moved around him, their baskets covered, their mouths set. He nodded to a guard who nearly nodded back and then remembered he had been told to forget faces. The memory of remembering passed over his eyes like a cloud. Eddard was alone when Jon came in, though the quiet he sat in was the quiet after voices have left, not the kind that belongs to empty rooms. He had his elbows on the table, which meant the night had been long. The light on his face made him look, perversely, younger. In Weary Men, a low sun wipes away some of the lines it has carved. Jon sat and waited for that level portion of his father's attention that he had always counted on. A still pool into which he could lower a question without making ripples big enough to attract sharks. "The city is a mouth," Eddard said without lifting his head. "You feed it and it remains hungry. You ignore it and it chews on its own tongue." He wiped a hand over his jaw and looked at Jon properly. "You slept. As a man who rode for days sleeps," Jon said, "like a stone rolled into the right hollow. That is better than a man who sat through his second council," Eddard answered, and made a small grimace that was only barely a smile turned inward. "Men can make a weapon out of nothing, if you give them a table and a grievance. Did you walk the yard?" "I watched it," Jon said, "from a high place. Watching is good when your legs do not want to be ordered." "They will always want to be ordered," Eddard said, but without rebuke. "Choose who does it." He reached to the side without looking and found a folded scrap of parchment that had been keeping company with the larger stacks. He pushed it across. "Stannis writes again. The king is bored of the letters and bored of Stannis. I am not bored of either. I am only worried about the habit the world has of laughing at a thing until it becomes real." Jon read. The hand was precise, the words sparing. Someone had written what the world was doing without asking permission of the world. "Heat without flame, candles conserve themselves. Relight if set upon appropriate sills. The lower galleries have spoiled. Food sweetens and then rots in hours. Sound carries oddly. Men sleep poorly. The dogs will not come down past the second stair. The smith complains his iron sings where it did not. If this is anything to do with your city, do something. If not, do something anyway." "Luwin says volcano," Jon said, as much to test the word in this light as to inform. "He does," Eddard answered. "And I say, it is a good day when a man's learning gives him a name for his fear. Names are handles, but a named thing can still break your back." He let out a breath and let the talk of Dragonstone sit between them like another man at the table. I am supposed to go congratulate the Master of Coin on discovering gold he has not discovered yet. It will take him a month to spend it. It will take us 10 years to find it again. Should I waste time with you later? Jon asked. Or now? It was impertinent only if a stranger said it. Later, Eddard said, and at once the room became easier. Go to Syrio. If he looks like a cat that has lapped from a dish he should not, do not ask him what the dish was. Just let him run you through his paces and get your lungs sore, and remember everything. When it comes time to forget, it will be your decision. The Red Keep had a training terrace the sun found first and forgot last. It was not grand. Men tired better on humble stone, but it had seen kings as squires and squires who later cut kings down. Syrio Farrell took up the space as if the stone had learned to move into his steps. Arya was there already, hair tied up with a strip of old linen that had decided against prettiness years ago. You are late, Syrio said, not with severity but as if making certain the day had been named correctly. That is good. To be late is to be embarrassed. To be embarrassed is to sweat. To sweat is to learn. He put a wooden sword in Jon's hand and made Jon turn it until it sat in his fingers like a thought he would not want to misplace. You have weight, he said. Put it where it belongs. Not in the blade. Not in your shoulders. In your feet. He stamped his own foot once lightly as if waking the stone. Arya bounced on her toes like a small weather vane testing the wind. They danced then, because that was the only word a man could use for the shapes Syrio asked of them without making a fool of himself. It was not the heavy clatter of the winter yard. It was the soft meeting of wood and wood, the hiss of breath, the quick correction of wrists. Syrio's voice was the entire coastline of bravos, alternately amused and exact. You are too fond of your left, to Jon, which is honorable and idiotic. It will get your right killed, to Arya. Your eyes are arguing with your feet again. Have you two even been introduced? They worked until Jon felt the burned sweetness at the back of his throat. That means the body has become the instrument it is meant to be. He made a last pass and Syrio smacked his wrist so neatly he felt the correction with gratitude rather than shame. Good, Syrio said, not as praise but as information. He turned to Arya. You come again later, with shoes that do not argue with the floor. He turned to Jon and the smile that crossed his mouth was not softness. You are a boy who has learned to hide inside himself with some skill. The city will try to teach you to hide inside other people. That is a worse habit. Do not let it. I will hide inside this, Arya said, flourishing the wooden sword, and this will hide inside me. So much promise, Syrio said, delighted and resigned in the same breath. Go and make a mess somewhere else, or the queen will make me teach her also, and then we will both die. He learned the decent trick of moving quickly when something seemed to need a boy and then finding it was of no consequence. He learned the indecent trick of staying and learning anyway. He stood with 2 footmen in the cool of a stairwell and watched the small council pass, not as statues but as men moving through air. Renly liked to treat corridors as if they were pleasant friends who might scold him if he did not flatter them. Peter Baelish glanced at Jon once and had the courtesy to look, briefly, as if he had been caught at it. Varys drifted like the memory of a conversation. Jon thought of men as instruments and tried to hear the sound each was built to make. He put that away for later. Later came quickly. He had not known the keep had so many ways to be overheard. A window cut deep into the wall led to another and then to a little latchery where servants used to fetch hand towels for some long-dead lord with weak hands. Voices fell down that well like coins. Jon did not set out to be a listener but found that he was one anyway. The voices were careful, not because someone might hear them, but because they had learned care and it had not left them. If the North takes this ill, we will have a crown that points the wrong way, a man said with a soft Riverlands drawl he had disguised and not quite disguised enough. Even a name can be a threat if it sits on the wrong set of shoulders. We have more immediate crowns to worry about, another voice answered, amused. Do not multiply wolves. We have lions enough. The boy is not the problem, a third voice said, a whisper that was not Varys and not him. The problem is that he knows he is a boy. Boys like that insist upon becoming men. That is always a nuisance to someone. Jon left before he had to decide which of the voices could cut him if he turned. Ghost's head bumped his knee once in what Jon had learned to recognize not as alarm but as confirmation. Yes, you heard what you thought you heard. No, you do not have to pretend to me that you did not. The day bent itself around Eddard's oath-taking like iron around a mold. Jon watched his father kneel and rise as if the floor itself had asked for the courtesy. He watched a room write its own idea of honesty onto a man who would bring his own honesty and not notice the difference until it was too late. The king, hung over on triumph and wine both, looked pleased with his handiwork. The queen looked pleased with the inevitability of hers. The hall had enough light in it to expose dust and secrets and honor, and the dust made no complaints about being seen. After, the keep relaxed into the special kind of business that follows solemnity. Men who had kept their faces stiff let their mouths find them again. A musician risked a tune on a high pipe. A servant nearly spilled a bowl of pomegranates and saved it in a disaster that made everyone feel the gods had smiled. Jon was on the edge of that when a dossur of shadow separated itself from a pillar and flowed toward him. Varys, when he moved without being looked at, was less a man than a change in the light. "You look at the skulls with patient eyes," he said conversationally, as if asking after the weather. "That is a distinction one seldom sees in a boy. They are usually greedy to be frightened or not frightened." "I am greedy for breath," Jon said. "The skullroom steals and gives it. That is enough for me." Varys rolled his lips together as if tasting the words and finding them palatable. "Your father will do his honest best," he said. "The city will do its ambitious worst. When the two meet, they will call it fate. Your talent, Lord Stark, will be recognizing the difference." "It is my father's talent," Jon said. "Alas," Varys answered, hands fluttering briefly and then settling. "It is not enough to be the son of a man who sees. You must open your own eyes. My advice to you costs nothing. Do not believe every truth you are told simply because it would be convenient if it were true. And do be kind to your sister, the pretty one." "All my sisters are pretty," Jon said, and Varys gave a little sigh as if a pupil had earned his bread for the day and could be left to his sums. In the afternoon, the courtyard tried out the shape of a brawl and then thought better of it, which meant young men remembered who they had been told to be and older men did not have to remind them. Joffrey had a blade he should not have had without a master at his elbow. He wore it like a conclusion and let it knock against the railings as if that were the way one learns to keep iron. He found Jon with the kind of intention that wants to be mistaken for accident. "I'm writing later," he said by way of greeting a lesser star. "The water gardens are tiresome, but the road there is not. I could show you the lakes." "I like the sea," Jon said, which had the mild cruelty of irrelevance. Joffrey looked toward the east as if he could see the Narrows from the courtyard. "The sea is for sailors," he sniffed. "My uncle says men carve kingdoms on land." "Your uncle's hand knows the rope as well as the rein," Jon said, because he had watched and because he knew which Uncle Joffrey meant by the faint contempt in the word. "He is careful with both." "I did not ask your opinion of my uncle," Joffrey said, color rising along his cheekbones, a becoming and damning blush. "I asked whether you can sit a horse without embarrassing the men who taught you." "You did not ask," Jon said. "You announced. It is not the same." Ghost breathed in, breathed out, untroubled by princely tempers. He let Joffrey look into the wolf's eyes long enough to feel the recognition of a creature that does not accept pretense. The recognition did not last. Joffrey looked away. "Come if you like," he said with forced carelessness. "Or don't. It is the same to me." It was not the same. Jon let him keep the lie. Young men must be allowed their scaffolding. The ride to the water gardens was a minor procession. Too many guards for safety, too many hangers-on for comfort, a cardigan of dust settling on silk. The road unwound across patches of stubborn green and sullen brown as if someone had forgotten tea. "Oh, knit part of the countryside." Joffrey pushed his horse too hard and then eased it. Not because he cared for the beast, but because a squire murmured to him, and he recalled that he would rather be thought a good rider than an inconsiderate one. Sansa sat beautiful upon her horse, and Arya sat behind Syrio like a crow that had decided to try being a hawk. Jon kept an even pace and let the afternoon do what afternoons do here. It thickened and then burst into gold that made every guttering lamp of water look richer than it was. They reached a pool that pretended it was a lake while the river looked away politely. The queen arrived late, as if she had been offended by time and decided to punish it by making us wait. She stepped down onto the grass with an ease that made the grass look negligent for not growing higher to meet her. She watched her son offer a hand to Sansa and did not smile at the correctness of it. She only noted, perhaps, whether he had looked at someone else while making his bow. Jon stood with Ghost a little apart and listened to the water go over its own stones. Cersei drifted toward him eventually, not because she needed to speak, but because she had noticed the shape his distance made in the scene and wanted to put a thumb into it. "Your wolf is cleaner than most of my husband's friends," she said, apparently to the water. "I am grateful for small mercies." "He licks himself," Jon answered, a reply so plain it risked offense. But the queen enjoyed honest cheek more than clumsy flattery, if the cheek belonged to the right person and no one else saw her enjoy it. She tilted her head a fraction. "You have a talent," she said. "You do not look as if you are listening, and then you know a thing before other men notice it was there to be known. To be careful with that. People will mistake it for stealth and punish you for it." "If I am to be punished," Jon said, "I should prefer it be for something I have actually done." The queen's mouth made something near to a smile and then changed its mind. "Then do better or worse things," she said, "but do them as if you meant it." She left him with that, and he kept it because he had been given little by her that was not a warning. That night the skulls pulled him as the gods would had always pulled him at home. There was daring to it, yes, but the larger part of the daring was the willingness to admit he wanted to be there. He took a lamp and took Ghost and took his time. The guards at the first stair watched him pass and remembered that men with names go where men without names do not. The guards at the second stair had the sense to be carving their initials with a knife and thus not notice anything they should not. The air carried old ash. The very stones seemed to put their hands near the little flame as he went. When the skulls emerged from the dark, it was like seeing a mountain after a fog. He felt the same rise in his chest as the first time. He doubted he would stop feeling it even if he came every night for a year. Ghost stood with one paw slightly lifted, not in fear but in respect, which surprised Jon more than anything. He set the lamp out of the way of the skull's breath, ridiculous thought, and reached up. He laid his palm just where the ridge above the eye socket met a plane of bone worn faintly smooth by time and men and perhaps the idea of a hand. The cool of it met him, not stingingly but with a patience that had nothing to do with kindness. He did not hope for voices. He did not hear any. He thought of heat moving through rock many miles distant and of men with careful hands placing candles on a sill and learning that their spell did not belong to them. He stood and breathed and after a time became tired of standing and sat with his back against Balerion's jaw. It felt, here was the oddest thing of all. It felt something like a bench in the godswood when he was 10. He laughed softly into his sleeve, not to keep the sound from any inhabitant of the room, but because the shape of the laughter required it. "Do you think the dead see the living?" he asked Ghost, who did not even do him the politeness of tilting an ear toward either skulls or boy. The wolf looked at the dark between the torches and watched it for him. He left when the oil began to move lower in the lamp and the edges of the room came closer. At the door, he turned back and had the childish impulse to bow. He did not. He gave the skull the respect of being too old for his bows and went up into the warmer dark. The next day brought work into the shape of errands. Eddard sent him with a letter to a smith whose name sounded pleasant to say aloud. The streets were still a riddle, but their answers were less confounding when a man had a task. Tobo Mott's forge hid in the smell of Tanner's urine and came out of it glowing. The smith's arms were as dark as the inside of a kiln. His hair had made its peace with smoke long ago. He looked at the seal on the letter, at Jon's face, at Ghost, in that order, and nodded because nodding is how men accept their fate in small things. "Sit," he said, and Jon did, because the economy of the word offered both command and chair. Mott opened the letter, read again, and set it down with clean hands he had not bothered to clean. "Your father asks a question I will not answer in a letter anyone might read later," he said. "So I will not answer it in any letter. And yet he deserves an answer. The person who knows it is not here." He jerked his chin toward the inner shop as if that could be a person. He spoke with a care that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with craft. "Come back after the 6th bell. Bring no one who likes to ask questions to prove he is clever." Jon went back at the 6th bell and pretended not to see the large boy who had been sweeping earlier, a boy with a face that would one day have to decide whether it preferred gentleness or stubbornness. The forge's heat had gone from conquering to companionable. Mott had made up his mind to say some small piece of a larger thing. He told Jon that there are metals that sing when you strike them and that some men can hear the song plainly and some cannot. He said that when you melt one kind of iron and introduce another, the mixture, like a marriage, makes a brand new thing that is neither mother nor father and knows more about each than either could. He set a bar upon the anvil and tapped it lightly, and the sound the bar gave back had a sweetness Jon had not expected. "Ask Luwin what this is," Mott said, making a joke of it and not a joke. "He will tell you the correct word, which I forget whenever I am not holding a hammer. Ask your father what use there is in a man who hears where iron's temper sits as if it were a bird. He will tell you there is no such use for a hand. He will be right, and yet—" He shrugged and made the bar sing again, as if an answer were hidden under the note and better ears than theirs might hear it. Jon left with nothing he could write down and something he could not set down. He took his time back to the keep and found that the city had decided to like him that hour. A vendor gave him an orange for the price of a story. He paid it by telling her a lie about Snow she liked very much and never once believed. A child tried to pick his belt and Ghost made a sound that persuaded him to become honest. Jon passed a shrine someone had carved into an alley and left flowers at. The flowers had not yet been removed. He touched the stone with 2 fingers because it seemed rude, in a city this congested with gods, to pass one without nodding. When he came into the yard, the court's mood had changed its coat. The king had decided to be generous. Men drunk on being near him had been allowed to stand closer. Women who had thought themselves safely at the edges had found themselves central. The queen had mistaken her dislike for mercy and told a story in such a way that its victim felt as if a prize had been bestowed. The victim was grateful. Jon watched and imagined how long he might be able to do such things before needing to be someone else again. He found Sansa under a rank of arches, talking to a woman whose hair was held together by pins that cost as much as a good cow. "Your dress is northern in the back," the woman cooed with the kind of cruelty that can be forgiven as an opinion. "We will make it forget where it was born." She flitted away before Sansa had decided whether to be wounded. "It is pretty," Jon said. It was not the dress he meant. Sansa smiled at him, more honestly than at anyone else all day. "There are enough mirrors here that I do not know which one to believe," she confided. "If I look in the glass where the queen looks, my face thinks a thing and cannot stop thinking it. If I look in the glass where her handmaidens look, I think I should throw the glass away and let the air decide my face for me." She drew a breath and laughed softly. "I am talking nonsense. I am trying not to talk about Joffrey. That is the same sometimes." "You are allowed to prefer some people to others," Jon said. "I know," she said. "I am not sure I am allowed to show it here." She looked toward the inner doors where the queen's women moved like a school of fish. "Be careful," she added, surprising herself. "They will decide what kind of boy you are and then wait for you to betray it." "I have been betraying people's ideas of me since I could stand at table," Jon said, lightening it for her sake. "It is a good sport if you don't get caught." "Don't get caught," Sansa said, as if making a knot in a thread. She took a breath and slid her polite face back on like a well-made glove. "I must go." He went where he always went when the castle became a room he did not fit in. The city had stilled under a powder of dusk that made every lantern hopeful. He climbed a narrow stair on the sea-facing side of the keep where the wind smelled cleaner and saltier and less convinced of the importance of men. Ghost's fur flattened under the hand of it. He looked out over the water and thought of an island that had been chosen because it matched a family's hunger. He thought of heat that made the very idea of distance a foolishness. Behind him, a step. He knew it for Jaime Lannister before he turned. The man wore ease the way other men wear armor. When he did wear armor, it seemed to be something he had laughed into being. He came to stand beside Jon and rested both forearms on the parapet like a man who has forgotten his own hands. "You found the skulls," he said, not a question. "I found where everyone hides their fear," Jon answered. "That would be everywhere," Jaime said, content. "A boy who knows the shape of fear will do well here, as long as he knows he has it." He turned his head, not quite to face Jon. "They will put a crown on you if they can't help it." Jon snorted. "I am a legitimized son whose father already has sons. The North will give me a bed and a blade and an argument, and that is enough." "It would be," Jaime said, "if the North were the only part of the world that existed. It would be enough if your ease was theirs. But men who play with maps are not satisfied by edges they have not drawn. They need a northern piece to put on their board and a northern name to call it by. They will try yours. You will not even have to choose. They will choose for you and then tell you you have chosen." Jon gripped the stone. It had stored heat all day, but listened to me giving speeches like an old man. He pushed himself away with a disgust he did not seem to feel. "Just keep your back to a wall when you can help it. And when you can't, keep a friend there instead of anyone else." "I don't have friends that fill walls," Jon said. "You will," Jaime said. "Or you won't, and we'll all see how that goes for you." After Jaime left, Jon stayed until the wind had stolen all the day's smells and left only its own behind. He thought of what the man had said and decided to put it in the drawer where he kept things that might hurt him if he left them out on the table. He had a drawer full already. He would get a bigger drawer. The next morning shattered like a cup dropped on stone. Somewhere a woman screamed. Somewhere else a man cursed. A bell clanged that had not been rung at that hour for years. Jon was halfway into his clothes before he knew why. The Queen's pinched maid encountered him at a corner and left powder on his sleeve that told him she had been awake since before dawn. "The prince's dog," she said, and then saw Ghost and colored in a way that suggested she believed Ghost could understand her rudeness better than Jon. The king's hounds had torn something that did not belong to them. It happened often enough that men did not die of surprise. It happened rarely enough to make a story every time. Jon arrived as bodies made of silk made room for a body made of grief. A butcher had lost a child or nearly lost one. Words rose and rolled and crashed on one another. The king shouted without meaning to shout. The queen spoke so quietly that only the people intended to hear could. Joffrey had blood on his cuff in a place that compelled the eye and claimed it had come from nowhere. Arya had dirt on her cheek that insisted upon being dirt and not a blush. Jon did not ask what had happened. The story was already making itself in a dozen mouths. He did not want theirs. He crouched to speak to the boy, not to soothe, not to be noble. He crouched because his knees put him where the boy's eyes lived. "Breathe," he said, and the boy did. And the world came back into its proper shape long enough for a maester to find a clean cloth and a guard to let his hand fall from his sword. The queen's glance touched him like a winter day. 2 degrees colder in the instant she noticed him. He was a figure in a tapestry she did not want to have to explain. He moved away, not out of fear but to deprive her of the small satisfaction of having him stay where she put him. When it was over, it was not over. Nothing is ever over in a place like this. It just grows legs and goes into other rooms. Eddard's jaw was a line that would cut if he leaned forward. The king's hand was gentle where it tried to lift his wife's. Joffrey's eyes were small with a boy's thwarted fantasy of heroism. Arya shook the dirt from her cheek like a dog shakes water and looked around for her sword. Sansa looked sick and beautiful and was praised for the second and rebuked for the first, as if she chose either. Jon took Ghost to the skull room that night not because he hoped for anything but because he could not bear to give the day back to the keep still inside him. He put his hand upon the bone and felt only bone. It was enough. He sat until sitting taught his back a lesson. He left when the lamp told him it would like to stop burning. On the way up, he met a woman in a red robe that did not belong to this keep. She moved as if she owned flame. Her hair was the color of copper when it is haughty. Her eyes were the ash left when a prayer has burned itself out. She did not step aside. Neither did he. They passed close enough that the air between their skins felt like a third person. "Do you smell it?" she asked him without turning. "The city," he said. "The other," she said. He did not ask what she meant. He did not have to. He put his face into the air the way Ghost does when a smell is in the memory and not the nose. The faintest warmth lay along the corridor like a sleeping cat. There was no torch, no brazier, no kitchen chimney bled into this place. The warmth had come from stone. "I have smelled it all my life," Jon said. The truth tasted odd and exact. "At home," he added. And it didn't matter that there was no home of that smell in Winterfell. There was home in him, and the smell belonged there. She chuckled low. "Then you will not be surprised when the old world wakes," she said, as if telling a child the moon's a hole and the gods peep through, and was gone before he might decide whether to follow her to hear what she meant by old. He asked Luwin the next day to teach him more than he already knew about Dragonstone. Luwin did as he was asked and then did more, because he was a man who, when asked for a ladle of soup, will always put a piece of good bread on your plate as well. He found a book with a fold-out drawing, preposterous and loving, of the keep from the sea. He showed Jon little notes he had made in the margins 20 years ago in a careful, proud hand. He told him about a priest who had walked through fire until his sandals gave way, and then declared himself immune to pain for 3 days, and then screamed when he burned his fingers on a pot. He told him about Stannis, a man who kept a ledger for his own blood and felt cheated when life refused to balance it. He told him about the candles and did not declare them impossible. "We make a poor habit of telling the world what it may not do," he said dryly. "It does it anyway." The small council was pleased to have a new thing about which to be superior. Dragonstone became a joke until it became a concern again, as such things do when someone important remembers to be serious. Renly suggested that the island be set adrift. Peter suggested that if it melted and sank, the realm would be spared the expense of keeping it. Varys observed that men never realize they are preparing a sacrifice until the smoke chokes them. Eddard asked the king to send someone who would look and write and come back without the need to be rescued. Robert swore this was dullness and then admitted dullness might be useful, like shoes. "Send a dull man, then damn you," he said. "But a dull man with a spine." Eddard looked at Jon after, in the way he had of making looking and thinking seem the same action. "You are not dull," he said, making it sound like a failing with love in it. "And the island might try to kill a man who thinks slowly. I could send a knight I trust and hate, but I own neither at the moment. Will you go if asked?" "Yes," Jon said. The answer had been marching toward him all week. He only had to learn to look at it without blinking. The king was happy to have a person to throw at the question of his brother without having to dirty his fingers with it. "Take a ship," he said magnificently. "Take 2. Take whatever makes you feel as if you have made me feel better." He clapped Jon on the back as if awarding a prize. "Bring me a sensible explanation that I can drown in wine." The queen said nothing where any man could hear her. She said a great deal in the placement of her goblet on a tray. The captain was a short fellow with a beard contained by a bit of red ribbon and a manner that suggested he could be trusted to hand you a cup of water and not steal your shoes. He looked at Ghost and looked again, measuring the usefulness of a wolf at sea and deciding it was not a question he would have to answer if he didn't start asking it. "He'll have calm beyond the point," he predicted to no one and the sea, and turned out to be right. The Red Keep fell away, and then the city did, not as a sudden loss but as a lessening of noise until both were a new line on the horizon that did not mind being looked at. Jon found a place by the forecastle where he could keep out of the sailors' way and not be in the way of the wind's work. Ghost found shade and learned the manner of the deck without bothering to learn the names the sailors had for the pieces of it. The sound of water turned quickly from assault to companion. It said the same things over and over in a voice that never bored him. He learned the ship's geometry, how her width belonged to everyone and her length belonged to the man with his hand on the tiller. He learned her smells: pitch, hemp, salt, men, onion. He learned that even a wolf has to learn to balance when the world under him decides to move. He learned that the sky at sea is twice as big no matter how little of it you can see between the rigging. On the second night, he went forward and leaned over until his nose was filled with nothing but water and night. The stars were strangers and cousins both. He had read names for them but did not say any aloud. Ghost lay with his chin on the boards and watched the wake as if the sea could be convinced to come aboard like a clumsy dog. Jon let his thoughts go where they had been going all week. Black stone warmed by not fire, a hall in bone, the sense of a breath that had once taught whole countries how to be afraid. He dreamed, of course. He dreamed without drama. He walked through a passage where the rock had been cut by men who loved shape as much as defense. He put his hand to the wall and felt, beneath the stone, something like a knot untie and then tie itself again. He came to the place he had seen in drawings and in sleep, where the castle was not castle but creature in a different age. He listened and the stone listened back. He woke with salt dried stiff on his cheek from spray and Ghost's flank warm against his ankle and felt no fear at seeing a thing so large. He felt closer to the shape of himself than he had since the king had said his name before a room. They sighted Dragonstone in the afternoon of the third day, because islands like to be revealed in a particular kind of light. It rose not as a blessing but as an outline that insisted upon itself. The sea changed color toward it the way a face changes color before anger. The air changed weight. The carved gargoyles along the seaward walls looked less like fool's ornamentation in this light and more like a decision. If we build to please our own imaginations, the world may leave us alone out of caution. The captain spat into the water as a tribute. Men who feared to be laughed at pretended not to see him do it and then did the same when they thought no one looked. The ship's master sent up a flag that said politely that they had a message and less politely that they had authority. A reply loped down from the keep with a speed that suggested someone had been waiting for a reason to be brisk. By the time they were close enough to see the pattern of moss in the joints of the stone, a boat had put off from the island. Stannis Baratheon did not come down to the dock, because Stannis Baratheon would not. His steward did, and his steward had the particular gray expression of a man who has been given a certain number of words to bring out and will bring exactly that many. Jon stepped into the boat with Ghost and did not apologize for the wolf's weight. The boat creaked. The men creaked. No one complained except Wood. The island's water smelled different from the city's. Less crowded, more metallic, as if the sea here had remembered something it had been before it became so busy. The inner ward of Dragonstone felt like a room that had learned to be outside against its preference. The black stone ate light. Jon found it agreeable. People who were not agreeable became visible against it quickly. Stannis waited under a carved arch with his jaw set and his brow making a rain gutter. He looked Jon over and saw a boy, a name, and a nuisance in that order. It was not meant cruelly. Stannis had the kind of honesty that is always rude. "You are the Stark boy," he said, as if confirming a deficiency in a ledger. "I am Jon Stark," Jon said. He did not bow too deeply. Stannis noted that also. He turned and started walking without inviting Jon to do anything but follow. He went down, of course. He would always go down first. "Your maester writes to yours," Stannis said over his shoulder. "My maester is a nervous man. He has every reason to be, and I do not fault him for it. He makes more talk than I do. Do not thank him for that." He held a torch like a judge holds a rod. The flame liked and disliked him in equal measure and made up its mind anew with every gust. Do not expect sorcery and you will not be disappointed. Do not deny it when you see it and you will not be a fool. Jon did not promise either. He followed into the heat. It rose like an argument beneath the too careful air. There were places where the passage narrowed with the carved intention of an older hand and places where the rock had slumped like a tired back. The torch made the shadows work. They came to a gallery where the stone had gleamed once with polishing and now gleamed with sweat. Stannis stopped at a threshold that had been shaped into a mouth decades before his birth and looked back as if to be certain Jon had not become a man he liked less in the last 10 steps. There was a suggestion of heat around them like a smell without smell. Stannis went to one of the sills, set the torch down nearby not close enough to offend, and placed his broad square hands on the stone. He said nothing. He did not pray. It was not in him to ask favors where he could not call in debts. He waited. Jon put his own hand on the sill opposite. The stone was warmer than the air, but not as warm as a hand left upon it could explain. He closed his eyes because there is a kind of seeing that needs the lids down. He felt, and this was the new part, the part that did not change from dream to waking, that the heat paid him mind. Not that it obeyed him, not that it loved him, that it recognized him the way a well-trained horse recognizes the weight on its back regardless of who sits there. Stannis grunted, not impressed, not mocking. "If you feel nothing, you are a liar," he said. "If you feel everything, you are a fool. I will accept a little of either. You may watch the rest of the island misbehave. The smith's iron sings, and I would welcome your dull boy's explanation for it." He stalked away as if he had no further use for either heat or company, and Jon followed because he had been invited to see the rest. He saw a kitchen where dough rose too quickly and fell into sulking. He saw a larder where meat spoiled in one corner and refroze itself in another, and the cook had set tiny wooden saints at the four sides of a cask as if men of shrines could be made to bless bacon. He saw a low place where the water in a channel steamed as if embarrassed by its own temperature. He saw a candle wick that smoldered for an hour without agreeing to catch, and then, as Stannis' steward concluded a story about a sailor without the sense to leave the lower halls, the wick lifted a little and decided to be aflame. Stannis had the good sense not to pretend boredom with that. He looked at the flame as if it were a witness in a case. It gave him nothing and everything. In the smithy, the iron sang to a hammer with a note like a wineglass when a woman who knows how to make music takes it up with a wet finger. The smith, who had already been irritated before any noble's attention fell upon him, looked doubly so now. "It is nothing to do with kings," he said to Stannis, and then glanced at Jon and Ghost as if they were allied, "nor boys." He struck again to make his point. The bar answered him with a note a half-tone gentler, as if apologizing for having drawn so much attention. "What is it?" Stannis demanded of the heir, since the smith had refused to confess. "It is the throat of the island," the smith said, as if talking to a child too thick to learn but too beloved to beat. "And the throat of the world below that clears itself now and then. If the gods live down there, they cough." He wiped sweat from his face with a forearm carved from work. "If the gods don't, something does." Jon bent his head. The note from the iron settled somewhere behind his eyes like a handful of sand thrown into water and allowed to fall. He thought of Mott and his bar that had sung, and of the margin note on Luwin's page that had smiled at him long after the words were shut inside the book. He thought of his dream skull, larger than glory, and of this place that was smaller and enough. He glanced at Ghost. The wolf's ears were forward, his nose at work. He did not snarl. He did not nap. He breathed the room as if it had spoken his name. He spent the day walking the island's insides until his calves remembered the steps in their bones. He spent the evening in a little cell of a room where a window cut into basalt pretended it was charitable and let in a crooked ladder of light. He thought he would not sleep and slept. He dreamed of nothing and woke nearer to himself. On the second day, the red-robed woman appeared as if she had always been behind the next corner. She was not Stannis's, not exactly. She was the island's for now. She looked at Jon as if a book had been written and she had turned straight to the right page, and then made herself return to the beginning because she was fond of manners. "You have the smell of smoke in your bones," she said. "It will not leave you, even when you wash." "I bathed in ice water at home," Jon said. "It did not leave then." "Ice pretends to be pure," she said, amused. "Fire does not. It is honest." She took a step nearer as if to test whether he would startle. He did not. Ghost made a sound that did not quite growl and did not quite nod. "Do not feed that one raw meat at night," she said, a useless and accurate piece of advice. "He will dream it and you will wake to him chewing the moon." "What do you want?" Jon asked, because people who liked riddles grew annoyed if not offered one. "You have the look of someone who wants a thing and would like to skip the part where she names it." She laughed without opening her mouth. "The old one stirs," she said. "Not just here, in the city as well. They keep the skulls as a penance for their necessary murder. It is good to regret. It is not enough. The world does not mind their remorse. The world remembers its own shape." She reached out as if to lay a hand upon his chest and stopped, not from fear, not from courtesy, but from certainty that there would be time later if she wanted it. "You smell of both," she said. "Do not let the men of one half mistake you for a servant of the other." "Will it wake?" he asked, surprising himself by how little his voice shook. It was not a question meant for asking aloud. He felt the way a boy must feel after he has dared to jump a fence that keeps larger animals. Embarrassed at how good the leap felt. "It already has," she said. "Men are slow to notice the morning. They think it is still night because they have not opened their eyes." She moved away as if she had already told him too much, as if that were a kindness. He found Stannis at the end of the day in a room where the wind had found a way to slide a finger under the stone and lift it without making a sound. The man's eyes had the burn of a man who has slept all the right hours and none of the right sleep. Jon told him exactly what he had seen and nothing of his dreams. Stannis did not request the latter. "Good," he pronounced, as if an item had been checked off a list. "Write it to your father without the poetry. Tell the king it is nothing and something and will continue to be both. Tell him also that if he does not send me what I asked for last winter, I will come and ask for it loudly." "I am not your messenger to the king," Jon said before a wiser part of himself suggested he be quiet. "Everyone is," Stannis said, and pushed away from the window like a man done with the outdoors. "Try to be a good one." The wind went to chalky the next day. The sky took on a color that made the harbor look unreal, as if someone had painted it badly. Jon knew a storm when he saw one in the bones of the air. The island hunkered without moving its shoulders. He went down into the hall with the sills because he suspected the heat would change its tune under such weather. It had. The warmth that had been polite had become intent. The candles were not lit. The air around them nudged. He put his hand on the stone and felt. Not words, not command. Clearly not. He felt a long, slow, old permission. Somewhere in the keep something cracked like a piece of glass that had been under weight too long. Somewhere a man cursed as if his foot had found that very glass. The storm came like an army that had decided subtlety was for men with less noise. Rain stamped on stone, slapped at the sea to make it flatten itself. Windows felt interesting for the first time in months. Ghost went to the mouth of the passage and stood, head down, enjoying the push of the air through his throat. Jon stood with him and opened his teeth into the wind like a boy. He laughed when the taste of salt struck his tongue without water attached. That night, he went back to the hall again, thinking himself a fool and not minding. It was late. The steward had gone to sleep, the sort of sleep he would pretend not to need. Stannis could be felt at a distance by the restlessness of his very silence. He was not near enough to feel. The hall took the light poorly and then shared it around. Jon walked down the middle of the room and came to the place where the candles had been set earlier. He did not touch any. He did not blow upon them to test whether the island liked a trick. He sat with his back to the wall, Ghost at his feet, and listened. The storm made a sound that found its way into the keep by 1,000 cracks like a wet cat. The stone made a sound that was not a sound. He shut his eyes and did not make himself breathe more slowly. He waited. After a time, the air changed. He opened his eyes and saw it, a thing he could name only as a shape of heat. The first candle woke not like a candle, but like a creature that has decided sleep is boring. This wick did not catch. There was no wick. The wax did not blacken. It glowed from the inside, a little, the way some fish glow because no one told them not to. He blinked once. The glow grew until the candle was one long ember, and then it went out, if out is what you would call it. Simply decided it had been lit and could stop. It was not a marvel that would change the world. It was something the world did not do yesterday that it does today. He stood then and put his hand upon the warmed sill and felt, again, the sense of being recognized. He felt a thought move up through his wrist and into his arm and settle under his shoulder blade and then be gone. He laughed, faint and breathless, at the ridiculousness of his own body containing such things. Ghost lifted his head and sniffed. Jon scratched the wolf's chest and tasted the air again because he could not help it. In the morning, the storm had done its work and gone away without apology. The sky felt rinsed. The men of Dragonstone did what men always do the morning after a storm. They checked their roofs and found new leaks and counted ships with the resigned care of parents counting fingers. Stannis was in a temper that had nothing to do with anger. The world refuses to be less interesting than I want it to be, he announced to a squire who had the sense to find this funny silently. He gave Jon a packet for Eddard that had more numbers in it than a reasonable person would consider humane. Tell your father I gave him facts. Tell him to keep his notions to himself or send them to me and I will keep them for him. If your king complains that I am surly, tell him I have been practicing. Jon felt a rare affection for the man then, not because Stannis was easy to love but because he had made himself impossible to like for reasons Jon could understand. I will tell him, he said. On the way down to the dock, the Red Woman stood in the doorway as if she had known to stand there. You will go to the city and to the skulls, she said. The Old One is not patient. He is merely slow. He will make a noise that suits his age and you will call it prophecy, and it will not be. It will be breath. What? Ghost watched without the slightest intention of learning the fish's ways, content with the air. He thought of the keep and of the sill. He thought of the absurd candle that had decided to be a coal. He thought of Balerion's bone cooling his spine. He thought of men who would make meanings and capitalize them and put them in letters and then try to make other men bow to the letters. He thought, do not bow to any word that has not earned it. And yet, when the red keep rose again out of its own heat like a man standing from a bath, he felt his chest tighten. The city made noise for him. He did not pretend it was greeting. He disembarked and wrote his father's name in the dust with his heel, and then kicked it away as if to hide it from anyone who did not know it already. The steward who had been sent by someone to fetch him to someone else arrived on schedule. My lord, he said, catching his breath from pride rather than haste. Your father, the king, the council, and there is a man with a ledger, he added with honest distaste, which means wine will be needed. Eddard took the packet with a nod that made the sending and the receiving both worthwhile. He scanned the figures and the plain sentences and the single line about a candle that had not burned and then did. His mouth made no shapes Jon could name. Good, he said, which was not a judgment but a continuation. He put the parchment in a drawer that he kept locked inside because drawers can only do so much. Robert was delighted by everything ridiculous and bored by everything useful. He listened to Jon's account and poured another cup and put honey in it because the wine had been made from grapes that had once been vines and then had been diluted by 6 men and 3 rivers. He slapped Jon's shoulder in approval and then frowned as if the boy had done wrong to have relieved him of a concern he had wanted to keep for later. Tell Stannis to stop writing to me in that tidy hand, he said. It gives me a headache. Tell him to send me a pretty woman with long words instead. He laughed at his own jest as if wine had not been invented for a New York other purpose and wandered away to find graces he could afford and sins he would not. Cersei asked Jon nothing and asked everything with her eyes. She put her hand on his forearm in the corridor for the length of 2 heartbeats and then took it away as if it had not been there. The mark of it stayed entire afternoons. You went down, she said, implying a curiosity she had not felt herself. Be careful. The world is full of holes and men fall into them and call the falling faith. Then I will not call it that, Jon said, determined not to give her the satisfaction of flattery through wariness. I will call it falling. Good, she said, startled into the same word his father had used, and all but smiled. Then her mouth found its place again, and she went on with the business of turning glances into ropes. He could not keep away from the skulls. It would have been foolish to try. He went down the 3rd night after his return and found the room already lit and not by torches. 3 of the candles burned with their coal light from within, a patience that tinted the air. He felt the hair along his arms stir. He set his lamp aside and came nearer, and the warmth raised a flush under his skin that had nothing to do with fear. The skull loomed as it always had, less a thing and more a fact. He put a hand upon it because he had always put a hand upon it, and because if a man is to change his ritual, he had better have a reason good enough to balance all the old reasons that kept the ritual intact. Something shifted under his palm. Not the bone. Bone does not forget itself. Something in him. He felt his breath slow. He heard, if hearing is the word for recognizing a pattern in silence, the ghost of a great creature taking a single, immense breath and letting it go. It did not pull him. It did not push. It made him want to laugh and kneel and run. He did none of those things. He stood and watched and waited until that patient warmth went from presence to absence, not by leaving but by ceasing to be distinct. Ghost did not bristle. Ghost lay with his jaw on his paws and blinked as if bored, and that was the largest comfort of all. The world might be waking under stone and sea. Dogs still yawn. Men still scratch that place between a beast's shoulders and feel that life answers back. He stayed long enough to be scolded by his own sense of balance. He went up and found the city had turned itself into 1,000 points of fire. He walked along a wall and let the cool take back what the hall had given. He thought of a crown and of a letter and of a woman who had told him to call breath breath. He thought of the north and of the ice that pretends to be pure and is pure in its way. He thought of fire and its honesty. He thought of his father kneeling and of his sisters deciding which parts of themselves must be set aside until winter, their own winter, ended. He woke the next morning to a city that had decided to be ordinary, which is the cleverest disguise the extraordinary knows how to wear. He rose promptly enough to please a mother, had he one to please. He ate bread dipped in olive oil and salt and thought of Lewin's margins and Stannis's temper, and the way the candles had remembered something and then taught him to. He went down to the yard where the men fought politely and then stopped being polite when a woman who might be watching was not. He watched Syrio make Arya do the same steps 7 times until a bird took off 3 roofs across and Arya's feet followed the bird rather than the lesson, and Syrio laughed as if all the gods had conspired to make him happy. He was on the point of being foolish and going to find the queen to see whether she had found a new cruelty when Lewin appeared with the good news that he was needed for something dull. Letters, the maester said, and the delight he took in that word improved Jon's heart. We must tell your father we have told the words what they ought to do. They resist. He wrote until his hand cramped. He signed his name as if the ink had weight. He sealed 3 letters with wax he had warmed between his fingers and watched the stamp sink into it. A small satisfaction that sent calm up his arm the way a friend's grip might. He took Ghost with him on an errand that could have been done by any boy and decided to like the fact he had chosen to be this boy doing this errand. He passed a man sleeping in a doorway and saw the man open one eye and decide Jon was not a coin or a threat. Jon gave him the courtesy of making no noise. He found the skulls again at dusk. He had not meant to. He had meant to go to the highest tower and see if the sea was still there. He found himself instead on the 2nd stair down, and now that he was there, he did not lie to himself or to Ghost. He went with an easy pace and a steady lamp and felt the warmth before he turned the corner into the room. He smiled without wanting to be seen smiling. 3 candles, then 5. The light they made was the color of Pear's flesh touched by late sun. It made the skull appear less dead and more waiting. He came near enough to feel the heat on his forearms and heard the skin there ask him to pull back. He did not. He put his palm upon bone and let the heat of the room try to come into him through the cooler. It did not. The bone remained bone. He was glad of that obscure economy. He heard steps behind him and did not jump. He turned and saw Eddard come in with care he would never show in an ordinary hall. His father's face held not caution, not fear, but attention. He made no joke about a boy and his curiosities. He came and stood where Jon stood and put his hand upon the skull, as Jon had. They stood like that, father and son as foolish devotees at a modest altar, until the lamps ran low and the candles did what they had learned to do, which was to glow briefly and refuse to call it magic. "Your mother would have laughed at me," Eddard said as they turned to go up. He did not say which mother. He did not have to. She would have called me a boy who puts his hand on things to see if they burn. I have always been that boy." He looked at Jon, measuring him with a gaze no king could command and no queen could calculate. "I think I will always be that boy. You have that in you also." "I know," Jon said. "I am not sorry." "Nor I," Eddard said. He put his hand on Jon's shoulder at the turn in the stair and left it there the length of 6 steps. And that was the distance between ritual and affection and a man's effort to be both. They left the skulls to their own breath. At night, he dreamed not at all and woke with the sense that the waking world had taken over the work dreams usually take. The city had hungered for him and he had given it nothing. He had fed himself instead. He walked through the keep with a small appetite for usefulness. He went to Syrio and let the Bravosi take his breath away with a smile. He sat with Sansa and learned how to say nothing with kindness while Joffrey practiced being admired. He took Arya to a corner of the stables where good men showed her how to oil a bridle, because the world will be kinder to a girl who can do a thing, and he wanted kindness for his sister even from the world. He went to Luwin and asked whether words had behaved. Luwin said no and was pleased. He had been called boy and lord so many times in a week that both had lost their insult and their praise. He had stood under a mountain of bone and in a room with stones that made their own warmth. He had gone to an island shaped like a dragon's idea of a castle. He had spoken to a woman who smelled like clove and hot dust and did not mind if he thought poorly of gods. He had held a child's good leg while his bad one was put right and had felt his stomach turn and had forbid it. He had listened at a vent and had not been ashamed after. He had watched his father become the instrument of a king and stay, miraculously, the instrument of himself. He was tightening a strap on Ghost's collar that would never quite sit right when someone began to ring a bell in the lower hall. It was not the alarm bell. It was not the call to table. It was a bell rung when a ship comes bearing a letter with a seal that must be opened sober. The castle corrected its spine. Eddard went as men went. Jon followed because he had learned where he was allowed and because the door that was not for him would be closed when he reached it, and that would be that. The letter was from the wall. Men made different faces for that name here than they did in the north. Here it was a fable and a nuisance and sometimes a joke. The seal had been bent. The wax had cracked along a fault line like a cliff. Eddard read. He amended nothing with his face. He handed it to Luwin, who read with the reluctance of a man who knows what the words must say before they say it. Luwin looked at Jon after with a softness he kept for disasters that can't be solved and must be met. "Winter thinks itself a traveler," the maester said. "It has friends on the road." "Is it bad?" Jon asked. "Yes," Eddard said, which saved Jon the foolishness of asking for specifics that were less than the truth and more than a man could use. He put the letter in a tray with other griefs. "Eat," he said, and made it sound like a command the way fathers do when they need to be cruel with kindness. "Then come to me. We have work." Jon ate bread he didn't taste and then met his father. The work was not glamour. Numbers, lists, names, the old joyless kinds of magic that bind a household to life. He took it on because usefulness is a way to keep fear from making cowardice. Afterwards he took Ghost and went down to the skull room, because that had become his habit and he preferred to make habits before fear suggested its own. The candles had taught themselves a new trick. 2 of them lit and went out and lit again, as if arguing. The skull felt colder and then warm and then cold again under his hand, and he realized with a small start that this was not bone changing its mind. It was his hand. He laughed because he was young and because he did not yet know enough to be solemn all the time. He whispered thank you to nothing and no one. He went up into the corridor and nearly walked into the queen. Cersei stood with her hand on the stone like a woman thinking of an old lover and forgiving him at last. She looked at Jon without liking and without hatred. She looked at Ghost with the honest fear of someone who has seen a thing tear a throat. She looked at the lamp he carried and then at his face, as if he were the more dangerous flame. "You should not go there at night," she said. "Then I will go in the morning," Jon said. Her mouth did that not smile again. "You are a young man," she said. "You believe the world is a room you can choose the doors to. It is not. There are halls and you are dragged through them. Be sure you kick the right people while you are dragged. Sometimes that's the only choice. Does that make you feel better? Jon asked before he remembered she could turn questions into knives. It never does, she said. But it helps me sleep. She moved past him, and the perfume she wore tried to convince the old stone that it was spring. He slept, though he dreamed between and under sleep like a fish in weeds. He would put a hand down in the dream and feel heat, and then in waking he would put his hand upon the cool of his own chest and feel it thump like an echo. He would wake and lie still and listen for ghost breathing, and for the city's quiet, and for the very old thing in the very old place drawing in a breath so large that men's lives might be the size of a pause in it. In the morning, Eddard sent him to watch a practice with the city watch at the Mudgate and tell him whether those men knew how to do more than drink. It took him through parts of the city that had no patience for men looking up. He put his eyes where his feet were and made himself remember streets without names. Turn right where the woman sells blue cloth. Turn left where the broken wool leans against the wall. Turn back where the smell turns to vinegar. The watch's practice was shabby and capable. Men with poor boots and unshowy hands handled pikes with the discipline of people who do not like being laughed at. Jon wrote notes that were not poetry, as Stannis would have liked, and tucked them inside his shirt and felt better for being, for an hour, simply an eye. On his way back he passed the Blackwater and saw ships nose at the current like dogs greeting it. A fisherman knelt to mend a net and turned the mending into a prayer by the manner of his hands. A boy ran with a hoop and turned a scream into a laugh halfway through. An old woman sorted trash into edible and not with a mind like an abacus that had kept her alive. He kept all of it because the world offers small things to a man who has been watching very large ones. He took none of it to the skull room. He kept it for himself. At dusk he went down again. He knew better than to mistake this for courage or folly. It was simply being pulled. The hall was as it had been and changed. That is, it existed in the company of his memory of it. He stood with his hand on the bone and felt a steadier warmth than the candle warmth. A thing with more body in it. His heart decided at the same time to speed and to slow. The combined effect was calm. He felt, he did, and he would tell no one, not even Luwin, that if he spoke, he would say a name he did not know, and that name would be right and would mean nothing and everything. He heard steps and did not turn. The steps were many but careful, a group that wished it were only one. Eddard. Luwin. Renly, perhaps, for the sake of a jest that he would not tell and would later pretend he had. Varys, because Varys had a way of appearing wherever people put their attention. It was Robert, too, and so not careful at all. The king came to stand nearby and the others spread like ink in water, making space without trying to make space. Robert looked at the bone with his mouth like a man who has just realized he has miscounted his sins and will need more fingers. He lifted a hand and did not touch. "Do you hear it?" he asked Jon, and Jon could not tell whether Robert was asking him as a man or as his father's boy or as a creature the king suspected had been made for the purpose of hearing what other men missed. "Yes," Jon said. His voice did not crack. "I hear myself." It was the best he could offer that was true. "That is all any man hears," Robert said. He laughed without malice. "The rest is mistakes." He put his hand on the bone then, roughly, as if to shame it into making a sound. It did not. He snatched his hand away and swore. He turned, found wine he had not brought down, drank it, and left his emptiness there on the floor like a cup. After they had gone, after Eddard and Luwin had measured the room with silence and Renly had turned the absence of a jest into a warmer sort of quiet and Varys had watched Jon without looking, Jon returned his palm to the skull and let the old heat do its old work. He knew it now for what it was. Not prophecy, not command, not destiny in the song's tiresome meaning. It was recognition. It was the world keeping track of itself in him and, perhaps, him keeping track of the world in it. He could think without fear. If the old one comes, he will come not because I asked but because he is the kind of thing that does not ask permission to be alive. He slept. He slept like a man who had run far and come in out of the rain. He woke to the sound of men behaving as they always do when a king is awake. Too loud, too proud. He dressed with a care that would have pleased Catelyn and infuriated her in equal measure. He went to stand beside his father in a room where papers had made themselves mountains. He quoted, when asked, the smith on Dragonstone. If the gods live under the island, they cough. He watched Eddard almost smile, and watched the smile turn around in the man's mouth and go down into the place where humor keeps company with grief to keep both from spoiling. When the day ended, he did not go down. He sat with Sansa as she tried to embroider an idea of a stag and turned it into a leaf by mistake and decided she liked the leaf better. He did not tell her she had made a mistake. He watched Arya remove dust from a sword he would not let himself name and did not tell her to put it away. He walked with Rob's name in his mouth and did not speak it because the city pads like a stray cat and you do not call another while petting one or you will be scratched. He wrote a letter to Bran that said nothing about skulls and everything about how the sea looks like a roof when the wind lies down. He slept with Ghost's breath warming the top of his foot. The next day, on the steps near the armory, Jaime stood and told him in passing that men had begun to use his name to anchor their stories. They are hanging little hopes on you like flowers, he said. Kick your boots before bed or you'll bring in the smell of them. Jon nodded and watched the man go easy and lonely down the corridor. He wondered whether a man who knew his own jokes also understood when to laugh at himself. He thought perhaps yes. The day after that, a raven from the wall arrived that had done its flying with grim determination. Its feathers were ragged with sincerity. The letter was all winter and no news. It was worse than a cry because it offered no sound. Jon read over Eddard's shoulder by permission and felt the cold. He had been born to find its home in his teeth again. He thought of dragging the old heat up from under stone and setting it against that cold and laughed at himself, and did not apologize to his heart for having laughed. Nights went on and so did the room. The candles learned to light more often and sometimes 3 at once and once. He would keep that to himself, laughing at the boy he was toward the man he would be. 6, which cast a strange fruit-colored light upon the bone and made it look briefly less like death and more like something a man might saddle. He did not tell the Red Woman. He did not need her to tell him what to call it. He did not tell Cersei. He did not want to give her anything she might make small by using it. He told Luwin in a sideways way over a map and Luwin nodded, as if told which of 2 roads he had always said were the only ones worth taking had indeed been taken. He told his father everything he could that would not weigh the man down, which was not much. Eddard carries weights as if a craftsman had designed him for nothing else. One evening when the city had decided on a thunderstorm that would only frighten women who wanted an excuse to be frightened, he went down again in the kind of hurry he no longer bothered to disguise to himself. Ghost went before him and then behind him and then by his side in a dance that said the wolf had also learned the hallways. The skull room glowed already at the base of the far wall. He crossed the threshold and knew before he set his palm upon the bone that the thing had moved, not in the world, but in him. The recognition came sooner. He knew also that he had to call this what it was. He could say Balerion without becoming a fool. He stood there in the old light and let his breath make its own account. He did not promise anything to anyone, not even himself. He almost said thank you and then did say it, because a man does not owe politeness to gods but he does owe gratitude to breath. The skull was what it had been. The candles were a trick or an honesty and both. The room was a place where the past had chosen to sit and wait and breathe a little, because breath is the one luxury the world cannot forbid itself. When he left, the city took him back like a river that has been taught a person's weight. He passed Varys talking to a boy as if to a prince and to a prince as if to a boy. He passed Renly giving a woman a joke she could carry home and eat later. He passed Peter speaking to a wall, perhaps because he liked the sound of his own voice and walls don't argue. He passed Cersei standing in a room with a mirror in it and the mirror did not dare show her anything but what she wanted. He passed his father sleeping an hour he could not spare and thought, like a blessing, keep him, keep him, keep him. He slept without dreaming at last and woke with a certainty that sat in his stomach with a calmness that surprised him. He knew the shape of the next day. It was running between small rooms. It was standing at a railing watching men teach themselves to row. It was heat in a hall. It was cold in a letter. It was a girl with a needle and a boy with too much pride and another boy with less. It was a man with gold on him and a man with a handful of wax. It was a father with his head bent over a map. It was a wolf asleep and then awake and then asleep again, because a wolf's wisdom is to put down his head when there is nothing to bite. He dressed without thinking of his name. He took bread without thinking of his station. He went down without thinking of gods. He put his hand upon a skull because he wanted to and because wanting is as honest as any oath. He breathed. The old thing breathed. The city breathed. He counted that as enough. The heat came up through the stone the way old grief comes up in a quiet room. Not all at once, not with any plan to be useful, simply present enough to make breath notice itself. Jon woke before the bell and knew it by his lungs. Ghost lifted his head and sneezed once, offended by air that wanted to be more than air. The window had gone pale where the east had remembered its habit. He lay listening to the city fasten its straps. Water ran. A woman sang 3 bars of a song and stopped because someone knocked. Somewhere a man who had never believed in saints made a bargain with one to spare his child a fever that had not yet come. He dressed, hands sure without thought now, and the shirt settled on him like a fact. He had begun, since Dragonstone and the candles, to feel moments of his day click into place as if the world had cut grooves for them and he had found them by luck and stubbornness both. It was not comfort so much as a truer discomfort. The corridor had been swept already but still held the night's cool in its seams. He took the steps that led down to the yard because the body asked for its work before the mind had earned its share. Syrio had a dislike for lateness that he wore like a pretty hat. Arya was there before him, hair tied back with the old strip of linen that had survived more mornings than some men's vows. She looked as if she had slept in motion and liked it. Syrio lifted a hand that contained an entire lesson and made of the morning a practice. They moved, wood against wood, foot against stone, and the ache that comes when lungs meet air kindly came and went and came again. Syrio's voice floated in and out of the sounds they made. "Good," he said when Jon's left tried too hard to be noble. "No," he said gently when Arya's eyes wanted to tell her feet their business. "Listen with your ankles," he said. And there it was, a truth so silly a man could not forget it. After, sweat cooling into something almost like armor, Jon took bread from a boy whose hands had memorized the carefulness of bread long before his voice darkened and went toward the hall because Luwin would be there, and Eddard would be where Luwin was whenever words needed telling what to do. The hands table was not a general's map so much as a carpenter's bench this morning. There were pieces of wood set where men would put men, little blocks marked with strokes of coal. And Eddard had his fingers on the edges of 2 of them, as if he would set them down differently if he could make himself cruel. Luwin read aloud in a tone that had been sanded smooth by duty. "And my lord, we remind your lordship that the dock planking purchased last winter has warped, and should be replaced before summer's height or men will be dropped into the harbor, who cannot swim and will consequently take longer to return than their wives will like." The maester lifted his eyes long enough to smile at his own tartness, and then went on into ledgers and men and horses. Eddard listened the way a man listens to a warning about a river that will rise whether he builds his fence higher or not. There was a sheet at the edge of the bench, a piece that had come from Dragonstone and Stannis's patient hand, and even folded it seemed to warm the room. Jon sat without asking and Eddard pushed a cup to him without saying grace over it. "Stannis writes as if he is disappointed in the island," Eddard said when Luwin's voice paused to let ink dry. "As if the stone could answer him back." "It may be the only witness he trusts," Luwin said. "He is clever and rude enough to know men lie to him even when they do not mean to." He tapped the folded sheet with a forefinger. "He says the low galleries are different again. The heat is stronger. If the windows in that place could be called windows, he says they sweat." Jon felt the idea of the hall in his chest the way a man feels a stair he has not yet descended. "The candles. More of them," Luwin said, and allowed himself a flicker of wonder the way a priest allows a boy a sweet after a sermon. "Not all at once and not always, but enough that even men who would call you a liar rather than admit they have seen a foolish thing have stopped calling anyone a liar. He says his men tell him there is a sound down there when the keep is quiet. A purring, like a cat's." His mouth tightened, not with fear but with honesty. Stone does make noise when it is under strain, but it does not purr. That is the word a man uses when he is telling you he is frightened in a strange way. Send him back the word yes and no one after another until he feels his temper break and then mends it, Eddard said. It made Luwin laugh. It was not a Maris joke, and the laugh did not set his chain jumping, but it made the day less ashamed of itself. Eddard looked at Jon. The question did not need to be said aloud. Will you go again if I ask? Jon nodded and felt the route to the docks appear in his mind, the friendlier streets and the other ones, and the shape of the captain with his ribboned beard and the knowing tilt of the sea. He felt the haul in his ribs again and realized with a small start that he wanted to go, not as boys want to run toward fire to say they have seen it, but as a man wants to put his hands upon a tool he has begun to know. The summons did not come from his father, not first. The king was abroad early and loud and happy, which meant his happiness would cost men a coin of caution before noon. He found Jon in the corridor above the yard and caught him by the shoulder with the casual violence he called love. Our brother writes that his damned island hisses and steams and behaves like a woman in childbed without so much as a baby to show for her work. Robert roared, untroubled by the servants who flattened against the wall to let his noise pass. Go down and tell him to stop scaring me with his honest letters. Make him scold you with numbers instead. Yes, your grace, Jon said. The hand on his shoulder squeezed and released and left a warmth behind that was not the heat from the stone. Cersei came after, of course. She moved always as if she has heard the end of every sentence and is not impressed. She stood in the same spot and did not touch him. They will send you, she said, congratulating herself for having predicted the weather. They will expect the island to give you gifts because men love the idea of boys being chosen. Do not be chosen. It makes a man a tool of the thing that picked him. What should I be? Jon asked. Useful to yourself first, she said, and her eyes went over his shoulder toward the yard where Sansa was listening to a woman talk about the cut of a bodice. Then useful to your father. Then, if there is time left in the day, useful to men like my husband, who will take your usefulness out of you like wine from a skin and never think to refill it. I will remember, Jon said, because memory was the one gift he trusted in himself. She tilted her head as if measuring how much of that was true and left him with the smell of some southern flower that did not belong to stone. He packed quickly because there was very little he wanted beyond what other men had already wanted. Luwin gave him 3 pieces of paper folded into a small book, his own notes in the margins more valuable than the script they sat near. You will not need this, he said, meaning it. And then you will. He tucked a small pouch of powder in the spine. For a cut, he said, or for a poultice, or for a candle that looks at you as if it wanted to burn and can't decide how. Ghost came as if Jon had asked him to without asking. The wolf had decided the world could not be trusted to keep the boy in one place long and so would have to be followed. He stepped onto the deck of the same ship with the same disdain for nautical words and found a patch of shade he liked. The captain made his apology to the sea with a spit and to the gods with a gesture and to Ghost with a small piece of dried fish that Ghost sniffed and accepted as if doing the man a favor. They went out, the city folding itself down into story as soon as the wind found the canvas. The mid-morning light made scars on the water look like paths. Jon stood where he had before, kept out of the sailor's way, and watched the city leave the corner of his eye. There is a way to stand on a ship that tells the men around you you have not come to be sick on their boards. He had learned it last time without thinking. The sea was milk-sullen and content to let him ride upon it. The sky did what skies have done for men since there were men, which is to pretend to be bigger than our sorrows and sometimes succeed. He slept as sailors do, in slices, and dreamed between slices in the manner of someone whose dreams are beginning to be as precise as waking. He dreamed of the island not as a drawing now but as a smell. Wet iron, old smoke, 2 stones grinding without any malice. He dreamed of the hall with its sills and did not need to reach to warm stone to feel the warmth. It came up his arm before his hand was there. He woke with salt stiff in his hair from spray and a taste like a penny on his tongue. Ghost lay along the boards and did not bother to lift his head because the sea had presented itself as honest. Jon drew a line on Luwin's paper without meaning to, a loop that looked like the island when looked at sideways. Dragonstone came up under the afternoon with an accuracy that made a joke of charts. The captain looked relieved for reasons that had little to do with weather and more to do with being anywhere that was not the city. The ward was as it had been, but the air inside it felt like a kitchen where someone had left bread too near the oven. The carved horrors that had once made Jon roll his eyes now seemed less an embarrassment and more a promise. Men had tried to teach the stone what to be, and the stone had listened badly, which is the proper way for stone to behave. Stannis met him with a nod, which is the way Stannis meets a man he thinks he can use if he must. His face had found a new place for its frown, a little lower this time, as if gravity had convinced it to rest. "It is worse," he said without preface as they went down. "Or better. You can decide. My men choose worse because they like to be wrong without saying so and be able to be angry at the island for proving them right." The stair remembered his feet. The air warmed before the torch could contribute. The hall opened its mouth. Candles. A handful this time, not the silly little flare of one or two. They had not lit like a trick, no sudden show, no applause. They were simply alight, each with its own slow ember. The heat they gave not loud but certain. The stone held it and gave it back and held it again. Stannis' steward made the sign he would have mocked a year ago and kept his mouth shut. Jon went to the sill that had first taken his hand and put it there again because the body remembers its fidelities. The warmth went up into him as if he were a pipe and laid itself along his chest in a measured way. Ghost went from one pool of not yet light to another and chose the darkest part of the floor. Eyes at ease, nose busy. "Does it speak to you?" Stannis asked, contempt and curiosity sharing a bench. Jon thought about lying and put the lie down unuttered because a man who chooses to be disliked for truth must choose it young so his face gets used to the shape. "It does not speak," he said. "It notices." "That is worse," Stannis said, pleased to be able to prefer a harder world. "We will look at the other things." He took Jon to the kitchen where dough rose and fell in an indecent hour, and where the cook had stopped making offerings to little wooden men and started setting the trays at a different height. He took him to the well mouth where water steamed on a morning cool enough to sting the nose. He stood and made Jon put his hand over it until Jon could say for himself that he was not being fooled by weather. He took him to the smithy where iron sang and then hollered, depending on the bar and the mood of the hammer. The smith had made his peace with being watched by lords for the sake of a story. He struck carefully, caught the bar's song and sent it back in a truer pitch. Men from the yard crowded the door and pretended to be bored. They went back to the hall at evening, and there was nothing new to add to the newness that had already arrived. Men went to their boards with talk that was careful rather than frightened, like sailors telling stories under a low ceiling. The steward brought Jon a stew and a rude spoon and told him in a flat voice to eat it before it was cold. Jon ate and discovered he had been hungry and had forgotten what hunger felt like for a day. Ghost took the bone he was offered and went to murder it in a corner with an honesty that made men smile. The Red Woman found him by the window after, the sky hanging soft beyond it as if regret had colored it. She smelled a little of cinnamon and hot dust, which reminded him of books. She leaned in the arch and regarded him like a problem she had the tools for. "It is stronger," she said. "You are one of the tools," he said, because it was kinder not to lie to either of them. She accepted it and this pleased him. "You put your hand on it," she said. "It finds you." "I find it," he said. "This is so," she agreed, and then did not speak for a space. It was a discipline he admired and could not learn yet. "When it wakes in the city," she said at last, as if the words had been waiting in her, "it will not know the difference between halls and men unless someone who remembers both shows it. Men will call it a terror because terror gives them something to stand against. There is a gentler name. It will refuse both names and call itself breath." "Will you tell me when it says more?" he asked. "It will not," she said. "It is too old to resort to words. But if something younger puts its mouth to your ear and pretends to be it, I will swat it." She took her leave the way a flame takes its leave of a candle when it has decided night has been sufficiently illuminated. He slept in a room low in the keep where stone presses the ribs like an earnest friend. He dreamed only the memory of warmth and a line of light under a door and the slow beat of something far older than pride. He woke to a sound like a cart being pulled over boards and at once understood it was stone talking to itself, not terribly concerned about the conversation being overheard. Dragonstone shook, not vigorously, but enough that the water in the ewer put a ring on the table it had been threatening to put since men began putting pitchers on wood. Ghost stood at once and braced himself as if he had always lived in a moving world. The shaking stopped. The quiet that followed had a shape to it, the way silence in a church has a shape even if a man hates every god in it. Men are rational when the earth lets them be, and then the earth refuses. They gathered in the yard, shouted countings back and forth on the slope. Catapult stones not lost, barracks not cracked. A window broken and a man insulted by a vial of oil that had stored itself upon a shelf for a decade deciding to leap. Stannis appeared out of the inner keep with his mouth set to argue with stone and thought better of it. He looked at Jon as if expecting to find sense hung around the boy's neck like a charm. Jon shook his head once in the smallest way. Not yet. It rained honest and clean, the sort of rain that would have made the city smell briefly like itself if it could. Jon took shelter under a lip of rock and watched the drops strike and vanish on the warmed paving, leaving small dark spots that spread like slow ink. Ghost put his nose up to catch rain on the tip and then sneezed again, unable to pretend he was not dog enough to find fun in weather. When the rain eased, the air did not cool. It hung heavy as wool, waiting. The second shaking came deeper in the night, when men trust their beds too much to be kind. Jon woke fully and at attention. Ghost stood already. The bed gave one curt shrug. The wall answered with a noise like breath turning over in the throat. He threw his cloak over his shoulders and went out into the corridor where the flame in the bracket had nothing to do. It had been made redundant by the heat. Men stood at their doors and made jokes because jokes keep hands steady. Jon went down and the down drew him as a well draws a bucket. The hall had changed. The sills had lit themselves and gone pale from it. The air had gone from warm to fraught. It was like being in a room where two men had decided to fight and had not yet set hands on one another, and your body becomes wise enough to step to the walls. Stannis was there with a face that had more bones in it than usual. The steward had the sense to keep his mouth open just enough to breathe freely. The Red Woman stood with her hands at her sides as if to show the room she had brought nothing and had no intention of picking anything up. The sound came into the hall the way weather comes into a room through a gap in a shutter. It was not loud. Men have spent too much time making stories about roaring. It was an indrawing. The sort a house makes when a door opens in the wrong place and the old warmth is pulled through all the rooms at once. The candles brightened, which is to say they stopped arguing with themselves. The stone underfoot registered briefly, a tremor like a great animal adjusting its flank against the cave wall. Jon put his palm on the sill because where else was he meant to put it? The heat took his hand as if he had been expected and had arrived late. The east wall did not fall. It moved one finger's breadth. It was enough. The mortar along a seam that had kept a polite silence for generations made a soft sound like a sigh, and then a crack that sounded intimate and was not. A line appeared. Dust fell. Men went backward because men are not fools even when they are afraid. Ghost made the sort of rumble men mistake for a growl when it means ready. The Red Woman smiled slightly, which would have made Stannis hit her if she had been any other woman. It arrived not with flame but with heat, so honest flame had no work. The crack opened the way lips open against a cup. No light came from the opening, but the light the room lended to it. The heat came through as if it had found a body again and was pleased by it. The first breath it took was cool by its standards. The first breath it let out made the candles bow as if in acknowledgement and not failure. The shape lifted itself out of the seam of the world the way a chest lifts itself under a blanket. The first thing Jon saw of it was not body but absence, the way a black thing is not black so much as it is all the colors hidden. Then the line of a jaw, wrong to be bone and right to belong to something that had never asked men for permission. The eyes were not embers. They were lamps that had remembered fire. They were old because eyes are old when they have looked at distances. For a moment he saw the skull in the red keep at once with this, as if two hands held two pieces that had always meant to be held together. That skull had been a room and a lesson and a mercy. This was a breath drawn in the present tense. The head turned, not in the sharp way of a reptile and not in the needy way of a dog. It had learned patience before it learned body. The nostrils flared. The heat pressed itself into the room with good manners. If a man had not known what he was looking at, he could have decided it was a trick of light, of weariness, of hope. Men who had not believed in such tricks would call it something else. Stannis's mouth opened and closed like a hinge that had been rusted in one position and then forced. "It is not a ghost," he said, as if a jury had been summoned and he must not lie before it. "No," Jon said. The red woman did not speak. She stood as if she had arranged her blood in a way that would not make it run to her feet. The steward whispered an old prayer in a tongue he did not know he knew. The sound of men trying not to make sound gathered itself into silence again. The thing that had been breath and now was also body took another breath. Its exhale kissed the sill. The air behind it was the heat you feel when you open an oven that has been lit all day. Busy, unproud, full of purpose. It was not the size of the skull in the Red Keep because nothing is the size of the dead except the dead. It was something else. It was big enough to be wrong in a room meant for men and yet not so big as to decide to be wrong about the world all at once. A shoulder, a joint where wing and back consider one another, moved within the stone and then through it with a reluctance that had more to do with stone's way of agreeing to new shapes than the creature's way of being born. The wing unfolded in the room and became the room, and the candles protested with small hiccups. The leather of it was not smooth. The light found in it 1,000 small accidents of texture and learned them. The claw on the near forelimb tested the floor and found it sufficient, which is a greater compliment from a creature than any bow. "Balerion," someone said. Jon did not think he had spoken. Perhaps it had been 3 men at once and the room had heard them together and decided to spare them the embarrassment of naming out loud what they looked at. Naming is a violence men do to a thing and also a mercy sometimes. The creature's head tilted toward the sound and then away again as if to say, "I have worn that name and it is not wrong, but it fits differently now." He did not feel offended on its behalf. He felt what a man feels when a long-ago tune finds his ear after a lifetime and sits down with him as if they had parted yesterday. Ghost did not shrink. He went forward the length of his own courage in a way that would have been comical if the room had been vain enough to be amused. He showed his teeth not as a threat but as a man shows his palms, empty of blade. The eye that lamp regarded him. Something passed between them that no word will improve. Ghost drew in the scent and sneezed in sheer self-respect and then sat and laid his jaw on his paws as if to tell Jon. "This is ours in the way breath is ours, borrowed and returned and borrowed again." Stannis moved then, because to not move in the face of this would have turned a man into a picture of himself, and he refused the flattery of stillness. He stepped forward, hand not raised, and the creature's head came down a fraction, as if both of them understood what it is to stand your ground under a heavy roof. The king's brother looked like a man who had found a tool too big for any hand and stubborn enough to refuse to be a tool. He looked pleased in the small stubborn place people never praise in him. "We will not tell Robert until I have words," he said to no one in particular and to Jon. "He will try to kill what he does not understand. He is not clever enough to define it first." His jaw worked once, as if he had decided to admit something to himself rather than to the room. "He will be right about some of it and wrong about enough." He turned his head a little, as if to hear whether the stone would answer him back if he insulted his king. It did not. He glanced at the red woman. "Do your tricks and call it blessing. It will make some of my men steadier when they decide they have been saved." She did not bridle. She gave him the mercy of her silence and kept her little knowing smile where he would not see it. Jon pressed his hand to the sill and felt the warmth pass into him so evenly his skin did not bother to complain. He could put out his hand farther, he knew, and seal his palm to the creature's jaw as a child makes a new friend of a skeptical dog. He did not because he did not know if it was his right yet. He stood instead and breathed in the same time. The room allowed it. What followed was less miracle than housekeeping. Men came, one at a time and then in twos and threes, careful to make no loud declarations. They stood and looked and let their seeing happen without grabbing hold of it with language. There was no roar. None of the theater foolish men had written into their stories to make themselves exciting when they told them around fires. The creature breathed and the hall accommodated. The heat took work away from torches and made the sconces embarrassed. A fat candle melted a little and then decided to hold its shape and was proud of itself. Ghost slept, or seemed to, which is to say he laid still enough that fright in men's bellies lay down with him. They crossed out into the courtyard toward dawn. The doors had not been built for a new thing to pass through them. The stone remembered its duty and then, after a thought that took longer than breath likes to give, agreed to move. The arch cracked like an old joke that needed retiring. Men went backward, as is wise. The creature came into the air with that same practical grace with which it had left the wall. The wing, 2 lengths of hide and bone that had known the shape of air long before this night, caught the world as if the world were a thing designed to be caught. It beat once and twice. The keep breathed outward, relieved to have it outside the way a house is secretly glad when a well-loved guest leaves after a long stay. Sea air ran at them like a child. The creature set its forehand on the parapet and looked toward the water and then toward the sky and then toward the island that had held it as if to remember the shapes of names. It did not take off as men do in their heads when they tell stories. It stepped slowly to the lip where the rock becomes habit and the habit becomes drop. It learned the wind with an attention so complete it felt like prayer. Then it went. A single long sweep did what 300 eager hearts wanted to do, and the animal was unpinned from the earth. The wing's shadow fell across the yard and across men's faces and across Ghost's back and across Stannis's hand. The shadow sat there for a beat. Men will tell you they felt a hand. And then slid away because shadow is not a thing that belongs to skin. Jon stood with his mouth open until he shut it by effort. The creature's curve across the dawn was not a line of boasting but of surety. It did not go high. It did not choose drama. It made a patient circle around the inner keep, finding the air as a man finds a stair in the dark by counting steps and knowing where the landing must be. It turned its head once toward the hall that had warmed it and went wider, out over the first wall and then the second, and now men on the outer yard crouched or flung their arms upward or fell to their knees depending upon whether they had wanted to do any of those things last week and not had a reason. The fisherman out past the shoal saw the shadow first, then the back, then the line of something too black to be right in morning light. They crossed themselves in their village ways and went on tending nets because hunger is older than wonder. One of them laughed. He could not have told you why. It was not bravado. It was approval of the world for having remembered an old trick. When it came back down it did so as if it had owned the landing for 100 years. The foreclaws took the parapet again. The back claws found the lateral seam of stone that had kept your father's father standing. The creature found the ground with a sigh that was not more dramatic than a large animal's content. It brought its head in toward the yard and set it on the stone as if learned weariness had been waiting to be used again. The lamp eyes banked to a thoughtful low. It did not sleep. It watched men and doorways and the seam in the east wall where it had first put a shoulder. The name was in the yard now and would not be driven out. Balerion, they whispered, and some put the black dread after it because the phrase has a convenient weight and sits well in the mouth. The older men spoke it as if it were an oath they had remembered not to swear before cheap ears. Stannis did not speak it. He looked as if he had already begun a ledger in his mind with 2 columns under a header that matched no prayer. "Keep men off the parapet," he told the steward. "Keep boys from doing stupid things to make stories their grandsons will be forced to listen to. Bring the cooks. Bring meat. Not raw." He cast a glance at the red woman. "Bring whatever it is you light. Do not sing. If singing is necessary, make the men do it. They will be wrong less often." She said nothing. She had made herself into a man who knew a thing and would not say it for the sake of being thought-wise. Jon felt foolishly grateful to her, as a man is grateful to a banked fire for not causing a house to burn. He stepped forward and only then let himself put his hand against the side of the jaw where the bone had appeared through the break. The heat under the hide was not human. It was not just warmth. It felt like being next to a kiln that had learned manners. He kept his palm there, and the skin under it flexed in the almost smile the very old have when a child does something correctly by guesswork. It should have burned him. It did not. He did not give himself the honor for this. He gave it to the creature for choosing, and perhaps to the hall for teaching both of them to meet one another halfway. The eye turned. He saw himself in it as a man sees himself in water disturbed by wind. Wavered, truer, less handsome and more accurate. He did not think mine. He thought ours. But the hour he meant was not men. Stannis wrote that morning with a speed that would have blistered other men. He wrote 2 letters, one to Eddard, one to the king, and the one to the king he held while it was sanded and even after, as if reluctant to put it into any other man's hands. Jon stood with him long enough for their silence to agree. He will want to own it, Stannis said, not angry, simply correct. He will want to name it again and by naming tie it to the tree where he ties his good hounds. I will not suffer that. My men will not let him onto the island when he comes drunk with desire and boar fat and songs. I will pick a fight with my brother. It will make a poor song. He will want to kill me for being near it, Jon said. He will see danger in a name he has given me. Yes, Stannis said. But he is tired enough to be lazy once in a week. He may decide to let his hatred sleep and his greed go outside and play, and then his pride will feed them both. He folded the letter and sealed it. The wax shone for a heartbeat. Then Saturday he needs you. That will gall him more than anything. He will not throw away a thing he needs until he has mistaken it for a thing he wants. If you are lucky, those days will be different days. You make a comfort out of unkindness, Jon said. I make an instrument out of correctness, Stannis answered, not offended because truth rarely offends him when he is the one holding it. Go and stand where the creature can see you. If he chooses a man, let it be one who will not make his own story the only one told about it. They fed it, not with whole bulls dragged by ropes to satisfy some southern need for spectacle, but with meat cut in pieces, because a mouth that has slept as long as this one may have forgotten to be ungentle if given a blood tide all at once. It took the flesh in with an efficiency that was nearly modest. It did not consider the men who brought it as food because it had learned better, or because the island had taught it that men bring meat and need not be meat. Ghost watched attentively, even respectfully, and then yawned enormous and lay down again, and Jon felt relief of a sort he could not have asked from a priest. If Ghost had refused this, he would have doubted himself harder. The message to Eddard could not be a letter in the usual way. Writing, "We have birthed a dragon," makes a man ridiculous even when he is right. Stannis's hand spoke of heat and of stone and of new facts without brocade. Jon added a line in the corner that Luwin would recognize as a boy's handwriting turned careful. "Do not come yet," he wrote, and then lifted the quill and left the sentence thus, not because he feared more words but because more words would spoil the few. He sent it with a man whose face he liked and whose feet had remembered speed. He did not speak to the creature again. He stood where it could see him, and Ghost lay at his thigh and sometimes leaned his weight. The Red Woman came and went. She burned nothing now. She looked like a person who has been given the thing she wanted and is in mourning for her want. Stannis made rotations with his men as if the keep were under siege, and this was the way one keeps fools from rushing in. The steward had found something like humility under the bed with his lost sock and wore it well. At noon, a boy ran through the ward with his hair flying and brought Jon news he had not asked for. "Men on the out islands," the boy panted, responsibility washing him whitish, "say they saw it. Last night. A black bird with burning eyes, big as 2 houses, flying on the moon. They say they kept their fires lit and the goats inside." He swallowed and found his breath again. "They say it went where it wanted and the wind would not tell it otherwise." "Tell them to keep their goats inside," Stannis said, sparing the boy the shame of being the first to say a sensible thing. "Tell them to bring me the old stories they have. Not the city stories. The ones their grandmothers told when it rained and their fires smoked." He watched the boy run back into his own size and then looked at Jon. "There will be women who will not stop their husbands going into that hall to touch the warm stone," he said. "There will be men who will not touch it in case gods see and remember their names." We will have to make room for both kinds of fear. They did. The day moved through them like a man too polite to shove and too determined to find his door. The creature breathed, moved as little as a mountain must, learned light in this new world where it had been given itself again. It flicked a wing once and the yard's dust reconsidered its loyalty to the ground. It lifted its head toward mid-afternoon as if something had knocked upon the air. Jon felt the knock also, an echo in his chest. He thought of the skull room and the bone there that had taught him humility. He thought of the city's heat and of Luwin's smile when a foolish thing that should not be possible and had nevertheless happened in a manner that demanded a new word. He thought of his father standing with his palm on death out of love for life. He did not see the ravens leave Dragonstone for the city. He imagined the beat of their wings on the open sea and the way their bodies ride air low to save themselves from learning altitude. He saw, in his mind, one of them lit on the Red Keep's coat, a black drop in red light, and Luwin's hand removing the little gilded tube and Eddard's thumb breaking the wrong-colored wax. He imagined his father reading and his face not moving and then moving just enough to widen the room's understanding of his griefs and hopes. He saw Robert breaking a seal with a laugh and then not laughing, as a man stops laughing when he realizes the joke is at the expense of something he finds himself wanting. The letter to the king had a journey of its own. It went first to men with smaller crowns etched upon their minds, and the worst of them whispered the word weapon into an empty room to hear how it sounded. Sounded good. It lit no candles of its own. The second night the creature went out again and this time took a longer circle, not to be looked at but to look. It moved over water that flinched and then recovered, over a ridge of stone that had watched men play at kings and women play at gods and goats be goats without opinion. It did not roar. It did not spit fire as men will tell you it did. It breathed, and what the breath touched warmed, and what it warmed remembered that it could hold heat as well as cold. Old men sat up in bed because something passed over their houses and made the air sensible and the hair on their arms foolish. A girl woke and smiled without knowing why and said a name, not Balerion and not Jon, and turned onto her other side and slept better. At dawn, a fisherman brought a story to the kitchen. It dipped its mouth, he said, tasting his own fear in the telling and hiding it under salt. The water hissed under it but did not rise to fight. It took one fish that had made the mistake of being on top of all the others and left the rest as if to say, not yet. Then it went away. It did not take my son, and it could have, and if it had I would set my house on fire to make the smoke shame the gods, and they would not be shamed. I have never been happier to be poor. He laughed and wept into his stew and then remembered he had left a net in the water and left with a curse that was a prayer. Jon slept in the heat under stone as if finally a bed had got the right idea. He dreamed once and woke laughing into his own hair because the dream had been so simple. A dark wing passing over grass and a boy's hand catching the shade on purpose, as if shadow were a thing a boy could lift. He dressed more carefully than was required. A courtesy you pay to moments that will be remembered after you are done with them. He went out to the yard. The creature stood as it had. Men had grown bold and come nearer and been chastened by Stannis's voice without the scolding needing to be loud. The Red Woman was not there, and that was a kindness to the part of Jon that had grown tired of her certainty. Stannis stood at Jon's shoulder without acknowledging he had aimed for that exact spot. I will send to your father a day after the king's letter, he said. I will tell him to do nothing. I know he will at once attempt to do something. That is his adorably ruinous habit. He will choose the action that least offends his idea of himself. It will be wrong and forgivable. I will chose a worse action, and it will be right and unforgivable. He rubbed his jaw and found stubble and disapproved of both the hairs and the act of having to disapprove. Perhaps it will be the other way around. It would be a nice change. It would. Jon let himself smile. Stannis did not. Jon knew it was a day to speak because saying nothing can be a lie. He went forward farther than he had, watched by men who did not know whether to cheer for something they had no right to. He put his hand on the jaw, slow, and then, because wanting is as honest as any name, he put his other hand upon the hide beneath the near eye. He felt the blink, not violent but thorough, the way a dog blinks when dust has thought itself a welcome guest. He stood there and let both hands listen. He did not think the name because he did not want to turn this into a piece of the city's grammar. He thought instead of the skull's cool and of King's Landing's walls and of the way breath had sounded in the hall when it had first remembered that it could move through a throat not made of stone. He did not move when the head came down until his forehead was resting a moment against hide that would one day take ash and wind and make both their dressing. He heard nothing. He heard everything. Then the creature lifted again and looked past him at the place where the hall opened into the keep and made a small sound then that was only half sound and half the shape of a sound in air. He felt it in his teeth and found that good. He stepped back and did not trip. Ghost had not moved. He had decided this was still the same world where he had learned how to be a wolf. He yawned again. He was not bored. He was kind. The sea went gray under a sky that promised a dullness men would be grateful for in a year when they were tired and wanted to be tired more. The island made the day what it could. The creature learned to stand so that its shadow sheltered men cutting meat, and it was not kindness. It was habit. Jon took ink and paper and made things into words for Luwin because one must, and then he stopped writing because some parts of the world cannot be rendered into lines without losing their grudging affection for men. He ate stew terrible and perfect. He slept less and better than he had any week since the king had spoken his name in Winterfell. They left on a morning when the sea had ironed its own face. Stannis thrust the letter to the king into Jon's hand because putting it into anyone else's would offend no gods but would offend Stannis. "Tell your father that I will keep what came out of my wall until Robert thinks of a cleverer way to ruin it than arriving with a song," he said. "Tell him to keep his cleverness out of the small council for a day. Tell him—" He paused, which startled Jon into lifting his eyes. "Tell him to come when he is ready. I cannot cheat him of this without cheating myself of a visit from the last honest man I can stand." Jon laughed under his breath and Stannis rolled his eyes without moving them. The creature watched the ship go. It did not fly after. It put its head on the parapet and made of its own patience a lesson the island would remember long after it forgot men's names. The boat struck the first chop and then the second. The island backed away without hurrying. Jon stood with his hands on the rail, the salt running along the boards like unspooled thread, and thought of King's Landing's heat under stone answering to this heat under stone as bridges speak to one another across water. He did not say what he had seen aloud to the captain. He did not name it on deck for the sea to carry into other men's ears. Stories travel too well. He held it with an economy he had learned without trying. Ghost lay with his nose to the wind and tasted the thing he could not have a name for and did not die because of it. The city rose to him as if it had aged 3 months in 3 days. The smell coming up the river felt thicker, and the heat that came off the flagstones when the afternoon leaned on them carried another heat in it, a deeper one, as if the stone here had been called and had answered in the only language it knows. The steward met him with the look of a man who has been made to run once each hour for 2 days. "Lord Stark," he breathed, forgetting that he had ever called other men by that name. Eddard read Stannis's letter first. His face changed less than a sunrise does. Then he read Jon's lines, if they can be called lines. An ungainly boy's hand grown careful enough to go under his father's eyes. He put that paper down more softly than the other. "Good," he said, and it had the same meaning Stannis used for the word and the opposite meaning both. "Robert." "In a temper," the steward said. "He forbore to throw a cup only because the cup had wine in it, and he is too tender-hearted toward wine for such a cruelty. He will see you after he has seen your father. The queen has been reading the air as if it were a book. She has found something to quote." They went down together because nothing else would do. The skullroom had altered itself without moving a single centimeter. The cool had become a prepared cool like a cellar that has been aired for a particular cask. The candles behaved. They did not flaunt themselves but did not hide. The skull sat as it had sat forever to Jon's eye and yet newly. He went to it because he would not insult it by staying away because he had seen something newer. He put his palm on the familiar place, above the orbit where the world meets the idea of an eye, and found what he had expected to find and what he had not. The bone cool and the old warmth under it, yes, but also a pace to it, slower, more immune to men's excitements, and more certain it will still be here when those excitements have grown bored and gone. Eddard came to his side and did as he had done before, the hand and then the shoulder and then the gaze that measured both and forgave both for not being as large as the world this room contained. "There is a thing," Jon said. He did not add the rest. His father knows the rest in a way other men would resent being asked to use. Eddard nodded. "There is always a thing," he said. "The trick is knowing which thing in a handful of them will burn us and which will keep us from freezing." Robert's entrance did not change the temperature of the hall. Men will tell you it did, but they confuse his voice with a wind. He came down breathing as if he had been up a stair, smiling because he had found an excuse to smile and then remembering why he had found the excuse and losing it. He looked at the skull and then at Jon and then at Eddard and decided to be honest, which sat uneasily on him like a borrowed cuirass. "Stannis says," he began, and then stopped because Stannis was a man he could shout at and still be powerless against, and that put him into a kind of intellectual fatigue. He tried again. "A thing," he said. "Yes," Eddard said, as if to a man who had remembered his name just in time to reply to it. "Can you control it?" Robert asked Jon. As men ask questions they will not want answered. The absurdity of the idea did not make the question smaller. Jon did not make the mistake of laughing. "I can stand where it can see me," he said. "I cannot set anything on fire." Robert huffed. It was a laugh that had decided not to be laughter after all. "Stannis thinks he can control the tides with a ledger. The queen will want to leash it with her smile and will be offended when it eats the smile and leaves her face. You." He looked at Jon again. "A man measuring a boy for a harness he will decide not to put on because it will make him feel old. You will stand where it can see you," he echoed, and the mockery there was more tired than malicious. "Well." He thumped the bone because men thump things to make them pay attention. "Well." The queen did not come down that day. She sent some remnant of herself in words through a lesser mouth. Sensible things about prudence and caution and less sensible wishes hidden under those words. They returned to the air and vanished among the dust motes like all such speeches. It did not matter. She would bide until the men made errors and then feed her patience to those errors and make them grow fat. That night the city felt the heat below as men feel in their bones when weather changes. The walls gave back warmth with a patience not quite theirs. Some small boy waking in the dead hour in a slum near the fish market blinked, turned his face toward the hill, and smiled into the dark without knowing why. A woman lying awake in a good street turned over and swore because her back ached and nothing in the world could help it. A pair of lovers under a table never meant for sleeping under rolled together and pretended they were in a cottage where hearths obeyed. Men on the wall looked toward the sea and told one another lies they felt might be true by morning. Jon slept, and when he dreamed not of Balerion, not exactly, but of a wing passing under his feet as if he himself were the air. He woke with his hands open as if he had held a thing and let it go. He found Syrio and let the Bravosi take his breath and give it back better. He sat with Sansa and loved her for her good effort at making the shape of a leaf where a stag had been demanded. He watched Arya put oil on a blade with more care than she puts into washing her neck and said nothing, which was praise. He took Luwin bread and asked impertinent questions about stone and heat and breath. Luwin answered them with impertinent answers that had footnotes in them whether anyone wanted them or not. He went down to the skulls and put his hand on bone because he had faith in the usefulness of repetition. 2 days later, the letter Stannis had sent to the king bore fruit. It had been chewed by 3 men's sense of their own cleverness and spat back up and still somehow had meat on it. The king called council with the energy of a man who would rather be anywhere else and then enjoyed himself fighting with men he pretended were friends. Renly made jokes as if jokes were new coin. Peter laid his fingers across his mouth and thought about his own face while making recommendations that would earn him gratitude he could later convert to knives. Varys polished his words until they were as smooth as the inside of an old bishop's ring and slid them onto men's fingers while they thought themselves naked. Eddard spoke last, not because he was shy, but because he was the only man in that room whose words were not waiting at the door before he opened it. "Do nothing loudly," he said. "Do something quietly. The something is, to make sure no man sells the island a story before it has learned its own. Send no songs. Send no trumpets. Send no boys with banners to be brave in front of goatkeepers. Send a note to Stannis that says we will act when action is required, and that does not mean never. Robert wanted to pound a table. He did pound it. Then he set his hand on the wood and left it there, consoled by the feel of something stupid and strong under him. I will come, he announced, not quite defiantly, as if telling the weather it would rain if only out of obedience. Eddard said no in a way that made the word mean later. The queen said nothing, and her silence meant, only if I come too. The council left the room looking as if it had done a thing. It had not. The thing had been done in stone 4 days ago. At dusk, Jon returned to the skull room and found someone had already lit the honest lamps. And the candles had lit themselves once, then gone out, a bit ashamed of their own eagerness. He put his hand on the bone and felt nothing new and loved the bone for that. He felt the warmth beneath it and accepted it as he had accepted the cold of Winterfell as an old correctness. He breathed there until his heart stopped trying to talk faster than his mind, and then went up into the keep to find his father and share the sort of stillness that sits between them like bread you break without thinking. In the morning, the city sent up a soft smoke that had more in it than turf and dung. It had a hint of something older. Men going to market commented on it and were told they were making things up. A potter burned his hands on a kiln he had not lit and accused his wife of tending it while he slept because she could not bear to let anything be cold. She denied it without rancor and set his burned fingers into a bowl of mashed roots with more tenderness than he deserved. In the alley off the Street of Looms, a red-robed woman Jon had not seen before stood and looked toward the hill and smiled at a thing men would not see yet, and then worked out the best way to turn it into offerings and safety and a story. Jon went to the yard. Jaime leaned on a wall like an idle thought and watched men fight with sense. He did not mock them because their care pleased him at last. He looked at Jon without appearing to. Well, he said, and sometimes a man needs only one word and a face to be called a friend of a sort. I hear our brother has taught a wall to sing. It is a low sound, Jon said. The sort your bones answer. Jaime's mouth turned. We will find out what kind of note it makes out of men, he said. At least it is not a song about love. Those are the worst. And we are saved, Jon said, which made Jaime's eyes flash with pleasure that someone had met his joke with the proper shape. They stood and watched a boy's wrist be taught by Ser Boros to be less proud. And Jon found himself grateful for the precise little things that made up days. A correction made with a wooden blade, a mouth learning to grin at its own bruises, the sound of boots striking in time. When Jon went back to the skull room that afternoon, he found Eddard already there. He did not ask his father how he had walked through the day. He could see it on him, the way a man wears patience like a garment he has mended himself too often to hate. They stood together with their palms on bone, and the room consented to have both their small lives added to its long memory. It will get harder, Eddard said after a good while. It is already hard, Jon answered, with no complaint in it. That is a mercy, Eddard said. When a thing becomes hard too quickly, men make fools of themselves trying to pretend they were waiting for it. Will you go to the island? Jon asked. I will, Eddard said. Later than I want and sooner than your king will like. I will take care when I am there. I will remember that no man who has ever died of heat deserves a laugh from me. I will tell the truth and lie when it would spare men whom truth would only kill more slowly. I will come back. If I do not, tell the truth and your sister the part of it she can bear and the rest to the tree in the godswood. Jon shut his eyes for a heartbeat and saw the heart tree's tears. He opened them and saw the socket in the skull where eyes had been and found in both, absurdly, a similar kindness. I will, he said. That night the dream came to the city. It did not care whether men were asleep or grinding their teeth. It came in through the stone and through open windows and through the stories people tell themselves and sat down for a time where Jon slept, laid its heat along his ribs, and said the only thing old things can say when they want to be heard. I am. He woke without panic. He woke with a steadiness that would have looked like stubbornness if you put it in a boy's posture and not in a man's hands. Ghost yawned on his leg and put the weight back down like a door closed without hurry. Jon lay in the gray, listening to the city try to go on pretending it had never seen such days and already failing. And then he rose into the work that had become his. In the week that followed, there were many small things and one large thing, and the large thing was made of the small things the way a house is made of doors. The small things were these: the heat under the keep steadied to a degree men could put numbers to, if they were Stannis and stubborn. The skullroom's candles took to lighting themselves near dusk and self-extinguishing just to prove that they were not tricks of drafts. Ghost stopped sneezing and started sleeping where the stone felt warmest. Luwin wrote sentences with fewer handwaves in the margins than before and seemed irritated that certainty bored him. The queen looked toward the east. More and toward men less, and did not tell herself she had done so. Eddard found lines along his mouth that did not come from frowns but from holding back laughter when it would hurt. Jaime handed a boy his blade with the simple command again, and the boy, who had been a sneer last week, obeyed with care. Arya found her footwork at last and saw it in her face and had the grace to share it only with the wind. Sansa learned to say "Your Grace" to a woman without letting the woman hear the capital letters in it. The large thing was this: the creature under the stone and the bone under the city came to know each other without men insisting on introductions. And then the day arrived when men decided that what breath had done was not enough. You could smell it before you saw it. The need to be the ones to have done a thing, the old impatience that makes its own fire and calls it worship. Jon felt it the way a man feels a room where shouting will inevitably happen. He went down to the skull room early, not to prevent a shouting, but to be sure the first sound in the room was honesty. He put his hand on the bone. He waited until his breath had found the older rhythm. He stood aside then, so that there would be room for men to do their inevitable. Eddard came with him, and when Robert came, loud as weather and kinder than men give him credit for, there was no one else yet to turn the moment into something that would require repair. The king stood under the skull like a boy in a room too solemn for him, and looked at Jon and looked at Eddard and swallowed a thing that would have been a jape if he had let it out. "We will go," he said. "We will see it." It was both command and plea. Eddard did not deny him. Jon did not. They were three on a ship with more men than a ship likes and more wine than men do when there is weather. The queen did not come. She had reasons. She made of them a curtain and stood behind it and watched. Varys watched also and would tell no one whether he had followed, which is the sort of thing he likes to not say. Renly waved from the wall as if he were women's laughter with trousers on. Jaime put his hand on a saddle as if to be the man who would ride the creature there, and then lifted it again because he had sense and humor both. The sea did as it was told by the wind, which for once was told to be kind. Robert stood at the prow and let spray baptize him without church words. Eddard stood beside him and said nothing for longer than the day had allowed him in weeks. Jon stood at the rail and looked forward because there was nothing to be gained now by looking back. Ghost lay with his head under a coil of rope and pretended to nap while not sleeping at all. They arrived in a way any man arrives who has been expected. Everything important had been set down before their boots touched the island. The yard was quiet in the way a room is quiet when children have been shushed for a story. The creature stood upon the parapet and looked toward them with the lazy accuracy of a cat well fed. Robert stopped halfway across the flagstones as if a hand had been set upon his chest. Men have written the king as a boy and a boar and a song. In that moment he was simply a man with his own weight and his own sore knees and the sense to be humbled. He laughed once, softly, because he had forgot he could, and then walked on. He stood before it and did not strike it with his hand to make sure of it. He did not roar to match it. He lifted his face. Perhaps he expected a heat like a forge to take the hair from his beard. It did not. He closed his eyes for a count and then opened them, and that was kindness to himself. Men should be allowed one small piece even when they do not deserve it. "Balerion," he said, and this time it was a man naming his own fear to make it a thing he can be fond of. The creature inclined its head as if to say, "You may say what you like. I will not argue with your need." Eddard stepped forward and put his hand on the hide near where Jon had put his earlier. He did not ask permission because asking permission from a beast older than men would be foolish, and because men do not like to make a show of good manners when they are genuinely behaving well. He looked at Jon then, not at the king, and the look said more than a letter could, more than a room filled with counsel could. "There are ways forward and none of them will be the way we want. We will take the one that does least harm. We will forgive ourselves for it later, or we will not. Ghost stood and came forward to stand with them, so that there were 3 men and a wolf and a creature that had remembered the shape of its own breath. The island held them. The day held itself. The sea went on doing what it always does, giving back what it takes when it wants to be kind. No one took a saddle out. No one spurred a wing into the air. That was for later, if it would ever be, and not this. This was a day to stand where a thing can see you and to decide whether you will call it terror or breath or mercy. Jon put his hand on the jaw and did not take it away until the creature's eye closed once and opened again in pure contentment. He stepped back. He did not stumble. He did not thank gods. He thanked the thing itself by leaving it alone. On the second night of their visit, there was a moment no man had planned, and so it must be told here in simple terms. The door in the east wall cracked from seam to mouth with the smallest complaint, as if it had always meant to and finally had spare time. The creature turned its head toward it and put through it a breath that could have cooked meat and did not. It made a sound then, not roar, not song. It was like a hand on the air, like a man laying his palm on a child's crown and saying without sound. Yes, men felt it in their teeth. Eddard felt his handball scar sting and smiled, because pain that tells you you are alive should be thanked once in a decade. Robert set his back short against the wall and cried without shame and called himself a fool for wasting water. Jon put his hand on Ghost's skull and Ghost leaned into it, and for a moment all the rooms in Jon's life, the hall in Winterfell, the skull room beneath King's Landing, the gallery in Dragonstone, the deck of the ship as it tilted at dusk, were one room. They returned to the city to find it ready to be told what it had already known. A miracle, some said, and sold the word for a penny and a laugh. A horror, others said, and sharpened knives they did not own. A sign, some insisted, and ran to the places where men like to pile signs until the floor breaks. Eddard said a fact, and sat down to make it less remarkable by the daily labor of being an honorable man in a room built to exhaust honor. Robert said many things, some of them so correct they embarrassed the men who heard them. Cersei said little and adjusted the shutters of her face until what she allowed through the cracks was precisely what she had chosen. Varys told versions of versions and smiled to himself when one of them went the way it must. Jaime watched Jon when no one watched both and found in the boy a thing he had not expected and was pleased to be wrong about. Jon went to the skull room because there was nowhere else he would have been after seeing breath in stone and stone in breath. He put his palm upon the bone and felt the old warmth, as if the hall were pleased to have its excellent student back. The candles did not light. They did not need to. He stood until his breath matched the slower one beneath the stone. He did not ask for instruction or for pardon. He did not ask for a mount or a crown or a prophecy. He asked nothing. He breathed. The room breathed. Somewhere out on the sea, a wing took a stroke. Somewhere in the city, a girl who would grow up to be kinder than men have any right to expect from the world fed an old man soup and did not say the word miracle aloud, even though it sat on her tongue and wanted to be said. Somewhere in the north, a cold place remembered being warm. He stood as long as he needed to, and then he went to his father, and the two of them did their day's work as if they had not put their hands upon a thing older than songs, which is the only decent way to honor such a thing. The first frost in King's Landing came out of a story before it came out of the sky. It began in a letter that had no corners left from being turned in men's hands. It began under stone. It began in the way cooks began to whisper about bread rising too fast and then falling as if ashamed. Jon felt it in the floorboards, a faint tightening that was neither cold nor heat, but the knowledge that both had taken chairs in the same room. He woke to Ghost's nose cold against his wrist and lay still, waiting for the city to declare its mood. The Red Keep had moods in the way a living thing has. Today it creaked with carefulness. A bucket struck a step. Water ran somewhere stubborn as a mule. A woman sang 3 notes and stopped as if remembering the song had once meant something else. Jon dressed with habits he no longer checked and laced his boots while Ghost watched him from the corner of an eye in the manner of beasts who have taught themselves to be men's elders. Syrio asked him to leave his cleverness by the door and bring in his feet. "Your feet are honest," he said, and spared Arya's grip on her wooden blade, a look that would have been pity in a lesser man. His feet tell the truth. Yours lie and the stone hears them. Feel the floor. It will tell you where the other blade wants to be before the hand knows. They danced until sweat salted Jon's lip and the ache behind his ribs changed from complaint to usefulness. Arya found the step she had been unable to find 2 days ago and did not grin at it. She let it go by her as if she had never lost it in the first place. Syrio nodded once, the sort of praise you could put in your pocket and take out later when you needed to go on. By the time Jon reached the Solar, Luwin had made a city out of scraps of parchment. The table wore note after note like shingles. Eddard had his hands braced on the edge, as if leaning would keep from falling a man who was not in the habit of falling. Luwin's chain chimed its quiet song. And the potters report that their kills need less wood. The maester read. Of course they are pleased, and of course they are alarmed. In the black cells the small of stale water has thinned. A candle in the lower passage was found to have relit itself and then gone out and then relit, and the jailer swore off wine at last and then swore back on. Men will make anything into a prayer if they can use it to excuse a habit. Eddard's mouth almost smiled and then did not. And Stannis. Stannis writes with increasing economy, Luwin said dryly. The last page had fewer words and more meaning than I'll admit to. The island changes, he says. Accept it before it makes you foolish to deny it. The creature obeys itself. I choose to believe this is preferable to it obeying you. Then, numbers. He patted the sheet as if soothing a child cross from learning to walk. The heat is higher by his measure, just a degree if we use a Bravosi glass for it, yet the trend holds. I will go again, Jon said before Eddard could ask. He did not mean to be gallant. He meant to be true. You will, Eddard said, as a man says water finds the sea. But not today. The city requires a boy who can watch without giving the game away. There are men in these halls who would grow less cautious if you were at sea. I am old enough to choose my troubles one at a time. Luwin folded a thin page and slid it toward Jon. Pycelle has misplaced the word volcanic in his memory and replaced it with demonic, he said, pleased at his own malice. If you would speak to him in my stead and retrieve the correct word, I would be grateful. He tires me. I prefer stubbornness that sweats. Jon went to the citadel a man had made for himself at the heart of the keep and found Pycelle asleep upright in a chair that ought to have belonged to a judge. He waited until the old man's breath made a small trumpet and did not stop. He coughed politely. Pycelle woke in installments and found in Jon first a boy and then a name and then an annoyance. The hand's bastard, he said, forgetting, and then recovered the word he had meant to use and the courtesy with it. Lord Stark. Jon told him about glass and heat and stone, about how a wick that refuses to catch may glow from within if the air beneath it decides to give it permission. Pycelle nodded gravely while the words went by. The books say, he began. The books also say, Jon returned, that the skulls beneath this keep are the size of the room they're in. I've seen the room. The skull is larger. The books say many things, Pycelle agreed, mollified by the thought of his books despite the rebuke. We must choose the wise ones. The city must be kept from panic. The city is too busy to panic properly, Jon said, and Pycelle laughed and then looked scandalized that laughter had escaped. Name the heat for what it is. Men respect a thing when it has a name they can remember. If you call this breath of the earth volcanic again and again, the men who want to fear it will have to put that fear into a bucket with a label, and that is better than pouring it all over the floor. He found Peter and Varys together later, talking like two cats at either end of a roof. Varys raised his hands as if in surrender. Our boy, he murmured. I hear you go to see the dragon and come back without a scorch. I hear you go to see men and come back with none, Peter said pleasantly. My lord, if the animal belongs to your father's friend's brother, does it not also belong a little to you? That is how some will do their sums. It belongs to itself, Jon said. How inconvenient, Peter purred. Self-possession never wins friends in court. It does, Varys corrected sweetly. But the friends it wins will not be visible in a ledger. He made the shape of a bow with his head and melted into the corridor, as if the air preferred to wear his shape than to be empty. Joffrey found him in the yard and performed not looking for him so elaborately that it became the sort of looking that makes a man hope he will be seen. "You," he said with delightless civility. "You went. You saw. Is it impressive?" "It is honest," Jon said. Ghost came up then from nowhere and insinuated himself between Jon and the prince with a deliberateness that was no accident. Joffrey glanced down and then away, the smallest flinch that could be called no flinch at all. "Do you plan to ride it?" he asked. "No," Jon said. "Then what use is it?" Joffrey asked, genuinely puzzled. "My mother says a thing that cannot be used is a danger. My father says a thing that cannot be used is a gift," Jon answered. "They may both be right. You can decide later which one you prefer." He went down that night to the skull room as he had so often, and the candles had learned a new patience. They woke a little later and they went out a little earlier, as if they too had begun to understand that constant wonder is exhausting. He put his palm upon the bone and found the world's older tempo just under his skin, that steadying thrum of a breath no man had taught and no man could put to sleep. He stood until the quiet he carried up with him would last long enough to make the next conversation bearable. A raven beat itself into the rookery with a ferocity that insulted the bird and the keeper both. Luwin received the tube like a midwife and broke the wax after a pause that made the breath in the room wait respectable. "The wall," he said. The way he said it was not the way a man says a place. It was the way a man says a door that cannot any longer be safely assumed to be locked. He read, lips align, eyes moving with the practiced secular awe of one who has spent a life tending words and seeing them occasionally decide to be true. Ranging gone, two returned. Dead man walked. Fire. He looked over the top of the page at Eddard and at Jon and then down again because looking up would not change what the words were. Corpses that take their feet as if the feet had never been taught what rest is. They killed the dead and the dead went on being dead. The next night they killed the dead again. The snow does not melt for hours after a man breathes on it. Eddard's face did not change the way other men's faces do when fear comes in. Parts of him settled, other parts lifted. Jon felt the old cold that had been in him since he could hold a thought as a thing and not a liquid. It filled his teeth and his throat in an old persuaded way. Ghost pressed his flank to Jon's shin and the heat in that place reminded him not to lean too far toward only one hunger. "We'll do nothing loudly," Eddard said again later to a different council. "We will do something with the speed patience demands. I will write to Winterfell and call the guards north. I will write to my bannermen and call for men who are old enough to know how to stand in the cold with a blade in a steady hand. I will write to the wall that it may be the case that stories were remembered for a reason. I will not say the word the men want me to say." The queen watched him with narrowed attention, as if he were a hawker selling a fruit she had never tasted, beautiful suspect. Robert hit the arm of his chair and swore because swearing is a comfort to men who sense their useful strength has met its limit. "We have a dragon," he said, halfway to a jest and halfway out of it. "We have a beast older than the songs." We have less than we think," Eddard said, not gently, not cruelly. "We have one animal that will not be told, and if we have any sense we will not try to tell it. The wall has ice. Fire and ice are not answers. They are the question." Those days took on the peculiar shape of days that know their purpose and pretend they do not. Jon went with Luwin to the barracks and watched men's hands on the hafts of spears, the way the palm meets wood and learns what it must. He stood behind Eddard while his father wrote a letter to Catelyn in a hand that was careful and ordinary. "Dear wife, our daughter eats, our daughter learns, our city is a city and we are not in love with it," then set another sheet aside without dipping his pen, looking at it as if it were a pool he could not yet go into. Jon walked the street of steel to Tobo Mott's and was given a piece of iron to hold that had sung too easily and now wanted to rest. "Not Balerion," Mott said, as if to comfort him. "Just iron that remembers a story. Do not make it tell the story in a room that doesn't care to listen." He found Gendry at the back hearth working his shoulders into the shape of his work. The boy's face had the sort of stubbornness that all crafts require before they teach humility. He eyed Jon's new name without envy and without awe and nodded as if to a man come looking for a bit of rivet. "We're making nails," he said. and the proud practicality of it warmed Jon more than the forge did. Nails hold. Swords go singing off after glory. Nails remember what they were asked to do. In the yard, Joffrey worried at a blade as if it were a citizen that could be made to obey by speaking louder. Sansa watched and pretended not to watch. She was learning, painfully, the art of letting her face go still where it would have once lit. Arya disappeared at will and reappeared covered with dust and scorn for dust. Jaime stood apart and let his body go loose into competence, and Jon liked him for it grudgingly and without calculation. Cersei crossed Jon's path less and watched him more. She had set her desire aside for the moment, not because she had grown selfless overnight, but because something larger than her complicated appetites had taken her attention. "When men are frightened," she said to him once, "they become polite. When they are polite too long, they become dangerous. Remember which part of a week you are in." "If we count by weeks," Jon said, "we will be counting for the rest of our lives." "Perhaps," she said, "and perhaps that is the game we are given." At night, the skulls became a church to which no priest had ever been given the keys. Jon went down without the self-importance of a pilgrim and with the intention of a man washing his hands. The bones stayed cool. The warmth stayed fierce underground. He sometimes felt, in those minutes when the room's breath matched his, a slow other repositioning far off, like feeling on one's eyelids the shadow cast by a gull when the door is closed and no gulls fly. He did not name it. Names are for use. Some things are better without them. The Raven from Winterfell brought a list in Catelyn's hand. Pulse points of a house. Linen, larders, manpower, mills. A postscript in Rob's hand occupied the bottom of the page as if it had only just elbowed its way in. Bran practices with a bow slower than last year and hits more often. The lakes are thin ice where they shouldn't be. There is a white hare the size of a pony on the Glass Gardens hill and Theon wants to kill it, and I will let him if it is foolish enough to wait. Jon read it twice and felt the grounds of himself shift a degree and then set. He dreamt twice in those days of Dragonstone not as a place but as a habit, a thing the world had taken up in earnest and could not put down without making a worse mess. He dreamt of the creature not as a head or a wing or a claw but as a beat, drums heard from the inside. He woke to sirens of gulls at the river and a faint sour-sweet smell from a potter's quarter where a kiln had burned a shape it had not been asked to burn. Then the day came with an ordinary sun when the heat under the red keep arranged itself into a pattern every hand in the citadel could feel. The stone had decided to keep what it had been given. The candles below took their work up as if someone had set the hour by them. Eddard looked over a ledger and found in the figures a kindness. Luwin closed one book and did not open another. Robert put down his cup before he had drained it and made a face as if he had caught himself at some embarrassing self-restraint. It seemed nothing, these small refusals. It seemed everything. The Queen had no need to smile. The corners of her mouth found their place without her help. In the evening, after a supper in which men became brave with the modest safety of being home under their own roof, Jon went out along a southern walk where the night finds you on purpose. The air had become light enough to carry in a pocket. He stood with his palms upon the cold of the parapet and breathed until the old rhythm met the new, as he had taught himself to do. He did not hear the footstep behind him. He knew it by the pause of the air more than by any sound. "It's too high," Jaime said, arriving at the parapet with a bored grace that fooled exactly no one. "If I throw you off, I'll have to keep you as a secret afterwards, and secrets are terrible company." He leaned his forearms on the stone. "How much of it is true?" "You've asked no question, Joe," and said, and let himself like the man a little more for admitting he wanted the truth without posturing. "The island's heat is true. The hall is true. The creature is true. The city remembers it in its floor." "I meant the north," Jaime said quietly, and the word belonged first to Eddard's mouth and then to Jon's. "The cold, the dead. The kind of stories old women tell when wine has made them immodest." "Those stories were remembered for a reason," Jon said. "Whether they will put their boots back on again is a different question. The wall thinks it has heard a man walking where a man should not be." Jaime stretched his mouth in something like a smile and then let it go undecided. "Old men always hear two things that aren't there," he said. their own hearts and the enemy. I have never known which it is with me. He turned his head and measured Jon with a look that belonged to a man who had looked into polished steel long enough to see beyond his own face. You're a patient boy for a city built to ruin patient men. I came from a place where stone listens, Jon said. It has made me rude to rooms built for applause. Good, Jaime said, pleasantly surprised and not displeased. Don't let them clap you into being someone else. The next morning broke in two. One half was heat, honest, busy, making ovens merciful and soldiers kinder to their boots. The other half was a high thin chill that somehow found the sun and turned it into an instrument. The river frothed white where no wind was and went green where wind lay. Luwin watched steam rise from the bathhouse and nodded as if a calculation had proved out. It will hold, he said, not to be comforted, not to give comfort, but because the statement preferred to be spoken. They went down there with Eddard again, and they said nothing, which was the respect that room demands. The bone accepted Jon's palm as if he had returned from a journey that had been an errand and did not require telling. The warmth below did its business. Eddard stayed longer than he had meant to, which was all a prayer a man like him will allow himself. After, they found the queen walking in the long gallery where portraits remember men who would be offended to know they are only paint. She turned with that controlled mildness which is the civilian word for power. My husband means to go north, she said, making the words sound practical and unlikely at once. He has decided that if there is a thing to be struck he would strike it and be done. He says winter has annoyed him personally. He cannot bring wine against it, Eddard said, not unkindly. No, she agreed. He will bring you instead. He knows he cannot drink you. Her eyes went to Jon then and examined his face as if to compare it against two versions of a story. And you, what will you bring north when the time comes? Wood and men and my father's name, Jon said. And a wolf that hunts. And the dragon? She asked lightly, as if giving him a chance to be foolish. It belongs to itself, he said again. She tilted her head the smallest degree. That is not the same as saying no. He did not gift her an answer. She took his silence and wore it as if it had been an ornament she had chosen. A second raven from the wall arrived that week with a wing bent out of true. It had flown ugly to bring what it carried and died in the rookery, while Luwin warmed its parts between his hands as if apology could undo long labor. The letter was brief. We held fire in our mouths, and the dark that came through the trees did not find us brave. Send men who do not lie to themselves when the night grows teeth. We have burned a hand to learn what does not feel it. Eddard read and closed his eyes once. Jon wanted to speak and did not. Luwin put the dead bird's head under its wing in a gesture that would have been ridiculous in any other man. He wrote Robb that night with an untidy hand, and then wrote him again with a tidier one, and burned the first letter. He told his brother that the city remembers the old heat, that the wall thinks itself reconnoitered, that there is a patience at work both north and south, that Theon should be made to swear not to chase the hare until after it has been agreed over ale that the animal is in fact a hare and not one of the older things that put on shapes to laugh at men. He told him to count the men who can be spared without making the house walk with a limp. He told him to do as father would, and Robb would read that and do as father would whether or not Jon commanded it. He left the letter with a man he trusted and sat a while in the little godswood that was not a godswood at all, where the oaks and elms tried to pretend they had something to do with prayer. He listened for the flat mutter of leaves and found in it a sort of courage that does not announce itself. When he stood, the sky over the river had gone a shallow white. A gull had made a thin, snapped line above the water. A yard cat was killing patience under a cart. When the cold finally showed itself in daylight, it wore a small, silly shape. A lace of frost crossed the rim of a water barrel near the kitchens, more decoration than weather. The hands that saw it were women's hands, and they said nothing, and took the water in through another door. By mid-morning men were saying they had seen their breath in certain corridors and men were saying they had not. By afternoon everyone agreed that if frost came again it would have to work harder. Old men told stories in the kitchens and the boys who listened decided to tell them better to boys younger than themselves. The city took the chill on its tongue and called it spice. Sansa came to Jon in the library with her hair not perfect but nearer to it than yesterday. She took a stool because women stand too much when men make rooms, and she had the sense to sit when given the choice. "He is kind to me," she said, and in the confession was discomfort and a small hope. "It is complicated to hate someone who is kind. It would be easier if hate were simple." "Love is not simple," Jon said, thinking of a man with a cup and a beast with lamps for eyes and the space between them. "Hate has to be complicated if it wants to keep up. Be kinder to yourself for not being what you cannot be yet." "I do not wish to be cruel," she said. "I find myself thinking it would be easier if he were better." "That is a mean thought." "It is not a mean thought," he said. "It is an honest one. It is a way of saying that you will try to keep your own goodness whether your husband gives you reason or not." She sighed and looked down at her hands and then up. "Arya says you will fly," she blurted, as if ashamed of the childishness of what she loved to imagine. "I will not," Jon said. "Not until the thing that can carry me says my weight is wanted." She dug her teeth into her lip and smiled, and he touched the back of her hand because it was permitted. He did not say what he had learned not to say: "You are already braver than you know." The Queen's red cousin came as if she had always been in the city. Red not as a banner, not as blood, but as the afterimage of both. She stood one noon in the same gallery where Cersei had measured him and did not check the sleeve where ash had fallen on it because ash belongs there in these days. She looked at him and at Ghost and at a place on the stone above his shoulder as if to test whether stone pays attention when called. "It wakes in your rooms," she said, as if offering a courtesy. "It wakes everywhere," he said. "In you more easily," she amended, and would have pressed farther if he had not looked at her with a tired interest that made even a priestess prefer to leave her cleverness unused. "Do not accept false greetings," she said instead, an honest kindness. "There are things that will pretend to be it." "Will you swat them?" he asked dryly, remembering. She laughed without sympathy. "If I'm nearby," she said, "and if the swat serves the breath and not me." At the end of that week, the first snow fell without clouds. It came not out of the sky so much as out of the light, a drift of pale that turned corners white for 10 minutes and then went to water, then to air, then to story. Men had the good sense to be quiet while it fell. A boy put out his tongue and softened the whole keep for a heartbeat with his delight as each flake died there. In the skull room the candles did their ridiculous trick and went out. The bone drank the cold and then gave it back, not cruelly, not spitefully, but as the sea gives back a drowned thing because it has other work. He went down again that night, as always, because always had become a form of reverence, and stood with his father under the white drift of the thought of snow. Eddard had his hand on the bone, and for the first time in these weeks Jon saw his father's eyes close completely for more than a blink. He did not look like a man asleep. He looked like a man learning a word in a language he had once known and had to relearn. Jon waited with him. When Eddard opened his eyes, the line across the top of his mouth had deepened and softened at once. "We will go north," he said, finally giving voice to what had been a stone placed between them. "We will go together, and then I will send you where you must go. It may not be the same place I must. You are not a book I can put on the shelf and guarantee to find later in the shape I left it." "I am not," Jon said, as if confessing a minor impiety, and felt a childish relief to be told so. "Good," Eddard said, and squeezed his shoulder as a man that wise could still allow himself to do in a room no Lannister would expect to exist. Truer things seldom fit on shelves. He wrote Stannis that night by his own hand. "We come later than you asked and sooner than my king will want. Keep the creature from the city as long as it suits both of us. If the island is a church, I will enter with clean boots and say nothing I would not say in front of my sons." He wrote, too, to Catelyn that he would send for Robb when the time did not offend courtesy, that Robb must not mistake speed for courage or delay for wisdom, that Bran should be taught that bows are honest and ladders are liars. He slept late and dreamed only of a gate opening and a man with half his face in shade. He woke before the bell and the dream was reasonable and dull. He ate bread and salt because the day prefers a man who sits with it a little while. He went to Syrio and was shown how to take another man's balance with mercy. He went to Mott and listened to a story hidden in a piece of iron. He went to a window and watched the river pour out its own breath. He went to the skull room and became inside himself the size of a boy and then of a man and found both sizes permissible. He went to his father and received a list that began with oil and ended with courage and had names between. He checked none of them off. He folded the paper, put it in his shirt, and carried it as if that were enough for now. The day they left was warmer than it ought to have been. The sky was a pale plate and the river had moved closer to the quay as if to smell the wood of their hull. The Queen stood at the head of the stairs and looked at Jon, as if there were a debt between them neither intended to pay. Robert kissed Sansa's hair and laughed at Arya for not sitting still in air that did not require sitting. He put his hand on Eddard's neck and left it there a heartbeat longer than last time, and the men who saw it forgot to make a joke to put between their eyes and tenderness. Jaime watched with his thumb on his belt and nodded to Jon when their eyes found each other. A nod a man gives another across a field as a courtesy before they strike. Varys did not appear. His absence was the sort that makes rooms quieter. The ship took the river like a man taking his wife's hand. The city flowed backward. Men shouted the right words and meant them. Birds threw neat shadows upon the water and pretended they had been born to escort kings. Ghost stood with his forepaws at the rail until the first salt struck his nose, and then put his chin on Jon's boot as if to remind him that he was a beast and would be obeyed in certain things, comfort chief among them. At sea the light widened, and with it the air. Jon breathed as if his body had remembered there were other kinds of doing besides thinking. He looked for Dragonstone and did not pretend he had not, and when the island showed its head as it always did, out of haze and stubbornness both, he felt the heat in himself returning to metronome. He would not name the creature as if summoning a friend. He would not pretend he had not come to be seen by it. They climbed the stairs that had put men on their knees. The yard admitted them and then watched to see what they would do. The creature stood as if it had never had to learn standing, as if stone had remembered how to hold that weight when men forgot. Robert walked forward and did not play the boy in front of his men. He set his eyes and set his feet and made a small sound that was approval and grief and envy and affection. Eddard put his hand on the hide and the creature's lamp looked at him and did not look away, and something passed between them that made none of them less themselves. Jon put his palm where he always did and did not ask to be precious in it. In the east wall the crack had widened in the honest way all cracks widen when they have found the work they were made for. The hall below gave back a breath like bread broken in a good house. A fishwife from the outermost rock came running through the ward with a scarf over her head and fell to her knees and then stood, embarrassed to have knelt and not ashamed to have come. "Mouse in the oven," she said, out of breath, and the men laughed because terror cannot be born without little jokes, and the creature shifted and made no claim to the name for itself. They stayed long enough to learn that there was nothing to be done except to keep doing the small necessary things. To watch, to feed, to keep men from foolishness, to make the island a good host and not an indulgent one. Robert went to the hall and sat long with Stannis with no lamp and no wine, and the sound of their two breaths filled the room like an old marriage. Eddard walked with the Red Woman and let her say things he did not believe and did not strike her for saying. She looked him over like a blacksmith looking at a piece of iron with promise of blade and decided to let him be iron. Jon stood where he stood and was allowed to be young and did not choose to be foolish. Ghost lay with his head between his paws and did not pretend to sleep. He thought, standing on the parapet with a night that had decided to be clear, that the name he had half claimed to himself, the King of Ash and Snow, had not meant a man when it first came into his head. It had meant this, the world choosing to be two things at once and asking men to bear seeing it that way. He did not tell anyone that thought. It would have made men write songs and songs make rooms hot with the wrong fire. He kept it. He rubbed Ghost's ear until the wolf made that noise that is almost a purr and not one, and then went to sleep in a room where the stone had warmed since he left it last. They returned to the city with the work in front of them as outlined as a carpenter's plan. The first snow that did not melt on the bricks at once waited for them like a patient ant. It lay along the backs of benches and the shoulders of statues and the sloped lids of cisterns. It turned all the colors of kings landing into one color and then, when men breathed, let them back. The queen watched through a window and tilted her cup until the wine found her mouth. Robert stood on the wall and forgot to be loud. Eddard touched the bone in that modest warm room and forgave himself and the world for not offering certainties. Jon walked the yard, flake after flake striking his eyebrow and melting there and drying. And Ghost collected the falling white on his coat and shook it off in a wave and then went still and let the snow stipple him as if he had decided to wear the city's newest decoration. He slept that night with the window cracked and the cold coming through like a polite thief. He dreamed of a wing across a dawn the color of wheat and of the sound of iron singing under a smith's hand and of men's voices in kitchens naming old things by new wrong words and not being mocked for it. He woke before the bell and lay with his hand on Ghost's ribs, counting breath in, breath out, until his heart found the counts it wanted. He rose into the day with a list in his pocket and purpose in his mouth and the shape of the larger thing exactly where it belonged, in his chest, needing no song, needing no crown, needing only that he go on.